Hey my insomniacs, tonight we're exploring the harsh life of a Japanese samurai, warriors bound by honour, duty and discipline in feudal Japan. The polished armour and legendary swords conceal a life of intense training, unwavering loyalty to their lord, and the constant threat of death. This story shows the harsh code of Bushido and the silent sacrifices of its followers. So before you get comfortable as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you love what we do here. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. We have successfully reached every corner of the globe, which is truly mind-blowing. Now go ahead and zap those lights off, grab your blanket and cold pillow, and let's learn some history and sleep, shall we? The spring of 1642 arrived with deceptive gentleness to the Kaga domain. Nakamura Yoshitaka, third son of a middle-ranking samurai, watched as his father's funeral pyre sent grey-white smoke curling toward the sky. At 18, Yoshitaka now inherited not wealth or power, but obligation, the suffocating weight of family debt and service to Lord Maeda. His father's sudden death from a wasting illness had left the family in precarious circumstances, their stipend of 150 koku barely sufficient for their station. Yoshitaka's fingers traced the edge of his katana's lacquered saya. The sword represented both his heritage and his burden, a physical embodiment of the contradictions that defined samurai existence. While poets and foreign observers romanticized the warrior class, Yoshitaka understood a more complex reality. The age of battlefield glory had faded into peacetime administration, yet the demands of Bushido remained relentless. The accounts must be settled, his mother murmured that evening, laying out scrolls detailing loans from local merchants. Her once elegant kimono had been mended multiple times, another quiet testament to their declining fortunes. The daimyo's tax collectors will not wait because we grieve. This was the first harsh truth of samurai life in the Edo period. Appearances demanded financial sacrifice. Despite their declining fortunes, the Nakamura family was expected to maintain an image of dignified prosperity. Their residence, a modest compound on the periphery of Kanazawa City, required constant maintenance. Their clothing, while increasingly threadbare, needed to reflect their status. Any public display of financial hardship would bring shame not just on their household, but on their lord. 2 days after the funeral, Yoshitaka presented himself at the domain's administrative offices. The magistrate, a heavy-set samurai named Hoshino, barely acknowledged him before assigning his new duties. "You will supervise tax collection in the southern villages," Hoshino stated flatly. "Your father's inadequacies in this area have been noted. The Lord expects improvement." Yoshitaka's chest tightened. His father had often spoken of the impossible balance between extracting sufficient rice tax from farmers and ensuring they had enough to survive until the next harvest. Too harsh, and the villagers would collapse from starvation; too lenient, and a samurai would face censure from his superiors. The following week found Yoshitaka riding through muddy fields toward the village of Ushikata. The planting of rice had commenced, with peasants bending double in the paddies, methodically pressing seedlings into the flooded fields. Their labour would eventually produce the rice that formed the foundation of the samurai economy, each koku theoretically enough to feed one person for a year. Unlike the romantic tales that would later capture foreign imagination, Yoshitaka's daily life involved endless administrative tasks, inspecting rice fields, reviewing village headmen's records, and resolving minor disputes. The weight of his paired swords at his hip served more as status symbols than weapons in these peaceful times, though he maintained rigorous training each morning. The village headman, Gensuke, greeted Yoshitaka with practiced deference, bowing low, yet with a certain wariness in his eyes. "Honourable Samurai-sama, we welcome you to our humble village." Over bowls of simple tea, Gensuke carefully explained the village's circumstances. A late frost had damaged early crops, and several families were already supplementing their diet with foraged mountain plants. "The tax quota remains unchanged," Yoshitaka stated, reciting the official position. "The daimyo's responsibilities to the shogun cannot be neglected." Gensuke's weathered face remained impassive, but Yoshitaka noted the slight tremor in his hands. "Of course, Samurai-sama, we understand our duty to the Lord." Later that night, in the village headman's spare room, Yoshitaka found himself unable to sleep. The contrast between his family's financial struggles and the even greater poverty of the farmers created an uncomfortable dissonance. Both were trapped in a system of obligations, the farmers to the samurai to their lords, the lords to the shogun, and ultimately all to a rigid social order that demanded perfect adherence to one's assigned role. This was perhaps the greatest harshness of samurai existence, the psychological weight of perpetual obligation. Unlike the peasants, who could occasionally find simple pleasures in seasonal festivals or family gatherings, samurai lived under constant scrutiny. Every action reflected not just on themselves but on their lord. Even in private moments, Yoshitaka felt the invisible pressure of expected perfection. As spring gave way to summer, Yoshitaka established a rhythm to his duties. Mornings began with sword practice, the ritualized forms that connected him to generations of warriors past. Then came the administrative work, inspections and the delicate balance of enforcing authority while avoiding cruelty. He spent his evenings studying Chinese classics and calligraphy, skills expected of an educated samurai but increasingly disconnected from his daily responsibilities. What historical accounts often overlooked was the profound isolation many samurai experienced. Friendship across class lines was impossible. Relationships with fellow samurai were infused with competition, and even family connections remained formal and reserved. When Yoshitaka's younger brother fell ill that summer, their conversations remained stiffly proper, emotional restraint another requirement of their station. The village headman, Gensuke, greeted Yoshitaka with practiced deference, bowing low, yet with a certain wariness in his eyes. "Honourable Samurai-sama, we welcome you to our humble village." Over bowls of simple tea, Gensuke carefully explained the village's circumstances. A late frost had damaged early crops, and several families were already supplementing their diet with foraged mountain plants. "The tax quota remains unchanged," Yoshitaka stated, reciting the official position. "The daimyo's responsibilities to the shogun cannot be neglected." Gensuke's weathered face remained impassive, but Yoshitaka noted the slight tremor in his hands. "Of course, Samurai-sama, we understand our duty to the lord." Later that night, in the village headman's spare room, Yoshitaka found himself unable to sleep. The contrast between his family's financial struggles and the even greater poverty of the farmers created an uncomfortable dissonance. Both were trapped in a system of obligations, the farmers to the samurai to their lords, the lords to the shogun, and ultimately all to a rigid social order that demanded perfect adherence to one's assigned role. This was perhaps the greatest harshness of samurai existence, the psychological weight of perpetual obligation. Unlike the peasants, who could occasionally find simple pleasures in seasonal festivals or family gatherings, samurai lived under constant scrutiny. Every action reflected not just on themselves but on their lord. Even in private moments, Yoshitaka felt the invisible pressure of expected perfection. As spring gave way to summer, Yoshitaka established a rhythm to his duties. Mornings began with sword practice, the ritualized forms that connected him to generations of warriors past. Then came the administrative work, inspections and the delicate balance of enforcing authority while avoiding cruelty. He spent his evenings studying Chinese classics and calligraphy, skills expected of an educated samurai but increasingly disconnected from his daily responsibilities. What historical accounts often overlooked was the profound isolation many samurai experienced. Friendship across class lines was impossible. Relationships with fellow samurai were infused with competition, and even family connections remained formal and reserved. When Yoshitaka's younger brother fell ill that summer, their conversations remained stiffly proper, emotional restraint another requirement of their station. "My family will go hungry because your kind delays payment," the merchant hissed, quiet enough that only Yoshitaka could hear. "Your precious honor does not feed children." That night, Yoshitaka wrote in his journal about the incident, questioning the real meaning of samurai honor. Historical accounts often presented Bushido as a monolithic code, when in practice interpretations varied widely. Some samurai emphasized loyalty above all, others prioritized righteousness or personal integrity. The ideal and reality seldom aligned neatly. The Edo sojourn also exposed Yoshitaka to the concept of performance that dominated samurai existence. In public, they displayed unwavering stoicism and formality. Behind closed doors, many individuals sought release through drinking sake, engaging in forbidden relationships with courtesans, or visiting licensed pleasure districts. This duality, rigidly controlled public personas versus private desires, created psychological burdens rarely acknowledged in official histories. One evening, assigned to accompany senior officials to Yoshiwara, the famed pleasure district, Yoshitaka witnessed respected samurai engaging in behaviour that contradicted their daytime dignity. The costs were exorbitant, driving many deeper into debt, yet social expectations made participation difficult to refuse. "This is also duty," slurred a senior retainer, gesturing broadly at the ornate tea house. "We demonstrate our lord's prosperity and power even here." As autumn deepened into winter, tension within the entourage grew. Factional rivalries surfaced, and Yoshitaka grew increasingly conscious that connections, rather than competence, determined the allocation of administrative positions and the stipends they commanded. His family lacked the necessary political influence to secure advantageous appointments. Spring 1643 brought Yoshitaka's return to Kanazawa, the seat of the Kaga domain, where the imposing castle dominated both the landscape and the samurai psyche. Unlike romanticized depictions in later art, castle life for middle-ranking samurai like Yoshitaka meant cramped quarters, constant scrutiny, and endemic political intrigue. The Maeda clan's administrative headquarters occupied the middle baileys of the castle, where hundreds of samurai managed the domain's affairs. Yoshitaka had been reassigned to the finance office, a position that revealed the precarious economic foundations of samurai life in stark detail. "These ledgers tell the true story of our class," explained Maurice Seaman, Yoshitaka's superior. "The illusion of samurai prosperity requires increasingly creative accounting." The documents revealed systematic challenges. While samurai stipends remained fixed in quantities of rice, the cost of maintaining expected standards of living steadily increased. Compounding the problem, many samurai lacked practical skills for the supplementary income, as trade and manual labour were considered beneath their dignity. "My father died with 17 outstanding loans," Yoshitaka confessed one evening as they worked late. "I've managed to settle only 3 in the past year." Seaman nodded grimly. "My situation differs only in the number. 22 loans spread across 8 moneylenders. The interest alone consumes a third of my stipend." This financial precariousness represented one of the most persistent hardships of samurai existence during the Edo period. Historical records show that by the mid-17th century, many samurai households spent 80 to 90% of their income servicing debt. The situation created a paradoxical reality. Legally privileged warriors who were effectively indentured to townspeople merchants, a dynamic that generated simmering resentment. Yoshitaka's daily routine reflected this contradiction. Mornings began with martial training, maintaining skills for wars that never came, followed by hours of administrative work that determined the actual value of his service. His education had emphasized classical Chinese texts and swordsmanship, yet his duties required accounting knowledge and diplomatic skills when interacting with wealthy merchants who financed domain projects. Living quarters in the castle district reinforced the rigid hierarchy. High-ranking officials occupied spacious compounds with gardens and multiple buildings. Middle-ranking samurai like Yoshitaka's family inhabited modest structures with thin walls and minimal privacy. Despite these material differences, all were bound by the same behavioural expectations. Summer brought a personal challenge that illuminated another aspect of samurai hardship, the subordination of individual desire to family obligation. Yoshitaka had developed an attachment to Asano Miyuki, daughter of a fellow bureaucrat. Their interactions, limited to formal occasions and chance encounters, had revealed shared interests in poetry and similar perspectives on duty. "A marriage alliance has been arranged," his mother announced, without preamble one evening. "The Hoshino family has a daughter of suitable age. Their connection to the castle magistrate will benefit our position." Personal preference held no weight against strategic family advancement. The emotional constraint required to accept such arrangements represented another form of discipline expected of the samurai class. Historical records rarely captured these private sacrifices, focusing instead on the more visible demonstrations of samurai stoicism. The marriage negotiations proceeded through formal intermediaries, with Yoshitaka and his intended Hoshino Masako meeting only once in a ritualized gathering before the agreement was finalized. The financial arrangements nearly depleted the family's resources, as an appropriate trousseau and ceremonial exchanges were non-negotiable social requirements regardless of actual affordability. "She seems kind," offered Yoshitaka's brother Ichiro, tempting comfort. And the Hoshino connection may secure your position when administrative posts are reassigned next year. The wedding itself, held in late autumn, embodied the understated aesthetic expected of samurai ceremonies. Unlike merchant celebrations with their conspicuous display, samurai rituals emphasized restraint and tradition. The sake-sharing ritual and exchange of vows lasted less than an hour, with the bride and groom exchanging few words. Married life introduced Yoshitaka to another dimension of samurai hardship, the emotional austerity of family relationships. Public displays of affection were considered inappropriate, with interactions governed by strict protocols of respect and obligation. Masako proved diligent in household management and properly deferential in company, but the emotional distance between them remained substantial. My mother served my father for 30 years, Masako explained, when Yoshitaka awkwardly attempted more personal conversation. They exchanged perhaps 50 private conversations in all that time. This is our way. Winter brought another layer of challenge as illness swept through the castle district. The samurai emphasis on stoicism often extended to physical discomfort, with many delaying medical attention to avoid appearing weak. When Yoshitaka developed a persistent cough and fever, he continued his duties until physically unable to stand. The domain physician offered little effective treatment, having been trained in traditional Chinese medicine and supplemented by limited Dutch medical knowledge obtained through Nagasaki. Balance must be restored between your internal elements, he pronounced, prescribing bitter herbal concoctions and moxibustion treatments that left circular scars on Yoshitaka's back. Recovery took weeks, during which Yoshitaka observed another harsh reality. Illness brought neither reduced obligations nor financial relief. The family's expenses continued unabated, while his ability to perform his duties was compromised. Only the intervention of his new father-in-law prevented a reduction in his stipend during this period of reduced service. Summer brought a personal challenge that illuminated another aspect of samurai hardship, the subordination of individual desire to family obligation. Yoshitaka had developed an attachment to Asano Miyuki, daughter of a fellow bureaucrat. Their interactions, limited to formal occasions and chance encounters, had revealed shared interests in poetry and similar perspectives on duty. A marriage alliance has been arranged, his mother announced, without preamble one evening. The Hoshino family has a daughter of suitable age. Their connection to the castle magistrate will benefit our position. Personal preference held no weight against strategic family advancement. The emotional constraint required to accept such arrangements represented another form of discipline expected of the samurai class. Historical records rarely captured these private sacrifices, focusing instead on the more visible demonstrations of samurai stoicism. The marriage negotiations proceeded through formal intermediaries, with Yoshitaka and his intended Hoshino Masako meeting only once in a ritualized gathering before the agreement was finalized. The financial arrangements nearly depleted the family's resources, as an appropriate trousseau and ceremonial exchanges were non-negotiable social requirements regardless of actual affordability. She seems kind, offered Yoshitaka's brother Ichiro, tempting comfort. And the Hoshino connection may secure your position when administrative posts are reassigned next year. The wedding itself, held in late autumn, embodied the understated aesthetic expected of samurai ceremonies. Unlike merchant celebrations with their conspicuous display, samurai rituals emphasized restraint and tradition. The sake-sharing ritual and exchange of vows lasted less than an hour, with the bride and groom exchanging few words. Married life introduced Yoshitaka to another dimension of samurai hardship, the emotional austerity of family relationships. Public displays of affection were considered inappropriate, with interactions governed by strict protocols of respect and obligation. Masako proved diligent in household management and properly deferential in company, but the emotional distance between them remained substantial. My mother served my father for 30 years, Masako explained, when Yoshitaka awkwardly attempted more personal conversation. They exchanged perhaps 50 private conversations in all that time. This is our way. Winter brought another layer of challenge as illness swept through the castle district. The samurai emphasis on stoicism often extended to physical discomfort, with many delaying medical attention to avoid appearing weak. When Yoshitaka developed a persistent cough and fever, he continued his duties until physically unable to stand. The domain physician offered little effective treatment, having been trained in traditional Chinese medicine and supplemented by limited Dutch medical knowledge obtained through Nagasaki. "Balance must be restored between your internal elements," he pronounced, prescribing bitter herbal concoctions and moxibustion treatments that left circular scars on Yoshitaka's back. Recovery took weeks, during which Yoshitaka observed another harsh reality. Illness brought neither reduced obligations nor financial relief. The family's expenses continued unabated, while his ability to perform his duties was compromised. Only the intervention of his new father-in-law prevented a reduction in his stipend during this period of reduced service. "Proceed carefully," warned his father-in-law. "These men have connections reaching to the daimyo's inner chambers. Truth and justice may not protect you." This represented one of the most insidious hardships of samurai existence, the contradiction between idolized Bushido values and institutional realities. The virtues of honesty, righteousness, and loyalty were extolled in official doctrine yet frequently compromised in practice. Those who adhered too rigidly to principle often found their careers, and sometimes lives, cut short. Yoshitaka's investigation confirmed systematic fraud. Rice stipends allocated to samurai were being underreported, with the difference sold at market prices and profits distributed among senior officials. The scheme had operated for years, generating substantial income for its participants, while effectively reducing the real value of stipends for hundreds of retainers. The evidence presented a moral dilemma that exemplified the complex ethical landscape samurai navigated. Confrontation would likely end Yoshitaka's career and potentially harm his extended family. Complicity would violate his principles, but might position him to implement gradual reforms. "There are many forms of courage," Seaman advised when consulted. "Battlefield valor requires only momentary resolve. Systemic reform demands patience and strategic compromise." Yoshitaka chose a middle path, presenting his findings as administrative inefficiencies rather than deliberate fraud. His recommendations included procedural changes that would make continued abuse more difficult without directly accusing the perpetrators. This approach reflected the reality that samurai justice operated through indirect methods as often as confrontation. The resolution brought limited reforms but positioned Yoshitaka as pragmatically trustworthy rather than dangerously principled. By late autumn, he had been reassigned to the castle's administrative offices, a lateral move that removed him from direct oversight of the rice exchange, but maintained his status and stipend. This period also brought personal challenges that highlighted the emotional austerity of samurai life. His wife Masako suffered a miscarriage during her first pregnancy, a loss compounded by the cultural importance placed on producing male heirs. The couple's grief remained largely unexpressed, confined by expectations of stoicism and emotional restraint. The winter of 1646 brought political turmoil to the Kaga domain. Lord Maeda's health was failing and factions formed around potential successors. For middle-ranking samurai like Yoshitaka, such transitions represented periods of acute vulnerability, as established patrons might fall from favour and administrative positions be reassigned. "Every succession is a quiet battlefield," observed an elderly archivist as they reviewed historical records together. "Lives and livelihoods are won or lost without a single sword drawn." This reality contradicted romantic notions of samurai as warriors defined by martial prowess. During the Edo period, political acumen and network cultivation determined advancement far more than combat skill. The truly harsh battles occurred in council chambers and castle corridors, fought with carefully worded memoranda and strategic alliances. Yoshitaka's position grew increasingly precarious as his father-in-law fell ill, removing a key source of protection. The faction associated with Hayashi Nobuyuki gained influence, and Yoshitaka found himself assigned to increasingly marginal duties, a common tactic to isolate officials without the political capital to resist. "You investigate reports of unlicensed sake brewing in the eastern villages," announced the magistrate, an assignment clearly beneath Yoshitaka's rank and experience. "The matter requires immediate attention." The deliberate slight required careful navigation. Refusing the assignment would provide justification for formal censure. Accepting it passively would signal weakness and invite further marginalization. Yoshitaka's response demonstrated the subtle resistance techniques samurai employed within rigid hierarchical constraints. "I'm honoured by your confidence in assigning me this matter of domain revenue," he replied, reframing the punitive assignment as a financial task worthy of serious attention. I shall provide a comprehensive analysis of sake taxation opportunities in my report. This method, taking on the task while changing its importance, showed a clever way of working within the bureaucracy that is often overlooked in history, which usually highlights more intense struggles. Similar techniques allowed samurai to maintain dignity and agency within oppressive power structures. The assignment took Yoshitaka to remote villages during the harshest winter months. Travel conditions exposed another physical hardship of samurai duty, the requirement to maintain dignity and authority despite extreme discomfort. Proper appearance remained non-negotiable regardless of circumstances, with full formal attire required for official functions even in bitter cold or sweltering heat. In the village of Miyagawa, Yoshitaka encountered a situation that exemplified the moral complexities of samurai governance. Unlicensed sake production indeed flourished, but investigation revealed it had become an essential survival strategy. Villagers exchanged homemade sake for vegetables and fish protein with nearby communities after official rice requisitions left them with inadequate food supplies. Without this exchange, children would not survive winter, explained the village headman, kneeling formally despite his obvious terror at being discovered. We preserved enough rice for taxation. The rice is made from millet and other grains. The legal obligation was clear: report the violation, confiscate equipment, and punish the headman for failing to prevent the activity. Yet doing so would likely condemn families to malnutrition, or worse. This tension between legal duty and humanitarian concerns represented a recurring dilemma for conscientious officials. Yoshitaka's solution demonstrated the creative interpretation sometimes employed within rigid systems. He documented the sake production, but classified it as a medicinal preparation, rather than an alcoholic beverage, a technical distinction that placed it under different regulatory frameworks. He then established a nominal licensing fee that legitimized the practice while generating token revenue for the domain. "You've neither violated the Lord's law nor condemned these people," commented his assistant, impressed by the elegant compromise. But such solutions make powerful enemies when they circumvent expected revenue. Indeed, upon returning to Kanazawa in early spring, Yoshitaka found his position further undermined. The documentation of his approach had been presented to senior officials as evidence of leniency incompatible with proper governance. Without formal accusation, which would require specific evidence of wrongdoing, he was instead reassigned to the castle's armoury, a position that effectively removed him from administrative influence. The armoury assignment revealed another dimension of samurai life often overlooked in dramatic accounts: the incredible tedium that characterised much of their daily existence. Yoshitaka's duties now involved inventory management of weapons largely unused for generations, maintaining meticulous records of items that would likely never leave storage. "We prepare for battles that will never come," noted the elderly samurai who supervised the armoury. "Yet neglecting readiness would violate our fundamental purpose. This is our peculiar burden." This observation captured essential paradoxes of Edo period samurai identity. Their theoretical function as warriors remained central to their social position and self-conception, yet practical circumstances rarely called for martial application. The psychological toll of this disconnect, maintaining combat readiness for conflicts that peaceful governance actively sought to prevent, created a unique form of existential strain. The position also placed Yoshitaka near lower-ranking samurai and foot soldiers whose economic circumstances were even more precarious than his own. These ashigaru might have had samurai status, but lived in conditions barely distinguishable from peasants, with stipends insufficient for basic necessities. "My grandfather fought at Sekigahara with distinction," confided one such soldier during inventory work. "3 generations later, my children go hungry while I count spears and polish armour that will never see combat." Summer brought further personal challenges when Masako finally conceived again after several years of marriage. The joy was tempered by anxiety, as samurai wives faced significant pressure to produce male heirs. Medical care remained primitive, with high maternal and infant mortality rates even among privileged classes. Yoshitaka's circumstances changed dramatically in the autumn of 1647. His son Takahiro was born healthy, an event that stabilized his family position despite his political marginalization. Lineage continuation represented a fundamental obligation fulfilled, with private family records showing increased ceremonial expenditures celebrating the birth despite their financial constraints. a name connection to our 7th-generation ancestor, Yoshitaka's mother noted approvingly when the naming ceremony was planned. This maintains proper respect while acknowledging our current circumstances. The birth coincided with a major political shift in the domain. Lord Maeda died after a prolonged illness, and his son assumed leadership amid factional manoeuvring. Such transitions typically resulted in administrative restructuring, creating opportunities and dangers for officials throughout the hierarchy. What happened next illustrated the opaque mechanics of samurai advancement that formal histories often sanitized. Hayashi Nobuyuki, who had previously marginalized Yoshitaka, found himself overextended in factional politics. Having allied too openly with a losing faction, Hayashi faced potential disgrace but retained enough influence to require careful handling rather than outright dismissal. "You will be reinstated to administrative service," the castle magistrate informed Yoshitaka, without explanation. The Northern District requires immediate attention following irregularities in tax collection. Only later did Yoshitaka learn the full context. He had been selected specifically because of his previous conflict with Hayashi. His assignment involved investigating administrative regions previously under Hayashi's patronage, with the unstated expectation that he would document improprieties that could justify further action against the declining official. This placed Yoshitaka in a common samurai dilemma. Advancement opportunities frequently arose through morally ambiguous circumstances. Conducting a genuine investigation would likely uncover actual misconduct, yet the motivation behind his appointment was political revenge rather than administrative integrity. "Proceed with methodical correctness," advised his father-in-law, now recovered and cautiously supportive. "Document what exists without excessive enthusiasm or reluctance. The facts will serve their purpose without your emotional involvement." The Northern District inspection revealed systematic abuses. Village headmen had been pressured to report higher crop yields than actually harvested, creating tax obligations that forced communities into debt with domain-connected moneylenders. The scheme generated substantial revenue for its organisers while technically maintaining official tax rates. Yoshitaka's written report presented these findings with deliberate neutrality, documenting patterns without speculating on authorization or beneficiaries. This approach, comprehensive in detail but restrained in conclusion, exemplified the careful documentation techniques samurai officials developed to navigate politically hazardous assignments. The report's consequences illustrated the often indirect nature of samurai power struggles. No direct accusations were made against Hayashi, but 3 of his principal associates were reassigned to remote outposts. Hayashi himself received a health retirement that maintained his stipend and status, while removing him from influence, a face-saving arrangement typical of how samurai governance managed problematic officials too prominent for public disgrace. Yoshitaka's handling of the investigation earned qualified approval from the new administration. By early 1648, he had been appointed to a mid-level position in the castle's revenue office, restored to administrative significance but placed where his activities could be easily monitored. This period coincided with domain-wide economic reforms that revealed broader structural challenges facing the samurai class. Increased agricultural productivity had paradoxically reduced rice prices, decreasing the real value of fixed rice stipends. Simultaneously, the importation of luxury goods through Nagasaki increased living expenses for status-conscious samurai households. "We face the contradiction of our position," observed a senior treasury official during a private discussion. "We require merchant wealth to finance domain operations, yet consider commercial activity beneath our dignity. We cannot sustain this separation indefinitely." Some domains had begun allowing samurai to engage in limited side occupations, papermaking, umbrella construction, or scholarly tutoring that preserved dignity while supplementing income. Kaga remained conservative in this regard, maintaining strict class separation that exacerbated financial pressures on middle and lower-ranking samurai. Yoshitaka's family adapted through careful economies that historical accounts rarely emphasized. Masako personally prepared simple meals rather than employing additional servants. Traditional gift exchanges were fulfilled with elegant but inexpensive items that prioritized tasteful presentation over intrinsic value. Family heirlooms were strategically pawned during financial emergencies, then redeemed when stipend payments arrived. "The true skill of a samurai wife is invisible accounting," Masako explained to a new daughter-in-law joining a neighbouring household. "Maintaining appearance with minimal resources is our battlefield." Summer brought a crisis that tested Yoshitaka's understanding of Bushido principles. His younger brother Ichiro, who had taken a position with a different branch of the Maeda clan, became implicated in a gambling scandal. While technically legal in certain licensed venues, gambling represented a serious breach of samurai dignity, particularly when it led to debt or association with questionable characters. The family ramifications were potentially severe. Samurai households were considered collectively responsible for members' behaviour, and disgrace could affect advancement prospects for multiple generations. Historical records show numerous cases where entire branches of samurai families were downgraded in status due to individual misconduct. He claims innocence but admits presence at the gambling house, Yoshitaka's mother reported, after meeting privately with Ichiro. The establishment is known to serve both samurai and wealthy merchants. Another complication. Investigating discreetly, Yoshitaka discovered a more complex situation. Ichiro had indeed visited the establishment, but primarily to monitor the activities of a senior official suspected of sharing sensitive domain information with merchant financiers. The gambling participation had been a cover for this unauthorized surveillance. "I sought to protect our lord's interests," Ichiro insisted during a tense private meeting. "If the information flow is confirmed, it constitutes a serious breach of loyalty deserving official attention." The dilemma exemplified the competing obligations that created moral complexity in samurai life. Family loyalty demanded protecting Ichiro from disgrace. Domain loyalty requires reporting potential treasonous information sharing. Personal integrity necessitated honest assessment of Ichiro's actual involvement. No single principle provided clear guidance. Yoshitaka's family adapted through careful economies that historical accounts rarely emphasized. Masako personally prepared simple meals rather than employing additional servants. Traditional gift exchanges were fulfilled with elegant but inexpensive items that prioritized tasteful presentation over intrinsic value. Family heirlooms were strategically pawned during financial emergencies, then redeemed when stipend payments arrived. "The true skill of a samurai wife is invisible accounting," Masako explained to a new daughter-in-law joining a neighbouring household. "Maintaining appearance with minimal resources is our battlefield." Summer brought a crisis that tested Yoshitaka's understanding of Bushido principles. His younger brother Ichiro, who had taken a position with a different branch of the Maeda clan, became implicated in a gambling scandal. While technically legal in certain licensed venues, gambling represented a serious breach of samurai dignity, particularly when it led to debt or association with questionable characters. The family ramifications were potentially severe. Samurai households were considered collectively responsible for members' behaviour, and disgrace could affect advancement prospects for multiple generations. Historical records show numerous cases where entire branches of samurai families were downgraded in status due to individual misconduct. He claims innocence but admits presence at the gambling house, Yoshitaka's mother reported, after meeting privately with Ichiro. The establishment is known to serve both samurai and wealthy merchants. Another complication. Investigating discreetly, Yoshitaka discovered a more complex situation. Ichiro had indeed visited the establishment, but primarily to monitor the activities of a senior official suspected of sharing sensitive domain information with merchant financiers. The gambling participation had been a cover for this unauthorized surveillance. "I sought to protect our lord's interests," Ichiro insisted during a tense private meeting. "If the information flow is confirmed, it constitutes a serious breach of loyalty deserving official attention." The dilemma exemplified the competing obligations that created moral complexity in samurai life. Family loyalty demanded protecting Ichiro from disgrace. Domain loyalty requires reporting potential treasonous information sharing. Personal integrity necessitated honest assessment of Ichiro's actual involvement. No single principle provided clear guidance. This approach, absorbing institutional failure personally while addressing the specific problem discreetly, exemplified the practical compromises that characterized effective samurai administration. Historical accounts often emphasize the dramatic examples of officials committing seppuku over matters of principle, but daily governance more frequently involved these nuanced ethical calculations. The consequences were significant but measured. Yoshitaka received a formal reprimand and temporary stipend reduction, a substantial financial hardship but not a career-ending disgrace. The guilty official was reassigned to a remote post without explicit accusation, a face-saving arrangement that preserved family honour while removing him from treasury access. "You've gained and lost in equal measure," observed Ota. Your reputation for solving problems without creating unnecessary disruption grows, while your reputation for strict protocol enforcement diminishes. Both have value in different circumstances. By spring of 1650, the immediate crisis had passed, but the experience had deepened Yoshitaka's understanding of samurai duty beyond simplified moral frameworks. The Bushido principles taught to children presented straightforward virtues: loyalty, integrity, courage, and benevolence. Yet practical application required constant balancing of competing obligations and recognition of systemic limitations. This period coincided with a personal milestone that further illuminated the complex social expectations governing samurai existence. Yoshitaka's mother passed away following a brief illness, triggering elaborate mourning protocols that strained family resources despite their emotionally necessary function. The funeral and memorial observances must reflect her station and lineage, insisted elderly relatives, regardless of current financial circumstances. The death rituals revealed another dimension of samurai hardship, the requirement to maintain ceremonial propriety even during periods of genuine grief. Yoshitaka organized the appropriate Buddhist ceremonies and maintained ritualized mourning behaviors while continuing his administrative duties without interruption. Public displays of emotional distress would have violated class expectations of stoicism. By summer, a significant political reorganization created unexpected opportunity. The new daimyo had observed administrative inefficiencies and ordered restructuring of several key departments. Yoshitaka's reputation for effectively managing complex situations led to his appointment overseeing agricultural development for the northwestern region. A substantial promotion that reflected the sometimes counterintuitive advancement patterns in samurai bureaucracy. Those who navigate difficulty intelligently become valuable during uncertainty, explained Ota when delivering news of the appointment. Your recent challenges demonstrated pragmatic judgment. This quality has been noted. The new position returned Yoshitaka to rural administration, but with greater authority and a specific mandate to increase agricultural productivity through infrastructure improvement. This assignment reflected the evolving nature of samurai governance during the mid-Edo period, when technical knowledge and development expertise increasingly complemented traditional administrative roles. Travelling through the region with agricultural specialists, Yoshitaka encountered both the harsh realities of rural poverty and surprising innovations developed by farming communities. Traditional historical accounts often portrayed peasants as simple and unchanging, but Yoshitaka discovered sophisticated water management techniques and crop rotation strategies developed through generations of practical experimentation. Our grandfathers discovered that alternating these fields between rice and soybeans increases yields for both, explained an elderly farmer pointing to carefully maintained paddies. The land tells us what it needs if we observe carefully. Incorporating this local knowledge into domain development plans represented a progressive approach that balanced traditional hierarchical authority with practical effectiveness. Yoshitaka's reports emphasized collaboration with village leadership rather than imposed directives, a methodology that generated resistance from tradition-bound officials but support from the daimyo's progressive advisors. Autumn brought the construction of 3 new irrigation channels that dramatically improved water distribution to previously marginal farmland. The project's success established Yoshitaka's reputation as an effective administrator capable of achieving measurable results, secure enough in his authority to incorporate commoner knowledge without compromising samurai dignity. This period also brought resolution to the long-simmering issue with his brother Ichiro. The senior official Ichiro had been monitoring was eventually discovered selling information to merchant interests. Rather than pursue personal recognition, Ichiro arranged for his information to reach appropriate authorities through indirect channels, protecting both family reputation and his position. The essence of effective service sometimes requires remaining unseen, Ichiro explained during a rare private conversation between the brothers. Our names matter less than the domain's stability and prosperity. This philosophy, prioritizing effective outcome over the personal recognition, represented a mature understanding of samurai service that transcended simplistic notions of glory or individual honor. The brothers had arrived at similar conclusions through different paths, finding meaning in contributing to societal function rather than personal advancement. As winter approached in 1650, Yoshitaka reflected on his journey during a rare moment of leisure, watching his son practice calligraphy with increasingly confident brushstrokes. the harsh realities of samurai existence. Financial precariousness, political vulnerability, emotional constraint and administrative complexity remained ever present. Yet within these constraints, he had found purpose in navigating complexity with integrity and contributing to genuine improvement within an imperfect system. "The way of the samurai is found in death," stated the famous opening line of Hagakure, the influential samurai text that would be written decades later. Yet Yoshitaka's experience suggested a more nuanced truth, that the essence of samurai identity lay not in dramatic moments of sacrifice, but in the sustained discipline of balancing competing obligations, maintaining dignity amid limitation, and finding meaning in service that transcended personal circumstance. The plum trees in the garden had survived another year, their gnarled branches preparing for spring blossoms that Yoshitaka might or might not witness. Like countless samurai before and after him, he had found his path not in battlefield glory, but in the quieter courage of everyday duty, the unvarnished reality behind the romantic myths that would eventually surround his vanishing class. We will never know the horizon of what his life continued to be, but it was already a harsh timeline. The harsh life of Japanese samurai was built not on glory but on discipline, duty and inner conflict. Tonight's story traced the quiet struggles behind the armour, where honour was everything and emotion had no place to hide. We walked through the stillness of temples, the tension of duels, and the silence of sacrifice, revealing us a world where the sword was a burden as much as a symbol. If your thoughts are still wide awake, don't worry. More stories are lined up to guide you gently towards sleep. I take real joy in helping you find stillness through the past. You deserve rest after the battles of your day. Now I'll sit by my fire as usual, as it's my comfort zone, sip tea, and let the weight of the katana fade into the calm. Sweet dreams, my friends, and as always, sweet dreams and good night. Oda Nobunaga arrived in 1534 in the unmetalled province of Owari, amid a period in Japan now remembered for endless conflicts and rapidly shifting feudal allegiances. His father, Oda Nobuhide, was a minor warlord grappling with clan infighting, local skirmishes, and the perpetual risk of larger armies from neighbouring provinces. There was no guarantee that the infant Nobunaga would transform the realm. Families fought, alliances crumbled, and new leaders emerged overnight. Yet, from the vantage of time, it's clear he planted seeds that would remake Japan. Early records describe a young Nobunaga as unruly. He spurned formalities, wearing outlandish clothes, arriving late to solemn ceremonies, and generally annoying clan elders. They labelled him foolhardy or even an embarrassment to the Oda name. But behind that facade of flamboyance lurked a creative mind hungry for novelty. He tinkered with foreign trinkets, asked probing questions about strategy, and displayed a knack for analysing rival movements. Teachers who tried to tame him rarely succeeded, yet they noticed flashes of brilliance, like the time he walked the perimeter of his father's castle, pointing out weaknesses in gate design that grown samurai overlooked. His father's death in 1551 thrust this untested youth into sudden prominence. Instantly, the Oda clan fractured, uncles, half-brothers, and distant cousins jostled for the top seat. Conventional wisdom suggested that the audacious fool of Owari had little chance. But in the swirl of that crisis, Nobunaga made decisive moves. He broke apart short-term pacts with key retainers, promised them new lands, then swiftly dismantled the claims of older relatives who underestimated him. Some he exiled, and some he subdued militarily. Within 2 years, he asserted control over most of Owari. Observers realised he was no clown. He simply despised the old ceremonial style and did things his own way. Rumour has it that around this time, a travelling merchant introduced him to arquebuses, matchlock guns from the west. Most samurai saw these firearms as crude and unworthy, overshadowed by the elegance of swords and spears. Nobunaga, though, recognised their potential. He quietly stockpiled them, ordering gunsmiths to replicate or adapt them. He tested them in private drills, training foot soldiers to fire in disciplined volleys. The practice was a departure from the Sengoku norm, which romanticised heroic duels. He aimed to harness the synergy of the ranks, prioritising technology over individual bravado. Such a notion didn't spread widely yet, but the seeds were planted for a new kind of warfare. The first major test of his cunning came in 1560, when Imagawa Yoshimoto, one of the era's most formidable warlords, led a giant army through Owari en route to the capital. The conventional approach would have been for smaller clans to hide in fortified castles or attempt half-hearted skirmishes, but Nobunaga went bold. He famously prayed at a local shrine, offered sake to his men, and then launched a surprise attack at Okihazama. The result was astonishing. Yoshimoto's vast force, lulled into overconfidence, collapsed under Nobunaga's ambush. Yoshimoto himself was killed in the confusion. This victory stunned the Japanese archipelago. A lesser clan from Owari, under a brash young lord, had toppled one of the biggest threats in a single day. After Okihazama, smaller local warlords rushed to align with the Oda clan, or at least sign neutrality pacts. Nobunaga's prestige soared, yet he did not rest. He began forging deeper connections with merchants in nearby free cities, establishing an economic backbone. He sought alliances with key figures in Mino and Omi provinces, using marriages and mutual defence pacts. At the same time, he displayed unpredictability, punishing uncooperative lords harshly, sacking their castles, and installing loyal retainer families in the void. Amid these expansions, he showed an unusual attitude towards status. Traditional samurai lineage mattered less to him than competence. If a farmer's son displayed skill, Nobunaga might elevate him to command squads or handle taxes. The situation unsettled older aristocrats who viewed inheritance as the bedrock of power. Nobunaga cared little for their complaints, arguing that victory and stability were more important than outmoded hierarchies. This approach gained him fierce loyalty from those who recognized that talent was rewarded, but it also sowed resentment among the old guard, who saw him as an iconoclast. By the late 1560s, Oda Nobunaga had outgrown the label fool. He was forging a reputation as a radical risk-taker, combining intimidation, strategic alliances, and unconventional warfare. In council, he might appear dressed simply, focusing on substance instead of pomp. Observers recall that. In private, he studied maps meticulously, pondering how to break the web of petty wars that kept Japan fractured. No one yet imagined the scale of his ambition, that he'd attempt to unify the entire land. But the signs were there in every bold decision, every new alliance, and every shattered old tradition. He was on the brink of a far more sweeping campaign. As his influence grew in Owari, Oda Nobunaga directed his attention towards the neighbouring Mino. This domain was under the Saito clan, known for cunning leadership and strong castle defences, especially the imposing Inabayama castle perched on a steep hill. Local warlords murmured that Mino was a fortress-laden region, not easily subjugated, but Nobunaga believed that if he could seize Mino, he would secure a critical foothold on the route to Kyoto. Diplomatically, he first tried forging a connection. He arranged for his foster daughter to marry the Saito heir. The hope was to pave a smoother path. Yet the Saito patriarch, Saito Dosan, died in a familial conflict, leaving the clan leadership in flux. The new Saito head refused to yield. Nobunaga changed his strategy. He recruited refugees from Mino who hated the new Saito leadership. He gleaned intel about secret mountain paths and alternative supply routes. He also hammered away at Saito's border fortifications with relentless minor assaults, wearing them down. Around this period, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, an unassuming foot soldier with a knack for persuasion, captured Nobunaga's attention. Hideyoshi brokered local alliances and bribed Saito underlings to sabotage defences from within. The infiltration was so effective that by 1567, Saito's lines crumbled under a well-coordinated strike. Inabayama Castle fell, and Nobunaga promptly renamed the fortress Gifu, symbolising a fresh chapter. Gifu Castle thus became his new base, overshadowing Owari's older seat. Local legend says he pinned a banner reading Tenka Fubu, roughly meaning all the realm under one sword, an audacious motto that showcased his aspiration to unify Japan. Having secured Mino, he cast his gaze on Kyoto. The imperial capital had lost much of its luster, battered by decades of feuding warlords. The Ashikaga shogunate, nominally ruling Japan, was overshadowed by local powers. A figure named Ashikaga Yoshiaki approached Nobunaga, pleading for rescue from rival warlords. Sensing opportunity, Nobunaga marched on Kyoto in 1568. The city's confusion allowed him to install Yoshiaki as shogun, though it was an arrangement reminiscent of a puppet regime. Nobunaga intended to influence national politics covertly, utilizing Yoshiaki as a symbolic leader. Kyoto's populace reacted with mixed emotions. Some welcomed an end to chaos, others feared a new tyrant. Nobunaga tried to reassure them by rebuilding shoguns and temples wrecked by earlier conflicts. He minted coinage, financed local markets, and even politely introduced fresh laws to curb violence in the capital's districts. Yet these gestures of benevolence coexisted with his iron-fisted approach to dissent. For instance, lingering warlord forces who refused to submit found themselves crushed. Among them was the rebellious Miyoshi clan. The city subdued its rebellious corners over a matter of months. Nevertheless, friction arose with the shogun Ashikaga Yoshiaki, who bristled at being overshadowed. Yoshiaki quietly tried building alliances among traditional clans, fueling an anti-Oda coalition that included powerful barons like Asakura and Azai. The standoff that followed tested Nobunaga's skill at multi-front campaigns. Ironically, his brother-in-law Azai Nagamasa, husband to Nobunaga's sister Oichi, led the Azai clan. The personal heartbreak of waging war against his kin weighed heavily, yet Nobunaga pressed on. He arranged for alliances with Tokugawa Ieyasu, who secured the east, allowing the Oda main force to handle the Azai-Asakura threat. The battles near Anagawa in 1570 proved intense, with Oda and Tokugawa armies eventually prevailing after vicious hand-to-hand fighting. This victory, though overshadowed in popular lore by larger events, signalled that family ties would not deter Nobunaga from his greater mission. Around this juncture, Nobunaga displayed his approach to religious factions more starkly. The warrior monks of Mount Hiei near Kyoto allied with the Azai-Asakura coalition. Nobunaga demanded their submission. They refused. In 1571, he unleashed a brutal assault. The entire complex at Enryakuji was put to flame, and thousands of monks, novices, and civilians perished. It was an act so grim it even shocked some of Nobunaga's staunch allies. But he justified it, claiming that the militant monks had threatened the capital's order for too long. For him, no sacred label could shield an armed group from the unstoppable cause of unification. If an institution meddled militarily, it had to be crushed, no matter its spiritual veneer. Though these actions consolidated his grip, they fueled a reputation for ruthlessness. People whispered that he had become a demon lord. Yet ironically, he also cultivated appreciation for the arts. He introduced modern styles of castle architecture, invited Portuguese artisans to demonstrate new building techniques, and toyed with the newly introduced trend of tea ceremony. This contradictory mix, extreme brutality on the battlefield paired with refined cultural pursuits, confused many, but it formed the heart of Nobunaga's method, forging a new Japan by blending modern innovation with unstoppable force. By 1573, the puppet shogun Yoshiaki, now thoroughly at odds with Nobunaga, was exiled. The Ashikaga shogunate officially collapsed. From that point forward, the question wasn't whether the old order was gone, it was whether Nobunaga could fill the vacuum before other warlords struck. The next moves he made would define the entire future of the archipelago. The year 1573 unleashed a new dynamic in central Japan. The centuries-old Ashikaga shogunate stood dissolved, leaving a power vacuum that Oda Nobunaga sought to fill. Although he did not assume the shogun title, some suspect he viewed it as too entangled with archaic baggage, he effectively governed from Kyoto as the central warlord. Nobunaga's subordinates, notably Hashiba Hideyoshi, later Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, took on crucial roles in expanding the Oda domain and stabilizing conquered territories. Nonetheless, pockets of fierce resistance remained, including the might of the Takeda clan in eastern provinces. One would not expect that a man ascending so rapidly would find time for culture, yet Nobunaga's passion for spectacle grew. Reports mention grand banquets in Kyoto with exotic dishes, Portuguese wine, and comedic theatre performed at night by torchlight. He sponsored the No drama, though in a personal style that adapted scripts to laud new heroes. Some older aristocrats frowned. No, they believed, was the hallmark of an older, refined tradition. But to Nobunaga, tradition was a tool, not a chain. He saw in artistic displays an opportunity to unify the fractious elites by enticing them with entertainment and proving that his rule overshadowed any prior pageantry. Still, war overshadowed these amusements. The formidable Takeda Shingen died in 1573. leaving Takeda Katsuyori in charge. Though less accomplished than his father, Katsuyori was no pushover. In 1575 he led a formidable cavalry force into Mikawa, clashing with Nobunaga's allied armies. The event set the stage for the pivotal Battle of Nagashino. Typically, a cavalry swarm overcame infantry, but Nobunaga's novel approach, extensive palisades, rotating lines of arquebusiers, shattered the myth of unstoppable horse charges. The musket volleys decimated the Takeda ranks. Eyewitnesses described how, for the first time, massed firearms overcame famed cavalry charges in open terrain. This watershed moment reaffirmed Nobunaga's reputation as a modernising general, who embraced firearms wholeheartedly. Following Nagashino, the Takeda clan's prestige plummeted, enabling Nobunaga to extend deeper into eastern domains. Meanwhile, in the capital, he grew more direct in quelling any recalcitrant aristocrats or religious sects. He was rumoured to have humiliated certain courtiers who showed insufficient obedience. Indeed, a swirl of new rumours painted him as borderline sacrilegious, ignoring the established kami worship in shrines or publicly mocking certain shrine rituals as superstitious. This spurred the rumour of him being the demon warlord, culminating in some devout warriors forming tiny conspiracies to rid the land of this impious figure. One overlooked dimension was his approach to commerce. Beyond the free markets in castle towns, Nobunaga established way stations and lodging posts along major highways. He suppressed local toll collectors who bled travellers. This policy triggered an economic upswing. Caravans from the Seto Inland Sea carried salt, textiles and foreign goods with fewer bribes to pay. The Oda domain thus built a stable fiscal backbone, fueling further expansions and enabling him to grant rewards to loyal vassals without bankrupting the treasury. Such a commercial-savvy warlord was a novelty in a period when martial glory overshadowed the humbler business of economics. Nobunaga also interacted with a figure rarely acknowledged in mainstream accounts, Yasuke, often regarded as the first African samurai. A tall man from Portuguese or Italian missions, Yasuke arrived in Japan under uncertain circumstances. Impressed by his physique and exotic background, Nobunaga took an interest, eventually welcoming him into service. Letters from Jesuit sources hint that Nobunaga found Yasuke's presence refreshing, a symbol of how broad the world truly was. Some accounts mention that Yasuke was entrusted with certain guard duties. While the authenticity of that arrangement has faced debate, it underscores how Nobunaga's curiosity extended even to foreigners of unusual origin, bridging cultural gaps at a time when xenophobia was rampant. By the end of the 1570s, unstoppable momentum seemed to define Nobunaga's progress. The hallmark fortress of Azuchi, built near Lake Biwa, exemplified his vision, part stronghold, part palatial residence, with decorative murals and advanced architectural engineering. Visitors wrote that climbing each floor revealed new painted illusions and hidden defensive features, an embodiment of both aesthetic flair and martial cunning. He invited travelling missionaries, artisans, and even some rival lords to see Azuchi's majesty, proclaiming that his building was the model of the future. In truth, the structure was also a statement. Oda rule soared above the old petty provincialism. A new day demanded new monuments. Yet ambition stirs resentments. Many older clans, forced into submission, quietly sought a chance to break free. The extent of Nobunaga's reforms threatened the old feudal compacts. Even within his retinue, some felt overshadowed by Hideyoshi's ascendancy, or frustrated by Nobunaga's ruthless single-mindedness. Betrayal, though rarely signalled openly, bubbled beneath the surface. The old adage that a fortress can withstand foreign assault but not always internal treachery would soon prove hauntingly apt. Although the warlord pressed onward, planning fresh campaigns, events at the cusp of the 1580s would reveal the fatal cost of ignoring that silent discontent. In spring 1580, Oda Nobunaga appeared invincible. The formidable Iko-Iki strongholds were mostly crushed. The Takeda clan was in shambles, and the capital recognized him as the de facto power. Yet a cluster of uneasy alliances still dotted the map, including some warlords who pretended loyalty while resenting Oda dominance. Nobunaga, though rarely timid, seemed almost relaxed that year, hosting lavish celebrations at Azuchi, and paying only mild heed to rumours of minor revolts in distant provinces. The unstoppable wave of conquest had lulled him into believing only a formidable outside foe could challenge him. Among his retainers, Akechi Mitsuhide quietly navigated the new order. Mitsuhide had served Nobunaga loyally, yet their relationship was never warm. Nobunaga's leadership style often involved public dressing downs of subordinates who failed or displeased him. Some claimed Mitsuhide endured multiple humiliations, once when an Oda supply line fiasco cost Mitsuhide's mother her life at the hands of brigands. Nobunaga supposedly dismissed it callously. Another time, a minor mishap at a feast led Nobunaga to fling a teacup in anger, scalding a Mitsuhide. Whether these spats festered into hatred remains uncertain, but it's clear Mitsuhide felt overshadowed. In the swirl of Oda's triumphant expansions, many believed Mitsuhide was too measured or timid to lash out. They were mistaken. Parallel to these tensions, Nobunaga decided to press further west, sending Hideyoshi to subdue the Mori clan. That campaign demanded reinforcement. Nobunaga prepared to dispatch extra troops. He halted in Kyoto at Honnoji Temple, intending a brief rest en route to greet Hideyoshi's forces. The temple, though not heavily fortified, was considered safe enough given the capital's calm. Nobunaga was travelling lightly with only a small guard. Most of his main army had been deployed to support different operations. Some close advisors questioned this vulnerability, but Nobunaga brushed aside their concerns, certain no serious threat lurked. Then came that fateful dawn of June 21st, 1582. Akechi Mitsuhide, commanding a detachment under the pretext of reinforcing Hideyoshi, turned his force abruptly toward Honnoji. Storming in, they caught the Oda guards unawares. The temple's interior lit with flames as Mitsuhide's men torched wooden halls. Nobunaga fought back with sword in hand, but the odds were overwhelming. Realizing escape was impossible, he retreated deeper into the complex. Sources differ on the details, but they converge on the notion that he took his life, either by seppuku or ensuring no capture, rather than fall into Mitsuhide's hands. The blazing temple sealed the scene, forging an indelible final image, Japan's mightiest unifier consumed by betrayal and fire, undone not by an external rival but by a subordinate he underestimated. Mitsuhide, proclaiming "the realm is ours," tried to consolidate. But public shock overshadowed any acceptance of his coup. Hideyoshi, on hearing the news, swiftly made peace with the Mori to rush back. In a short campaign culminating in the Battle of Yamazaki, Hideyoshi avenged Nobunaga, defeating Mitsuhide less than 2 weeks after Honnoji. Mitsuhide, attempting to flee, was slain by bandits or vengeful peasants, an ironic end that left no stable regime in his wake. The echoes of that betrayal lingered. For centuries, Mitsuhide's treachery became a byword for disloyalty and sudden reversal of fortune. Nobunaga's demise fractured the Oda clan, but the impetus for unification persisted. Hideyoshi emerged as the next major figure, eventually subjugating much of Japan and styling himself as the unifier. Tokugawa Ieyasu, more patient, would outlast them all and set up the Tokugawa shogunate. In each subsequent stage, the ghost of Nobunaga's ambition hovered. Hideyoshi and Ieyasu both acknowledged that their expansions leaned on the foundation Nobunaga laid, the harnessing of firearms, the impetus for centralized domain, and the notion that old feudal autonomy should yield to a singular authority. In many ways, the abrupt end at Honnoji shaped Nobunaga's legacy as a fiery comet, unpredictable, transformative, but short-lived. Historians puzzle over what might have been had he survived. Would he have forged a stable monarchy, or introduced a new bureaucratic structure? Might his tolerance of foreign presence have expanded Japan's global connections earlier? Or could he have become a dreaded autocrat, stifling dissent so thoroughly as to hamper future evolution? The abruptness of his death leaves a swirl of speculation. The site of Honnoji itself stands in Kyoto, though much rebuilt after the conflagration. Tourists pass by a modest memorial, often overshadowed by more famous temples. Yet, for students of Japan's Sengoku era, that place resonates as a symbolic crossroads, the unstoppable warlord ended by his retainer, pivoting the entire arc of national unification. The charred remains from that day are long gone, but glimpses remain in curated relics, diaries, and a handful of swords believed to have belonged to Nobunaga's retinue. Each artifact underscores the transience of power. One moment, a near-omnipotent figure rewriting the land's destiny. The next, a victim of fate and betrayal. Thus, the final chapter of Nobunaga's life stands not as a diminishment but as a crescendo. In falling, he cemented the impetus that others carried forth. Hideyoshi, Ieyasu, and the entire notion of an eventually unified Japan under a single rule trace back to Nobunaga's unstoppable wave. He forced the country to see the old code, where archaic chivalry overshadowed modernization, was no longer viable. In that sense, though he vanished in flames, the brand of revolution he championed burned onward, fueling the next generation's quest to reorder the nation under a single banner. Post-Honnoji, the manner in which Oda Nobunaga's memory evolved, offers a profound insight into how Japan processes historical figures. In the immediate aftermath, many warlords excised him from official genealogies. He had, after all, the dismantled centuries of tradition. However, within a decade, references re-emerged describing him as the initial impetus that any warlord seeking unification must emulate. Some local chroniclers wrote tributes praising the demon's clarity, a phrase that captured the paradox: demon in cruelty, clarity in vision. Tokugawa Ieyasu, after establishing the Tokugawa shogunate in 1603, quietly ensured that official records didn't overshadow the Tokugawa ascension narrative with too much Oda idolization. Yet, Ieyasu personally revered Nobunaga's decisive approach. Private diaries mention how the new shogun studied old battlefield notes from Okehazama and Nagashino, gleaning insights for the potential crises. Ironically, the official narrative downplayed Oda's significance to bolster Tokugawa legitimacy, but in private, the recollection of Oda's daring strategies continued to provide valuable insights. Meanwhile, rural legends cropped up, casting Nobunaga as a restless spirit. Farmers told tales of hearing phantom hoofbeats on the stormy nights, said to be his ghost reenacting night raids. In some folk songs, Nobunaga's thunder referred to unexpected storms damaging unharvested fields, an ominous sign of unstoppable force. Such tales embedded him into the realm of folk superstition. People across provinces, especially in regions once scorched by his campaigns, found echoes of both awe and dread in these stories. By the Edo period, woodblock prints portrayed him with stylized armour, scowling or triumphant in mid-battle. A few dramatizations in kabuki theatre, though typically focusing on Hideyoshi, occasionally included cameo references to Nobunaga as an unyielding presence overshadowing the stage. The censors of the Tokugawa regime usually avoided depicting him too favourably, fearful of stirring rebellious sentiments that might champion a Nobunaga-style revolt. Despite these constraints, underground manuscripts circulated that teased out his modern aspects, like his willingness to incorporate foreigners or push advanced weapons. Samurai who read them in private might feel emboldened by the notion of discarding stale tradition in favour of pragmatic modernity. The Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century revived interest. As Japan opened to the world, some intellectuals lauded Nobunaga's progressive stance on trade and technology, claiming he was the first modern Japanese. Western scholars who visited found in Nobunaga a figure reminiscent of Europe's absolute monarchs, a man who overcame medieval fragmentation. They wrote comparative essays, labelling him a Japanese Caesar or Napoleon in samurai forward de forme. Although these analogies were simplistic, they further cemented his global mystique. Museums started collecting items rumoured to be from his domain, arquebuses and partial suits of lacquered armour. Each artefact conveyed a fragment of his endeavours to propel Japan forward centuries in a single generation. In the 20th century, as war raged globally, some Japanese militarists admired Nobunaga's unstoppable aggression. They saw him as a model for unyielding expansion. Post-war, that sentiment cooled, replaced by a more nuanced academic approach. The emphasis shifted toward analysing his socio-economic policies, like standardising measure systems or encouraging open trade in castle towns. Contemporary historians highlight how those policies laid seeds for an eventual stable economy under the Tokugawa, even if that regime ironically closed off certain foreign influences. Another wave of scholarship focuses on the cultural interplay, the synergy of Christian missionaries and the partial acceptance of their ideas that might have blossomed further had Nobunaga endured. In popular culture of the late 20th and early 21st centuries, a deluge of creative retellings reimagined him. Video games featuring Sengoku battles depict him as a fearsome overlord with unstoppable power-ups and specialised gun squads. Manga and anime often play with the Demon King label. recasting him in time-slip scenarios or comedic subplots. Dramas vary, from an honourable anti-hero forging unity to a borderline sadistic tyrant. This breadth of interpretations testifies to his complexity. Even in a comedic cameo, the essence of unstoppable change remains. He's recognised as the impetus behind Japan's transition from fractious medieval to the cusp of early modern. Hence, the modern lens sifts through centuries of contradiction. Was he monstrous in cruelty, or heroic in forging a stable path? Did he embrace foreign ideas out of genuine openness or purely for advantage? Did he harbour a future blueprint for a stable monarchy? Or was he improvising day by day, exploiting each short-term opportunity? The records suggest all these angles might hold truth. He was multifaceted, a man unshackled by tradition, ready to harness any advantage, unstoppable until undone by betrayal. In that sense, Oda Nobunaga's name remains a prism. Turn it one way, you see a progressive champion of modernization, tilt it another, a fearsome reaper of old shrines and foes. Japan's memory and the world's fascination revolve around these shifting lights. Among lesser-known facets of Nobunaga's story is his personal retinue of varied advisors, some from backgrounds not typically admitted to samurai council. He believed that rank was earned by merit, an unusual stance for the time. For instance, he once appointed a skilled blacksmith to direct certain siege engine creations. That was heresy in the eyes of traditional samurai, a blacksmith leading warriors. Nobunaga brushed off the critics, pointing to results. The blacksmith's technical cunning helped forge innovative catapults that battered a walled fortress into submission. This anecdote, though overshadowed in mainstream accounts, exemplifies his break from hierarchical norms. Another overlooked detail lies in the realm of intelligence gathering. Nobunaga, according to scattered diaries, established a nascent espionage network in Kyoto and merchant towns. He recognised that raw might alone wouldn't keep him ahead. Through discreet watchers, some disguised as travelling entertainers, some as pilgrims, he gleaned updates on rival lords' alliances, or fractious Buddhist sects plotting in secret. This network of information helped prevent revolts and enabled him to intercept clan collusion. While espionage existed in prior eras, Nobunaga systematised it more thoroughly, reflecting a willingness to adopt whatever gave him an edge. One puzzling dimension was his attitude to the imperial court. Typically, warlords either revered the emperor as a symbolic pivot or ignored him. Nobunaga courted the court's favour in a measured way, offering them economic assistance, refurbishing certain neglected palace halls, and ensuring the emperor's dignity. This was not out of pure devotion, it was a strategic move. By championing the emperor's prestige, he legitimised his expansions. At some ceremonies, he arrived in flamboyant attire, overshadowing lesser lords, then humbly bowed before the emperor, an odd mixture of vanity and obeisance that left watchers uncertain how to interpret him. The emperor, though powerless in martial terms, recognised that Nobunaga's guardianship provided a stable environment for the court's survival. Thus, a polite, if uneasy, synergy arose. Nobunaga's personal life, beyond the political realm, remains partially veiled. He married multiple times, forging alliances with significant families. Notably, little is said about deep personal attachments. Some historians wonder if he maintained an emotional remove, seeing marriage as a strategic game. A personal diary snippet suggests a fleeting mention of a beloved consort, but her name remains uncertain, lost in burned records or overshadowed by formal marriages. The narrative is incomplete, overshadowed by warfare logs and alliances. It underscores how the official story seldom captures intimate sentiments, especially for a man so public in ambition. One rumoured anecdote from castle staff claims that Nobunaga had a private reading habit, poetry anthologies from the Heian period and Chinese military treatises. He found parallels between ancient poems praising ephemeral blossoms and the transience of alliances. He told a close retainer that the ephemeral nature of cherry blossoms matched the ephemeral nature of men's loyalty. Some guess this reflection spurred him to adopt savage efficiency in the stamping out potential threats, believing that if a blossom would fall anyway, best it do so on his terms. Whether or not that anecdote is fully accurate, it captures the sense that a philosophical thread ran under his pragmatic exterior. As for the everyday peasant or merchant in his expanding territory, the experience was double-edged. They might face forced relocations or heavy corvée labour to build new fortifications, but once integrated, They also benefited from relative security and new roads that spurred commerce. Contemporary letters from village headmen describe a mix of relief at decreased local warfare and disquiet about the unwavering demands of the Oda administration. Taxes might be consistent, but if the local official was incompetent, they feared Nobunaga's retribution. Entire hamlets might be sacked if accused of harbouring rebels. So, daily life was balanced between a calmer environment and the dread that a single misstep could provoke a brutal crackdown. As he neared the final chapter, some retellings claim he grew more flamboyant. He staged banquets with kabuki or comedic plays, wearing elaborate kimonos. Others emphasise an increasing paranoia, pushing him to punish even minor affronts. Possibly both narrators contain truth. The synergy of a man who recognised he was on the cusp of forging a new epoch, yet felt the press of potential betrayals from every corner, could produce a contradictory stance. Lavish celebration one day, savage clampdown the next. Ultimately, that tension snapped at Honnoji, leaving him consumed by betrayal. In the end, these lesser-known details, his espionage, unorthodox appointments, subtle alliances with the imperial court, and personal reading habits, magnify how complex Oda Nobunaga was. Not purely the demon king, not purely the modernising champion. He traversed spaces beyond simplistic labels. His story, though overshadowed by dramatic battles, resonates in the subtle underpinnings of how he managed realms, resources, and relationships. It hints that while overshadowed by an era of swirling conflict, his efforts carved out a new path from medieval fragmentation to emergent central authority, paving the way for Hideyoshi, Ieyasu, and the eventual dawn of a stable, albeit closed, Japan under the Tokugawa. Standing at the confluence of myth and fact, Oda Nobunaga remains a singular figure in Japan's historical consciousness. Centuries have passed since that fateful day in 1582, yet the shadow of Honnoji lingers. Observers, even in modern times, see in him a tension between brutality, enlightenment, tradition, and radical innovation. His presence looms in talk of the Sengoku era, overshadowing many of his contemporaries because he alone dared to step outside the old rules so dramatically. One wonders how, if not for Mitsuhide's coup, Japan's path might differ. Maybe Nobunaga would have extended even friendlier ties with the West, fostering deeper trade or adopting new sciences. Some speculate he might have orchestrated a national bureaucracy well before Tokugawa consolidation, speeding modernization by centuries. Others argue the pace of Western contact was still too slow and that his stance on Christianity was too ambiguous to create a real opening. Or perhaps his severity would have ignited a larger civil revolt, cutting his story short anyway. Such conjectures swirl because the actual drama ended abruptly, leaving a vacuum for Hideyoshi and Ieyasu to fill. In modern Japan, historians group him among the three great unifiers, albeit the earliest and the most audacious. Hideyoshi refined, Ieyasu entrenched, but Nobunaga was the unstoppable spark. Various local festivals in Gifu or Nagoya celebrate him as an iconic local hero, perhaps ignoring the cruelty that charred the walls of temples. The duality remains, parades costumed in flamboyant Oda regalia, hosting cheerful crowds, ironically commemorating a man who showed little mercy to foes. Yet that contradiction is not lost on participants, who acknowledge that forging a new order seldom occurs gently. Schools in Japan mention him in textbooks, albeit briefly, formidable lord who championed guns, overcame the Imagawa, subdued the Takeda, and died at Honnoji. This truncated version rarely delves into his approach to governance or the transformations in commerce he championed. Meanwhile, academic circles delve deeper, re-evaluating newly found diaries or cross-referencing Portuguese mission letters. Each re-examination can shift the nuance. Was he truly a patron of broad-minded exchange or just pragmatic about receiving advanced weaponry? Did his free market instincts come from moral convictions or from a desire to centralise wealth under his control? The records are incomplete, and ensuing debates continue. Outside Japan, popular culture globalised his name. Strategy games depict him as a charismatic conqueror with cutting-edge muskets. Anime series swirl him into fantasy battles. Occasionally they highlight the heartbreak of betrayal, other times the unstoppable conquests. In global narratives about heroic tyrants, Oda Nobunaga stands comfortably among Genghis Khan, Napoleon, and other icons of unstoppable expansion. The mythic dimension grows with each retelling, overshadowing smaller truths, like how he dealt daily with petty clan disputes or municipal tax controversies. Yet those small truths made the difference in his success, the capacity to handle detail, from forging muskets to forging pacts with blacksmiths and foreign traders. Perhaps the ultimate takeaway is that leadership in a time of flux is rarely pure. Nobunaga's story underscores how seizing the moment demands leaps of imagination, a willingness to adopt unfamiliar tools, and readiness for pushback from entrenched interests. But such leaps can also breed enemies from unexpected places. He overcame vast hurdles, only to be undone by the retainer whose loyalty he took for granted. The caution is timeless. Unstoppable impetus might yield breathtaking victories, but ignoring the intricacies of trust can prove fatal. For all the rancor, the story of Oda Nobunaga is also one of bridging a medieval fractiousness to a future marked by central governance. The unstoppable impetus he began was not fully realized in his lifetime, but the impetus did not die at Honnoji. It continued through his successors, culminating in a unified, though autocratic, Tokugawa regime. So, in a sense, he was the father of modern Japan in everything but his official name. That's the irony. The one who set the stage for stability never personally enjoyed it. His life ended in a conflagration, leaving fans of heroic epics to mourn that the unstoppable path ended just short of the final victory. Perhaps that ending, paradoxically, amplifies his legend. In a land that often underscores the ephemeral beauty of cherry blossoms, fleeting in their prime, Nobunaga's abrupt demise at the apex of his might resonates as an epic, tragic flourish. Even as a new Japan eventually dawned under different hands, the memory of the one who dared to break every mould, to scorn archaic codes, and to forcibly shape the realm remains an endless source of contemplation, debate, and creative inspiration. Oda Nobunaga, a name that, centuries later, remains intertwined with the unstoppable drive to unify a land once splintered by war, overshadowed only by the final, violent twist of fate that gave rise to a legend beyond the measures of success or failure. Jeanne Antoinette Poisson, destined to become the immortal Madame de Pompadour, arrived in a Paris that was both glittering and precarious. Born on December the 29th, 1721, she occupied a curious social limbo. Her father, François Poisson, drifted in and out of business success, while her mother, Louise Madeleine de la Motte, cultivated ties among bankers and courtiers. Rumours insinuated that Jeanne's true father might be a wealthy financier, le Normand de Tournhem. Whispers aside, from infancy, she received an education far above what most middle-class girls could dream of, learning not only to read and write, but also to dance, sing, and appreciate the subtlety of wit, skills that would later prove invaluable. Her mother cherished a prophecy from a fortune-teller who claimed Jeanne would someday rule the heart of a king. This prophecy, half in jest, guided her mother's ambitions. She introduced Jeanne to private tutors who immersed the girl in the nuances of theatre, music, and the refined manners of Parisian salons. The child became adept at reciting verses by Racine or playing harpsichord preludes. People teased that she might become a minor actress in the city's comedic troupes. Instead, fate had something grander in store. At age 9, Jeanne was placed briefly in the Ursuline convent to polish her moral upbringing, though the real impetus behind this stay was to shield her from a smallpox outbreak. There, in a stark room with stone floors, she first confronted the gulf between the cheer of drawing-room society and the bleak realities of illness and mortality. She survived with her health intact, returning to secular pastoral life with a renewed sense of carpe diem. Her mother's circle had not diminished. On the contrary, they believed Jeanne's brush with potential tragedy demanded that she enjoy the world's pleasures with heightened urgency. By adolescence, she graced the occasional soiree. Her presence glowed, large, expressive eyes, a lively intelligence, and a measured confidence that belied her youth. One had to be careful, though ambition in a woman could be ridiculed or scorned. So Jeanne cultivated an outward modesty, letting her talents speak softly. Through the dynamic swirl of Paris's haute bourgeois gatherings, she eventually met Charles Guillaume Le Normand d'Etiolles, a relative of her rumoured patron father. This connection sparked talk of a suitable marriage. The match appealed to her mother, who hoped it would secure Jeanne's future. For her part, Jeanne saw in Charles a kind soul, if not a blazing passion. The union in 1741 launched her into a comfortable life of receptions and mild amusements on their estate near Paris. Yet the city's gravitational pull was strong. Jeanne received numerous invitations to select aristocratic salons, as people quickly noticed her wit in conversation. She did not shy it from discussing art or drama, nor from gently critiquing certain aspects of courtly extravagance. That slight dash of candour, balanced by charm, distinguished her from the endless parade of stiff, self-conscious ladies. Within months, word spread, there is a Madame d'Etiolles whose presence lights up any gathering. The Comtesse de Fouquier introduced her to more exclusive circles, culminating in an opportunity to attend a masked ball at Versailles in 1745, celebrating the marriage of the Dauphin. There, among a crush of masked revellers, she caught the eye of King Louis XV. The king, reticent by nature, found in her a refreshing mixture of grace and candour. While elaborate intrigues swirled around him, this newcomer radiated sincerity. Their brief conversation that evening was filled with an electricity that neither of them could forget. Court watchers speculated, but none predicted how swift the next moves would be. Madame d'Etiolles was no naive maiden. She recognised the risk of courting royal attention. The previous royal favourite, the Duchesse de Châteauroux, had recently died, leaving an emotional gap in the king's life. Yet stepping into that void threatened scandal, especially for a woman not of noble birth. Still, from behind her modulated smiles, Jeanne sensed destiny aligning. The prophecy her mother once whispered returned to mind. She would rule the heart of a king. She recognised that in a rigidly stratified society, becoming the king's confidant might be her only path to real influence. By the year's end, a plan was set in motion. The king's valet discreetly arranged a meeting. Under the veil of secrecy, they exchanged letters. Her husband, outraged, found himself powerless. The monarchy overshadowed personal protest. In March 1745, Louis XV arranged for her to be presented at court formally. The once lower bourgeois Jeanne Antoinette was granted a title, Marquise de Pompadour. It was a moment of metamorphosis. The fatherless child, the teased girl who studied the great playwrights, now stepped onto the grand stage of Versailles. The next decade would see her orchestrate art patronage, political alliances, and shape the monarchy's image. Yet behind the gilded exteriors, a swirl of jealousy, rumour, and heartbreak would dog her steps. For now, though, she embraced her new name, Madame de Pompadour, and prepared to navigate the labyrinth of royal favour. In 1745, when Jeanne Antoinette Poisson made her debut as the newly minted Marquise de Pompadour at Versailles, the gilded corridors were filled with admiration. She became the first bourgeois mistress to receive open recognition from a French king. Elegant but not aristocratic, her every move drew scrutiny. Enemies whispered that she had bewitched Louis XV. Others admired her graceful bearing, praising her flawless manners and a cultivated charm that overshadowed even established duchesses. The king himself displayed uncharacteristic devotion, summoning her for private suppers, parading her at formal events, and awarding her lavish apartments in the palace. Versailles was a realm of illusions. Behind mirrored halls and polished marbles lay cutthroat rivalries. The courtiers, ephemeral in their silks and powdered wigs, circled Madame de Pompadour like vultures. Some attempted flattery, showering her with compliments in hopes of winning her intercession with the king. Others plotted to dethrone her, fearing that her influence might reshape politics. Among these conspirators was the Dauphin's circle, along with older aristocratic families who scorned a mere commoner overshadowing them. Yet Madame de Pompadour remained unfazed. She had honed her social instincts in the bourgeois salons, and her intellect soared beyond mere coquetry. She recognised that the surest path to security was to make herself indispensable to Louis XV, not merely as a bedfellow but as a confidant, counsellor and orchestrator of cultural life. She set about renovating her living quarters, pointing them with sumptuous tapestries, elegant furniture, and curated artworks. The effort wasn't mere self-indulgence. It mirrored her ambition to make Versailles a beacon of refined taste. She championed the Rococo aesthetic, a style that favoured playful curves, pastel hues, and whimsical motifs. Under her patronage, artists like Boucher and Van Loo gained commissions for witty, light-hearted paintings. Porcelain from the Sèvres factory, which she helped develop, became a symbol of French craftsmanship, prized across Europe. The synergy of her aesthetic sense with the monarchy's resources birthed an era in which the French court's style reigned supreme among Europe's elites. But Madame de Pompadour did not confine herself to the arts. She also recognised the intricacies of diplomacy. France teetered between alliances with Spain, Austria, and other powers. Meanwhile, rival Britain loomed across the Channel, its navy menacing French colonial interests. Louis XV, though well-intentioned, often avoided direct policy-making, retreating to hunting or private amusements. Pompadour stepped into that vacuum, forging ties with ministers and ambassadors. She guided the choice of the foreign minister, favoured certain generals, and mediated tensions at home. Critics scorned the idea of a woman controlling foreign policy. She brushed aside their derision, focusing on forging alliances that might bring stability. The 1756 diplomatic revolution, aligning France with Austria, bore her fingerprints. Although the subsequent 7 Years' War turned disastrous for France, one cannot dismiss her attempt to recalibrate alliances in a fracturing Europe. As mistress, she also faced the vulnerability that her bedroom role might wane. Louis XV, known for a roving eye, could have set her aside once novelty faded. She addressed that possibility head-on by establishing a deeper emotional bond with him. She cultivated a warm companionship, shared intellectual pursuits, and even managed his anxiety or indecision in state matters. Aware that physical intimacy might recede, she pivoted to become his loyal friend, advising on matters ranging from building projects to royal ceremonies. Over time, though the romantic spark diminished, the emotional closeness lingered. If gossip circulated that her sexual influence had ended, she retained the king's trust, ensuring her place as a fixture at her court. Amid the court's swirling intrigues, Pompadour also championed philosophers and writers. Voltaire, previously scorned at Versailles, found in her a rare ally. She admired his wit, and though cautious about overtly challenging the church or censorship, she quietly facilitated his projects. Diderot's Encyclopédie, a compendium that threatened the old guard with new ideas, also benefited indirectly from her protective stance. She believed that the monarchy could remain stable while fostering progressive thought. An irony, perhaps, given that future revolutionaries drew on such Enlightenment works to question royal authority. For her part, Pompadour saw no contradiction. She wanted a monarchy polished by reason and aesthetic brilliance, not a stagnant relic. In the shadows, health concerns began plaguing her. She suffered from bouts of illness, likely exacerbated by stress. The palace doctors, incompetent by the modern standards, offered only bleedings or tonics. She pressed on, orchestrating plays, hosting literary salons, and continuing to counsel the king. The year 1757 brought a narrow brush with death for Louis XV, which consisted of an assassination attempt by Damiens, which rattled the monarchy. Pompadour's unwavering presence, urging calm and punishing conspirators, further solidified her position. She had become more than a mistress or a decorative figure. She was the monarchy's anchor of continuity, bridging personal comfort for the king and the broader cultural identity of the era. Despite swirling rumour and envy, she pressed on, aware that her star might dim at any moment, but determined to leave a luminous mark on France's cultural and political landscape. As the 1750s advanced, Madame de Pompadour's role in Versailles crystallised. She reigned as an unmatched patroness of the arts, ensuring that the palace no longer served solely as a symbol of absolute monarchy, but also as a stage for creative brilliance. She championed painters like François Boucher, whose pastoral scenes and playful mythologies perfectly suited the Rococo style Pompadour adored. Through her influence, tapestry workshops in Beauvais and Gobelins reached new heights, weaving dreamlike landscapes that graced royal salons. Yet her artistry extended beyond commissions. She personally oversaw colour schemes, interior decorations, and table settings for state banquets. In an age when women's influence was often restricted to the domestic sphere, Pompadour turned domestic aesthetics into a grand cultural statement. Simultaneously, she strengthened ties with intellectuals. Her secret exchanges of letters with Voltaire stand out. Though she never fully endorsed his more radical critiques of religion or monarchy, she appreciated his wit and recognised the advantage of having a famous pen on her side. The philosopher envied her proximity to power, while she admired his intellectual boldness. Tales say she even facilitated Voltaire's appointment as historiographer to Louis XV, though discreetly to avoid conservatives accusing her of promoting subversive ideas. she tread more carefully when dealing with Diderot. The encyclopédie tested the monarchy's tolerance, so Pompadour approached its controversies with caution, ensuring that, while censors barked, they rarely bit too deep. She saw France's future in a delicate balance. Enlightened thinking might modernise the monarchy, but unbridled criticism could incite rebellion. Her relationship with the king evolved in tandem. The early romantic fervour had cooled, replaced by an affectionate friendship. Some courtiers quietly mocked that she no longer shared the royal bed, but had become headmistress of culture. Others believed she retained intangible intimacy, beyond the physical realm, that anchored the king's trust. She became the caretaker of his emotional well-being, scheduling amusements to lighten his melancholic moods. She also shielded him from certain noble factions who stoked conflict for personal gain. If the king found more fleeting conquests, Madame de Pompadour rarely intervened, focusing on preserving her unique bond. She possessed a surprising serenity, underpinned by the conviction that her mastery of conversation, taste, and sincerity kept her indispensable. However, the 7 Years' War, erupting in 1756, tested her position. The war pitted France against Britain, Prussia, and other shifting alliances. Many pointed at her for the diplomatic revolution, alliances that had France supporting Austria. The war's initial campaigns went poorly for France, especially overseas, where British fleets seized French colonies. At home, taxes soared to fund failing armies, and the populace grew restive. Rival courtiers pinned blame on Pompadour, accusing her of amateurish interference in grand strategy. Pamphleteers circulated nasty caricatures depicting her enthroned, pulling puppet strings while generals kowtowed. She responded calmly, urging the king to replace incompetent ministers and reorganize finances, but morale was low. The humiliations on the battlefield tarnished both the monarchy's image and her own. In this crisis, she allied with the Duc de Choiseul, a capable statesman who shared her vision of stabilizing foreign policy. Together, they reformed the navy, tried to unify command, and pursued new loans. Though results took time, these measures slowed the hemorrhage of French fortunes. Meanwhile, she commissioned elaborate stage entertainments within Versailles to maintain a veneer of opulence, hoping that even as the war raged, the court's sense of refinement might soothe the king's anxieties. Critics referred to her as frivolous, yet she steadfastly maintained that if the monarchy seemed to crumble from within, the entire nation could become disheartened. Rumours swirled that she occasionally wept in private at the war's mounting casualties, feeling guilt for the diplomatic shifts that had set off the conflict's chain of events. Others insisted her tears were for the loss of her own political clout. The truth likely combined these facets. As a woman possessing more influence than many statesmen, she carried a heavy burden of accountability. Nonetheless, she pressed on with unwavering composure, greeting ambassadors politely, offering them the best French wines, and deflecting barbs about lost battles with the impeccable politeness of a hostess who would not let gloom overshadow the monarchy's majesty. All the while, her health frayed. She suffered from frequent migraines, respiratory infections, and perhaps the early signs of tuberculosis. Versailles' damp corridors and unpredictable weather hardly helped. Yet to preserve her image, she rarely admitted weakness, continuing to preside over official gatherings in sumptuous gowns, a faint smile on her lips. She confided in a small circle, noting that though her body felt battered, her spirit remained fiery. She was no naive ingenue. She recognized that if her health collapsed, her enemies would swoop in, reconfiguring the monarchy's circle of favourites. She needed to maintain her integrity, at least in public, to prevent the flame of her ambitions from fading. As the war continued into the early 1760s, the reputation of Madame de Pompadour began to fade due to her numerous defeats. Many corners of Versailles whispered that the monarchy needed a scapegoat for the lost battles in distant lands, like the humiliations in India and Canada, and who better to blame than the bourgeois mistress turned stateswoman? Meanwhile, King Louis XV had grown more taciturn, burdened by gloom as reports from the front lines showcased fiasco after fiasco. Pompadour, though, refused to retreat into obscurity. She believed her cultural legacy, if not her foreign policies, might yet salvage her name in history. She threw herself into grand architectural projects. The Petit Trianon, for instance, took shape as a small chateau in the palace's grounds. Officially, it was an expression of refined tastes, an embodiment of the new neoclassical style, that was edging out Rococo flamboyance. Pompadour championed this shift, instructing architects to favour clarity, proportion, and a gentle grandeur. She oversaw landscaping, ensuring the gardens offered a tranquil retreat from Versailles' stifling pomp. Though some courtiers mocked the expense amid a draining war, she defended it as fostering national artistry and craftsmanship. Indeed, her unwavering support for Sèvres porcelain, tapestry weavers, and furniture makers kept them afloat despite war-induced financial crises. These actions ironically preserved France's global reputation for luxury goods, even as military fortunes waned. A more private pastime was her encouragement of scientific curiosity. She facilitated gatherings where mathematicians and natural philosophers demonstrated the latest theories on electricity or the cosmos. On rare nights, the king himself might wander in, feigning mild interest, while she asked pointed questions about planetary orbits or experimental contraptions. If some at court found it absurd for a mistress to delve into science, she responded with an elegant shrug. Beauty, she believed, encompassed knowledge too. Though never an Enlightenment radical, she saw no harm in letting conversation roam beyond strict orthodoxy, provided it didn't undermine monarchy or faith. At her private dinners, one might overhear discussions of Newton, echoes of Voltaire's praise for Newtonian physics, and speculations about whether the cosmos reflected God's grandeur or reason's supremacy. Despite this glow of intellectual patronage, the war pounded on, culminating in the Treaty of Paris 1763, which sealed France's losses overseas. The king's morale sank further, as did public opinion of the monarchy. Exchequer coffers had been gutted, complicating the monarchy's ability to placate unrest at home. The Marquise faced renewed calls from influential dukes and princes to step aside. But each time, Louis XV reaffirmed her presence, telling critics quietly that her loyalty and counsel were more precious than ephemeral scapegoats. Even so, her influence on foreign or economic policy receded somewhat, ceding space to ministers like the Duc de Choiseul. She recognised that sometimes stepping back could preserve her position in a monarchy grown suspicious of overreach. Her personal life took a bittersweet turn as well. While she and Louis XV parted physically, their emotional bond endured. She oversaw some discreet new favourites for the king, ensuring they remained overshadowed by her surreal and emotional role. This arrangement caused outward scandal, like a mistress who arranged lesser mistresses for the king. To her, it was a strategy to maintain unity. She avoided illusions about romance. She valued the monarchy's stability, her safety, and the king's contentment. Courtiers who smelled hypocrisy could do little but whisper. Meanwhile, exhaustion gnawed at her. Her health demands soared. She sought cures in mineral baths, sojourns to fresh country air, or quackish potions. At times, she coughed blood, a dire sign. Doctors pleaded with her to relinquish intense court duties. She demurred, worried the vacuum might invite her enemies to corner the king. On good days, she could host a modest dinner, entertaining ambassadors with wry anecdotes about cultural trifles. On terrible days, she lay bedridden, instructing maids to deliver sorors, deliver urgent messages to or from the king's cabinet. Rumours circulated that she might not outlive the decade. Some courtiers rejoiced in that possibility. One morning in 1764, she travelled to Paris for a medical consultation. The city, abuzz with new philosophic clubs, briefly reminded her of simpler times, long before she was Madame de Pompadour, when she was just Jeanne d'Etiole, enthralled by the capital's vibrancy. Nostalgia mingled with anxiety about her fate. The doctor's diagnosis was grim, advanced pulmonary disease. She still resolved to return to Versailles, determined not to show mortal frailty in front of her detractors. The monarchy demanded the facade of unchanging grace. In April 1764, her condition deteriorated sharply. Her final days saw her writing letters to loyal friends, expressing regret not for her climb, but for the heartbreak inflicted, and the war's tragedies. The king, uncharacteristically emotional, visited her bedside, offering comfort. On April 15, 1764, Madame de Pompadour died at the age of 42. The court's immediate response was a wave of mixed sentiment. Some courtiers were relieved, others stunned at the end of an era. The king, famously stoic, watched her coffin leave Versailles in the rain, reportedly muttering, "Every day I lose a friend." The mistress who had soared from bourgeois birth to the apex of courtly power now belonged to history, leaving behind a legacy of cultural revival overshadowed by a disastrous war. Though ephemeral in mortal form, her imprint on France's art, diplomacy, and monarchical identity resonated long after her final breath. The news of the death of Madame de Pompadour swept through France's chattering classes. Her casket left Versailles quietly, without the state honours some believed she deserved, signifying the monarchy's official reluctance to over-celebrate a mistress. Yet beyond the palace gates, a more nuanced reaction emerged. The artisans of Sèvres porcelain laid wreaths in her memory, recalling that her patronage had elevated their craft to global renown. Playwrights in Paris's bustling theatres acknowledged her crucial role in supporting comedic and dramatic works, especially those by authors who previously found no foothold at court. The city's literati debated whether she'd been a subversive ally of Enlightenment or merely an opportunist who shielded radical writers from direct censorship. In the years following her passing, a swirl of memoirs and diaries from court insiders added complexities to her portrait. Some, like the Duchesse de Branca, insisted Pompadour was cunning but never malicious, referencing times when she mediated petty feuds and sought to reduce court punishments. Others, such as the Comte d'Argenson, portrayed her as manipulative, citing how she influenced Louis XV to ostracize certain ministers. The truth likely encompassed both dimensions, a woman forging alliances to survive in a labyrinth of power, occasionally stooping to intrigue, but also championing genuine reforms. Posthumously, Voltaire penned a measured eulogy, calling her the luminary who strove to lighten the gloom of a fractious monarchy. He didn't shy from acknowledging her mistakes, particularly in foreign policy, yet lauded her role in fueling the arts. This balanced tribute resonated with a segment of the population that recognised how precarious her place at court had been, pinned between satisfying a king's ephemeral desires and wielding real influence in a male-dominated sphere. In an epoch dismissive of women's public roles, her achievements were singular. Over the subsequent decade, the monarchy advanced under new favourites and alliances. Louis XV, though he took other mistresses, never found the same confidant dynamic. Madame du Barry, for instance, faced more direct contempt from the old aristocracy, lacking Pompadour's cultivated veneer. Pompadour's circle of loyal ministers, like the Duc de Choiseul, tried to salvage what they could from the diplomatic fiascos of the 7 Years' War. A few smaller successes in overseas negotiations carried an echo of her strategic vision. Yet the monarchy's standing with the populace remained tarnished. The costly war had battered finances, sowing seeds for deeper unrest that would erupt decades later. As time wore on, Madame de Pompadour's memory became entangled with criticisms of the Ancien Régime. Revolutionary pamphlets in the late 1780s brandished her name as a symbol of courtly excess. They painted her as one who indulgently rearranged finances for personal luxuries. She symbolised to them the moral corruption that allowed a monarchy to lavish wealth on elaborate pleasures while peasants starved. The nuance that she was also a champion of arts, that she tried to moderate the monarchy's stumblings, often got lost in the fervour of revolution. By the 1790s, anything associated with the monarchy was suspect, and her carefully curated style, rococo extravagance, became an emblem of the out-of-touch aristocrat. Yet ironically, some revolutionaries who rummaged through confiscated palaces discovered references to her philanthropic gestures. She had quietly funded orphanages, assisted certain scholars, or patronised hospitals. These acts showcased for a good gesture, though overshadowed by the general wave of anti-royalist sentiment. By the 19th century, a wave of new historians revisited her story, portraying her less as a villain and more as a reflection of monarchy's last attempts to remain relevant. They cited her patronage as crucial in forging a golden age of decorative arts, recognised internationally. The Sèvres porcelain brand, by then globally cherished, was inextricably linked to her impetus. Cultural memory, thus seesawed. Biographers in the Victorian era, enthralled by the romance of royal courts, depicted her as a tragic figure, the beautiful mistress overshadowed by war and ill health, valiantly saving off the monarchy's decline. They relished dramatic details of her elaborate fashions, her signature pastel dresses, floral motifs, and the Pompadour hairstyle that ironically endured in hairdressing lore. Meanwhile, critics from more austere backgrounds indicted her for entangling France in alliances that backfired. 20th century scholarship, with its penchant for analysing female commis agency, has re-evaluated her as a political actor who leveraged the era's constraints to carve out real influence, albeit overshadowed by a system not designed to respect or credit her fully. In present day, travellers to Versailles often ask about Madame de Pompadour. Tour guides highlight the surviving decor she influenced, certain pastel-lacquered rooms or delicate Sèvres vases. They mention how she nurtured the Rococo style's final flourish, bridging the Baroque opulence of earlier years with subtle, playful elegance. Museums occasionally mount exhibits on her cultural patronage. Her face, captured in portraits by artists like Boucher, exudes a gentle confidence that transcends centuries. For admirers of 18th century history, she stands as a figure who, in the swirl of monarchy's extravagance and looming social tension, found a way to channel her intellect and artistry, imprinting a distinctive feminine mark on French heritage. As modern historians re-examine Madame de Pompadour's life, they continue to discover layers unmentioned in popular accounts. Her personal correspondence, scattered across archives in Paris and provincial chateaux, reveals a woman who wrestled with theological questions, contrary to the jaded depiction of her as purely secular. She wrote to a confidant about the tension between the pomp of Versailles and a spiritual yearning, confessing a sense of guilt at times, but also belief that God might call individuals to serve in worldly spheres. This spiritual dimension complicates stereotypes that she was solely driven by ambition or vanity. Moreover, diaries from palace servants shed light on her daily routines. She rose early to handle letters from provincial officials or meet with artisans about furniture designs. By mid-morning, she might be advising the king on which courtiers to promote. By afternoon, she oversaw rehearsals of comedic plays or small operas, a respite for the war-weary monarchy. In the evening, private dinners with the king, wreathed in the flicker of candle-lit chandeliers, allowed her to glean insights into his anxieties. She balanced each role with remarkable stamina, though migraines and palpitations often tormented her. A newly discovered note from her lady-in-waiting described how, after hosting a lavish ball, Pompadour would retire behind closed doors, pressing cold cloths to her forehead, tears of pain slipping quietly as she resolved not to betray weakness the following day. In addressing her romantic liaisons, it's easy to assume her life was consumed by the king's attentions. Yet subtle references suggest she once harboured affections for an unnamed court musician, exchanging whispered confidences in corridor alcoves. Realising the danger in such a dalliance, she ended it swiftly to avoid scandal, leaving behind a clue to her capacity for self-denial. Another rumoured flame was a philosopher she corresponded with under a pseudonym. Whether that was purely intellectual or tinged with romance remains debated. The overriding truth is that she recognised that enthralling the king required keeping secrets. She had to preserve the monarchy's illusions, even if that meant sacrificing personal longing. Her sense of strategy in coping with the backstabbing environment remained striking. She carefully placed allies in minor roles, a guard captain, a chamberlain, a bishop, so that vital threads of palace life led back to her. If a plot surfaced, she'd hear rumours early enough to steer the king away or quell conspirators. She likewise practiced generosity to those in need, awarding small pensions to older courtiers or assisting impoverished aristocrats with dowries. This generosity wasn't purely altruistic, it fostered an environment where indebted souls recognised her as a pillar of stability. For many at court, she assumed the role of a quiet caretaker, serving as a bridge between a distant monarchy and everyday crises. In an era lacking official welfare, her patronage served as an informal safety net. The deeply personal dimension of her existence was her unwavering devotion to her daughter, Alexandrine. Born before her ascendancy at Versailles, the child's well-being weighed heavily on Pompadour's mind. Alexandrine was placed in a convent for education, occasionally visiting the palace. In 1754, Alexandrine died unexpectedly of peritonitis. The heartbreak shattered Pompadour, who wept inconsolably for days, nearly refusing to appear in public. The king, not known for empathy, attempted consolation, but her grief lingered. Some historians pinpoint this tragedy as a pivot in their relationship, transforming her from a radiant figure to one more introspective, channeling energy into cultural projects. She seldom spoke of Alexandrine publicly, but references to Mon Ange Perdu in her letters allude to that maternal sorrow beneath the gold-laced facade. As the monarchy stumbled from the war fiascos, Madame de Pompadour's composure ironically stabilised the king's morale. She orchestrated an unspoken serenity within the palace walls, ensuring that the presence of music, gentle laughter, and well-executed ceremonies shielded Louis XV from gloom. Although critics called her the Minister of Pleasures, a more profound look reveals her role as a caretaker for the monarchy's emotional climate. That intangible labour, often relegated to women, ensured that even in failing wars, the monarchy projected continuity. Without her, the king might have succumbed to paralysing despair or neglected governance entirely. She, in effect, became the monarchy's emotional pivot. When contemporary readers gauge her significance, they must weigh the paradoxes: a bourgeois woman who championed aristocratic extravagance, a mistress who reconfigured diplomatic ties, and an aesthete who contended with the brutality of war. She was not without faults. Certain decisions sparked conflict, and her loyalty to the monarchy overshadowed empathy for the broader populace. Yet one can see in her a formidable intelligence navigating male-dominated politics, championing creativity and forging a personal brand that outlived her mortal years. That blend of contradictory traits cements her as a figure too complex for simple judgments, a testament to the nuanced roles women could occupy in a kingdom perched precariously on the brink of historical transformation. Today, Madame de Pompadour endures as an emblem of 18th century elegance, overshadowed yet also illuminated by the monarchy's eventual collapse in 1789. She died decades before the French Revolution erupted, which is surprising to some, but her story offers a lens into the monarchy's illusions and the flickers of modern sensibility stirring beneath them. The Rococo style she popularised, with its playful curves and pastel palette, might seem superficial, but it signalled a shift away from the heavy formality of earlier Baroque. In championing intangible pursuits like music, painting, and philosophical discussion, she partially laid a cultural groundwork that, ironically, helped spread ideas that later questioned the monarchy's absolute basis. In the centuries after her demise, her name popped up in unexpected places. Industrial producers of porcelain invoked Pompadour pink or Pompadour blue for delicate tableware. Dressmakers resurrected the Pompadour hairstyle in various reinterpretations, some tall and powdered, others more subtle but referencing that flair she had for graceful display. Literary authors from Balzac to Nancy Mitford explored her biography, each spinning vantage points. Was she a cunning manipulator or a gentle caretaker for an indecisive king? Tourists wandering Versailles can still glimpse spaces she once inhabited, the private apartments facing the gardens, or the opera house she influenced. Guides recount how she once staged private theatricals there, starring as comedic heroines, coaxing the king from his stony reticence. The wallpapers and colour schemes, faintly preserved, reflect that pastel whimsy. Her official portrait by Boucher stands in the Wallace Collection in London, capturing her with a book in hand, emphasising her intellectual bent. Observers note the calm in her eyes, a subtle pride that defies the ephemeral nature of her courtly status. Modern feminism appraises her differently. She was no activist for women's equality by present standards, yet she challenged conventional boundaries. She effectively shaped policies behind the scenes, overshadowing many male courtiers whose official titles dwarfed her own. She minted alliances with philosophers to protect free expression from draconian censors. She financed expansions in fine arts and manufacturing, forging a synergy between monarchy and commerce. While she did not upend the patriarchal structure, her survival hinged on appeasing it. Her example reveals how a determined, intelligent woman could carve a realm of influence. In that sense, she both reaffirmed and quietly subverted the patriarchal monarchy. Her ephemeral presence, overshadowed by new favourites after her death, underscores the monarchy's insatiable appetite for novelty. Yet none repeated the unique blend of artistry, diplomacy, and emotional guardianship she brought. For a fleeting period, she had a near-ministerial role in shaping foreign alliances, a stance that no subsequent mistress or consort fully replicated under Louis XV. By the time of the revolutionary upsurge, that entire system, the monarchy, its fawning courtiers, its cycle of mistresses, faced condemnation. The memory of Madame de Pompadour, both revered and reviled, became part of the propaganda arsenal describing an outdated regime. Her radiant self-assurance in official portraits served as evidence of aristocratic decadence, ironically ignoring the fact that she hailed from the bourgeoisie. For the average person our age stumbling upon her story, the immediate reaction might revolve around the gossip. A mistress at Versailles, the icon of style. But deeper reflection uncovers a figure bridging bold intelligence, aesthetic brilliance, and pragmatic survival in a court bent on devouring the naive. She was that improbable cultural prime minister, as some labelled her, forging a space in a male-dominated environment. If at times she contributed to misguided policies or neglected the plight of the lower classes, such failings aligned with the monarchy's broader blind spots. In that sense, her story reflects systemic complexities rather than personal ones alone, but her narrative might evoke parallels with the art of balancing professional demands, personal identity, and the swirl of public scrutiny that go way deeper than we all might imagine. She found ways to harness her adversity, lack of birth rank, suspicion from aristocrats, to shape a remarkable trajectory. Whether we judge her kindly or harshly, she embodied the precarious dance of pleasing the powerful while forging something new, a synergy of intellectual tastes, refined pleasures, and aesthetic transformations that left France irrevocably changed. Her adversaries wrote pamphlets proclaiming her ephemeral, but ironically she remains a hallmark of that era, overshadowing some royals in cultural memory. Ultimately, Madame de Pompadour's life underscores a universal theme. In an environment where official power rests with men, an individual with vision, resilience, and strategic cunning can mould an age, albeit at a personal cost. She gave French culture a final Rococo bloom before the wave of neoclassicism and, eventually, revolution. Her touches on diplomacy and arts, overshadowed though they might have been by war and scandal, continue to invite re-examination. And so, for those who seek nuance in history, her story remains a captivating chronicle of ambition, grace, heartbreak, and a legacy that resonates long after her heart ceased to beat within Versailles' gilded labyrinth. The wind on the Mongolian steppe doesn't merely just blow, it also delivers judgment. Harsh and unrelenting, it strips away pretense, like skin from bone. Modern meteorologists measure wind speed in kilometres per hour. 13th century Mongols measured it by how quickly it could freeze the tears on your face. During winter, temperatures routinely plunge to negative 40 degrees, a number where Celsius and Fahrenheit find their rare point of agreement. That same landscape might bake at 40 degrees Celsius, 104 degrees Fahrenheit, in the summer, causing thermal swings that are unheard of in our climate-controlled lives. You, with your dependency on consistent room temperatures, hot showers, and memory foam mattresses, would find yourself desperately unprepared for this fundamental reality. The average Mongol warrior began developing their environmental resilience before they could walk. By age 3, children were placed on horses. By 5, they could ride independently. By 10, many had survived multiple seasons of brutal weather that would send modern emergency management agencies into crisis mode. Your entire concept of roughing it might involve a weekend of glamping with a portable espresso maker. The Mongols would find the idea laughable if they understood what espresso was. Water, that substance you acquire with a lazy twist of a faucet handle, required strategic planning in the empire. The steppe's watercourses were unreliable, sometimes disappearing entirely during dry periods. Many Mongols drank arag, fermented merez milk, which served multiple purposes: hydration, nutrition, mild intoxication, and, crucially, bacteriological safety. Your untrained digestive system would likely reject this essential staple, leaving you dehydrated on the windswept plains. Consider your current fitness level. The average Mongol regularly rode 60 to 80 kilometers daily. They maintained this pace for weeks while wearing armor and carrying weapons. Many could shoot arrows with deadly accuracy from horseback, drawing bows requiring 166 pounds of pull strength, nearly triple the draw weight of a modern compound hunting bow. Your gym membership and occasional weekend hike have not prepared you for this level of physical demand. The constant movement of nomadic life meant that storage space was precious. The concept of belongings underwent severe restriction. While you might feel anxious travelling with just carry-on luggage for a week, Mongols transported their entire lives on horseback or in carts. The mental adjustment alone, living with only what could be easily packed and moved, would challenge your very identity, shaped as it is by acquisition and accumulation. Sleep patterns differed dramatically as well. The empire's military maintained vigilance through a system of night watches, with warriors sleeping in armour, ready to fight within moments. No alarm snoozing, no just 5 more minutes. When the signal came, you rode or died. Sleep was not a right but a resource to be carefully managed and often denied. Food security operated on principles alien to your experience. The average Mongol warrior could survive on dried meat and milk products for extended periods, supplemented occasionally by foraged plants and hunted game. Their digestive systems adapted to high protein, high fat and low carbohydrate diets, similar to a ketogenic diet, but without modern conveniences like Instagram posts or specialty products. Your body, accustomed to regular meals with diverse nutrients, would struggle with both the content and irregularity of step nutrition. Then there's the matter of hygiene. Your concept of cleanliness hinges on daily showering and the liberal application of scented products. The Mongols, living in a water-scarce environment, developed different standards. Smoke from dung fires provided antibacterial benefits inside yurts, while animal fats protected skin from windburn and frostbite. The smell of a Mongol encampment, a potent blend of horses, humans, smoke, and fermentation, would overwhelm your sanitized sensibilities. These environmental challenges represent merely the baseline difficulties, the ambient conditions that existed before considering human conflicts, political complexities, or social hierarchies. If the elements themselves defeated you, imagine how poorly you would fare against humans who mastered this harsh existence and then decided to conquer the known world. The social architecture of the Mongol Empire would confound you as thoroughly as its physical demands. You've been conditioned by modern Western ideology to believe in certain fundamental rights, speech, assembly, and individual autonomy. These concepts would be difficult to understand within the Mongol socio-political framework, which valued individuals based on their utility to the collective and their position within a rigid hierarchy. Let's begin with language. The Mongol Empire eventually encompassed speakers of dozens of languages, but the lingua franca remained Mongolian, specifically Middle Mongolian written in Uyghur script. Without fluency, you would be effectively mute, unable to defend yourself verbally, comprehend orders, or navigate social situations. Interpreters existed, certainly, but they served the empire's elite. Your linguistic isolation would render you vulnerable in ways you cannot imagine. Having always inhabited linguistic environments where communication felt like a birthright rather than a privilege. Then there's the matter of honour culture. Modern society has largely abandoned honour as an organising principle, replacing it with legal frameworks and bureaucracy. In the Mongol Empire, slights to honour, real or perceived, could trigger immediate violence without legal recourse. Your ingrained habits of casual speech, direct eye contact, or inadvertent physical contact might constitute grave offences. Without the cultural fluency to navigate these unwritten rules, you would blunder into conflict through innocent behaviours. The Mongol legal system, codified in the Yasa, Genghis Khan's legal code, prescribed death for a startling range of offences. What was the penalty for urinating in running water? Death. Adultery? Death. Theft? Often death. Even minor theft could result in punishment 9 times the value of the stolen item. Bankruptcy, the debtor and their family could be enslaved. Your understanding of proportional justice would provide no protection in a system where examples were made to maintain order across vast territories. Religious tolerance in the Mongol Empire is often celebrated by historians, but this tolerance had pragmatic rather than ideological roots. The Mongols permitted various faiths, because religious leaders were exempt from certain taxes and conscription, providing administrative convenience. However, this tolerance did not extend to religious practices that conflicted with Mongol customs. For instance, Muslim and Jewish prohibitions against consuming blood or improperly slaughtered meat were directly at odds with nomadic food practices. Religious practitioners were forced to choose between spiritual compromise or physical hunger. Your conception of privacy would dissolve entirely. The GER, yurt, housed extended family units in a single open space. Conversations, bodily functions, and intimacy all occurred within a communal environment. The Mongol camps themselves were arranged according to military organisation, with placement determined by rank and function rather than personal preference. Your desire for me-time or a quiet space to decompress would find no accommodation in this structure. Your modern sensibilities would be further shocked by gender roles. While Mongol women enjoyed more rights than their counterparts in many sedentary civilizations, they could own property, divorce, and sometimes participate in warfare. Their status remained fundamentally determined by their relationship to male power structures. Women's primary value centered on reproductive capacity and household management. The concepts of gender equality or personal fulfillment outside prescribed roles would seem alien and dangerous. Class mobility, that cherished modern ideal, existed but followed different patterns than you might expect. Genghis Khan famously promoted based on merit rather than birth. But this meritocracy was measured primarily through loyalty and military prowess. Your specialized modern skills, programming, marketing, and financial analysis would hold little immediate value. Unless you could quickly demonstrate utility in warfare, animal husbandry, or practical crafts, your position would likely default to the bottom of the hierarchy. The concept of face, or social reputation, functioned as actual currency. In an empire where written records remained limited, your word and reputation formed your primary assets. Breaking promises, showing weakness, or failing to reciprocate generosity would irreparably damage your standing. Without understanding the intricate dance of obligation, favour trading, and reputation management, you would quickly find yourself socially bankrupt. Most fundamentally disorienting would be the collective rather than individual orientation of Mongol society. Decisions prioritize group survival over individual rights or preferences. Resource distribution, military service, and marriage arrangements all serve collective interests first. Your deeply ingrained individualism, whether you recognize it or not, would mark you as fundamentally untrustworthy in a culture where solidarity meant survival. The Mongol military apparatus operated with a systematic efficiency that transformed warfare across Eurasia, but your integration into this machine would prove catastrophically difficult, assuming you were even permitted to join rather than being classified as a servant or slave. First, consider the entry requirements. By adolescence, Mongol warriors could shoot arrows accurately while riding at full gallop, navigate vast distances without maps using only astronomical and geographical features, butcher animals efficiently for maximum resource utilization, survive independently on the steppe with minimal equipment, track humans and animals across varied terrains, execute complex cavalry maneuvers in formation. These weren't specialized skills for elite units. They were baseline competencies expected of ordinary soldiers. Your modern abilities with spreadsheets, home appliances, or even conventional weapons would provide almost no transferable advantages. The physical conditioning alone would likely break you within days. During campaigns, Mongol warriors frequently rode between 100 and 130 kilometers each day. They did not ride for a single day, but for weeks or months at a time. Modern endurance athletes train specifically for singular events. Mongol warriors maintained this capacity as their baseline existence. They could sleep in saddles, go days with minimal water, and function effectively despite extreme physical discomfort. The Mongol military diet during campaigns frequently consisted of dried meat powder mixed with water or blood drawn from a small incision in their horse's vein. This high-protein, virtually zero-carbohydrate regimen sustained warriors through extraordinary physical demands. Your digestive system and metabolism, accustomed to regular carbohydrate intake and consistent meals, would struggle catastrophically with this dietary shift. Equipment maintenance formed another insurmountable challenge. Each warrior maintained multiple horses, weapons requiring specialized care, and armor demanding regular attention. The composite bow, the signature Mongol weapon, required constant maintenance to prevent delamination of its complex structure of wood, horn, and sinew. Improper storage could render it useless in hours. Without generations of accumulated knowledge in these maintenance protocols, your equipment would fail at critical moments. The communication system would leave you perpetually confused. Mongol armies coordinated complex battlefield maneuvers using flag signals, horn calls, and drum patterns, a military language as foreign to you as ancient Sumerian. In battle conditions, misinterpreting these signals meant instant death, either from enemy action or from disrupting your side's carefully orchestrated movements. Discipline within the Mongol military operated with mechanical precision. The decimal organization system, with units of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000, the famous two-men, created clear chains of command and responsibility. This structure enforced collective punishment. If one member of your Arban unit of 10 fled battle, all members could be executed. Your survival hinged not only on your own performance, but also on the performance of your assigned comrades. Pain tolerance represented another area where you would find yourself woefully unprepared. Medical care during campaigns was rudimentary by modern standards. Arrow wounds were treated by inserting milk-soaked cloth into the wound, then extracting it after the wound had begun festering, pulling damaged tissue out with the cloth. Broken bones might be set, but complex injuries often resulted in battlefield euthanasia. Your expectation of pain management would meet the harsh reality of pre-modern medicine. The psychological warfare practiced by the Mongols would disturb even hardened modern military personnel. Their systematic use of terror included constructing pyramids from the severed heads of civilians, using enemies as human shields, and deliberately allowing some survivors to flee and spread tales of horror. Mongol forces not only expected you to witness these acts, but also to participate in them without moral objection. The Mongol forces treated weather conditions that modern armies would consider operation suspending as merely incidental. They preferred campaigning in winter when rivers froze solid enough to support cavalry movements. Your cold weather gear, however advanced by today's standards, would prove inadequate against the combination of Siberian winds and constant movement that prevented establishing proper shelter. Most critically, the psychological framework of Mongol warfare would alienate you entirely. Modern military ethics emphasized distinction between combatants and non-combatants, proportionality in force application, and limitation of unnecessary suffering. Mongol strategic doctrine recognized no such distinctions. Civilian populations were legitimate targets, both for resource acquisition and psychological impact. Cities that immediately surrendered might escape, while those that resisted faced complete annihilation, not as a war crime, but as standard operational procedure. Your modern moral framework, whether you consider yourself hardened or not, has been shaped by centuries of evolving notions about the ethics of violence. The cognitive dissonance between these ingrained values and daily participation in Mongol military operations would create psychological trauma beyond anything your contemporary mind is structured to process. While the physical environment, social complexities and military demands of the Mongol Empire would each present formidable challenges, perhaps nothing would threaten your survival more immediately than the microbial landscape, a biological battlefield for which your body is perilously unprepared. Your immune system has developed in an environment of unprecedented sanitation, regular vaccination and antibiotics. This protected upbringing, while extending your lifespan, has left you immunologically naive compared to a 13th century nomad. The average Mongol survived numerous childhood diseases that would ravage your unprepared system. Their immune responses, honed through constant exposure to pathogens, operated at a level of efficiency your sheltered physiology cannot match. Consider water consumption, that most basic necessity. The Mongols developed specific techniques for locating reasonably safe water sources and, more importantly, harboured gut microbiota adapted to local pathogens. You, accustomed to treated municipal water, would likely contract severe dysentery within days of drinking from step water sources. Dehydration would rapidly follow, compromising physical performance precisely when maximum strength was needed for adaptation. The parasite load carried by average Mongol Empire inhabitants would astound modern physicians. Intestinal worms, skin parasites, and blood-borne pathogens existed in a complex equilibrium with host immune systems. These parasitic relationships often began in childhood, allowing for co-adaptation rather than acute crisis. Your body, encountering these organisms for the first time as an adult, would mount extreme inflammatory responses that could prove more dangerous than the parasites themselves. Zoonotic diseases, those transmitted between animals and humans, presented particular danger in a culture where close contact with livestock was unavoidable. The Mongols lived alongside horses, sheep, goats, camels, and cattle, drumming living spaces during harsh weather. Anthrax, brucellosis, and various animal-borne influenzas circulated continuously. While the Mongols developed partial immunity through childhood exposure, you would have no such protection. The bacterial environment itself would prove hostile. Soil-dwelling bacteria like Clostridium tetani, causing tetanus, represented constant threats in a lifestyle filled with small injuries from riding, hunting, and combat. The Mongols treated wounds with fermented mare's milk, hot animal fat or cauterization, methods that, while crude, often provided antimicrobial benefits. Without these techniques, any injury could become fatal due to infection. Dental health presents another vulnerability. The Mongol diet lacked refined sugars but still posed dental challenges. These were managed through specific hygiene practices using steppe plants with natural antimicrobial properties. Your teeth, despite modern dental care, would likely be unprepared for abrupt cessation of this care combined with a radically different diet. Dental infections, minor inconveniences in the modern world, became life-threatening in pre-antibiotic environments. Fungal infections flourished in the close quarters of Mongol encampments. Ringworm, athlete's foot, and various dermatological fungi spread readily among populations with limited access to complete hygiene facilities. The Mongols managed these conditions with specialized techniques involving smoke exposure and application of specific animal fats with antifungal properties. Without this knowledge, chronic fungal infections would compromise your skin's integrity, creating additional pathways for more dangerous infections. The Mongol Empire's greatest irony was that its military success facilitated unprecedented disease transmission across Eurasia. As the empire connected previously isolated disease pools, novel pathogens travelled trade routes with devastating efficiency. You would encounter not just local Mongolian pathogens, but biological threats from China, Persia, and the Rus's lands, all without the immunological preparation that lifelong inhabitants developed. We cannot overlook the psychological dimension of illness. Modern humans expect recovery from most infections. This expectation shapes how we experience illness, as a temporary inconvenience rather than an existential threat. During the Mongol era, every fever posed a risk of death. This chronic uncertainty created psychological resilience among survivors that you, with your expectation of medical rescue, have never needed to develop. Most critically, the communal understanding of disease differed fundamentally. While the Mongols recognized contagion patterns and practiced forms of isolation for certain conditions, their explanatory models incorporated spiritual and humoral concepts alien to your biomedical framework. Treatments focused on restoring balance rather than eliminating specific pathogens. Your inability to conceptualize illness within their framework would prevent you from accessing what limited effective treatments existed. Ultimately, your body represents a naive immunological system entering an environment of hardened pathogens and limited medical interventions. Diseases that were minor for the Mongols could severely affect you due to your biological vulnerabilities. Modern medicine has not made you stronger. It has allowed physiological weaknesses to persist that would become fatal liabilities in the 13th century disease landscape. You would be as unfamiliar with Mongol Empire survival psychology as with its physical challenges. Your mental architecture, formed by a wealth of information, psychological safety nets, and individualistic frameworks, would crumble in the 13th century wandering landscape. Consider how you use time. The modern mind divides time into hours scheduled days ahead, minutes recorded on computer screens, and seconds before deadlines or meetings. Moon cycles, seasonal migrations, and animal diurnal habits shaped Mongol temporal perception. Instead of calendars, weather, grass, and animal behaviour were considered. Your artificially scheduled internal clock would struggle to match these fundamental needs, leaving you confused and out of sync. Information processing includes another major discontinuity. Due to information overload, you're swimming through mountains of data and constructing sophisticated filtering systems. Because of a lack of information, Mongols saw every observation as potentially useful for survival. Their hyper-awareness of minute animal activity, distant dust clouds, and small wind direction changes showed cognitive adaptations to a low-information world. Your attention patterns are used to getting a lot of information with little meaning, so you would miss critical environmental cues. Risk assessment frameworks vary widely. Modern psychology indicates humans employ probability estimation and outcome severity to judge danger. These systems developed in environments with long-term, well-controlled dangers. Existential threats in the Mongol cognitive environment required being assessed immediately without probability calculations. In a world where everyday choices may kill, your brain's risk assessment software, updated for modern risks, would cause constant anxiety. Identity would change totally. Personal narratives regarding your past, professional tasks, and chosen connections likely shape your sense of self. Mongol identity was based on ancestry, tribe, and military unit. Only when an individual's attributes assisted these collectives did they matter. Few modern brains can make the leap from who I am to whose I am in self-concept. It goes beyond cultural adaptability. Emotional management methods would fail you. Modern emotional management involves verbalization, introspection, and discussional therapy. For the Mongols, physical expression, emotional restraint, and stoicism were more important than words. Emotions were largely expressed in ritualized circumstances like funeral laments and triumph celebrations. Your persistent emotional transparency might be risky due to your ongoing unmet need for emotional processing. Another psychological barrier is sleep architecture. Modern humans sleep consolidated in temperature-controlled, gloomy environments. Security requirements dictated the Mongols' segmented sleep patterns, which often occurred in socialized locations with little calm. Your brain was conditioned for deep sleep cycles under regulated conditions, thus persistent sleep disturbance would damage it severely. When survival demands optimum cognitive performance, such disruptions hinder decision-making. Your moral landscape change may be most puzzling. Modern morality centers on rights, justice, and harm minimization across fictitious populations. Mongol ethical frameworks emerged from communal bonding, resource acquisition, and lineage continuation. Actions that helped short-term aims were good regardless of outgroups. Your deep-rooted moral intuitions about universal human value would not help in a moral world whose ethical limits rarely extended beyond familial networks. Spiritual systems would also alienate. Modern spirituality emphasizes belief, emotional connection, and personal meaning, even when religious. Mongol spiritual practices focused on balancing the visible and invisible realms through rituals. Animistic beliefs held that natural, atmospheric, and celestial phenomena were aware. Due to this fundamental disparity between your consciousness bounds and the Mongol spiritual environment, you would repeatedly commit significant spiritual transgressions. Your association with violence would be emphasized. Modern psychology says violence is traumatic and requires recovery. Violence involvement and observation were commonplace in Mongol cognitive environments, requiring minimal psychological processing. Your brain was never educated to be exposed to violence, so it would react to everyday occurrences with traumatic stress, generating a chain reaction of psychiatric instability that no 13th century framework could handle. Your relationship with uncertainty may be your final and most difficult psychological challenge. Modern life is complicated, but institutional stability, medical prognoses, and weather forecasts are predictable. Mongols had to be comfortable with unclear information and unpredictable consequences since they lived in a world of tremendous uncertainty. In a world where uncertainty is the norm, your underlying need for predictability would generate constant worry. The Mongol Empire's technology would be both familiar and unfamiliar to modern humans. You may assume you're more technologically sophisticated than 1300 travelers, but you don't grasp what technology implies in diverse contexts. Mongol weapons include the composite bow, materials science, biomechanical engineering, and generational knowledge went into this little device. These weapons were fashioned of wood, horn, sinew, birch bark, and glues. Correcting them took 2 years. The resulting device could penetrate armour at 200 metres for expert shooters. Not being able to produce, maintain, or use this primitive technology would leave you unarmed in a weapon-rich civilization. Another seemingly easy field was textile production, which was exceedingly difficult. Mongol felt making developed wool into a water-resistant, warm textile. Protecting against severe weather was crucial. The process required a profound understanding of animal fibres, how to manipulate them, and how to mechanically apply pressure, moisture, and heat. Without understanding these procedures, you can't create or fix safety gear. This process exposes you to the outdoors. Fire control methods would also be inaccessible. The Mongols were knowledgeable about using animal excrement, wood, and dried grasses as fuel sources. Each burned differently and had varied uses. They started fires even in windy or damp conditions using flint striking and specific tinder. You would be vulnerable if matches or lighters broke down and you had no other options. Navigation technology may be the most extreme example of development versus reality. GPS would stop operating after a few hours if the battery died. However, the Mongols navigated using star positions, landmarks, weather patterns, and animal behaviour. These techniques didn't require power or infrastructure. The Mongols crossed thousands of kilometres of flat desert without charts, which you probably can't do with paper directions. Similar variances exist in food preservation. Refrigerators, industrial canning, and chemical preservatives keep food fresh nowadays. They didn't exist in the 1300s. Mongol technologies like fermentation, dehydration, smoking, and salt curing preserved food's caloric value year-round without energy. If you're unfamiliar with these strategies, you might need to rely on others for food preservation. Transportation technology revolutionizes progress. You may be proud of your driving skills, but they're meaningless without proper equipment. The Empire's principal mode of transportation was horseback riding, which required biological knowledge, years of practice, and intricate equipment maintenance abilities. Horses were self-repairing, self-replicating transportation systems that converted grass into engine energy. Not being able to use primitive transportation would make getting around and socializing difficult. Communication technology also turned growth around. Without modern infrastructure, interaction was impossible in the 1300s. Mongols used yams for long-distance communication. A complicated relay network carried messages up to 300 kilometers daily across the world's largest land empire. Messages were conveyed through memory, multilingual scripts, and equine relay systems without any infrastructure. Without your communication equipment, you wouldn't be able to communicate like a Mongol messenger. Disparities in medical tools matter. Drugs, electronic diagnostics, and specialists power modern medicine. However, Mongol medicine used localized botanical knowledge, physical manipulation techniques, and environmental remedies gleaned from generations of observation. Their pharmacopoeia contained hundreds of plant, mineral, and animal treatments for different ailments. As your body faced new pathogens, you would have fewer medical care options without contemporary medical systems or traditional knowledge bases. Technological epistemology, how knowledge was gained, verified, and shared, may be the most confounding development. Today, we understand technology through theoretical theories, mathematical modeling, and standard documentation. The Mongols learned technology via talking, practicing, and teaching. I learned technology by practicing under professionals for years, not reading manuals. If people understood about technology instead of reading directions, watching tutorials, and experimenting with settings, your regular methods of learning new technologies would not function. From infrastructure-dependent externalized technologies to knowledge-based embedded technologies, this move may be the hardest to adjust to. Modern technology makes humans smarter by providing external devices, by providing internalized information and embodied abilities. Mongol technology made people wiser. Even more fundamental than physical hardships, social complexity, military demands, disease susceptibility, psychological barriers, and technological inversions is the fact that your modern consciousness would still be unable to access the existential meaning framework that gave Mongol suffering purpose. Think about time horizons. Modern life encourages long-term planning, retirement plans for decades, health habits for life, and career routes for 50 years. Urgency, seasonal preparation, and generational continuity limited meaningful temporal contemplation in the Mongol existential framework, which operated on compressed time horizons. Compression was an adaptive response to the environment, not a cognitive restriction. Your natural ability to project into distant possibilities would not help you survive in an unpredictable world. Different meanings were given to suffering. Modern paradigms view suffering as a problem to be solved rather than a part of life. Social, technical, and medical systems aim to alleviate discomfort and promote comfort. A meaningful life required hardship which showed one's value, demonstrated character through resilience, and reinforced communal relationships via common suffering. According to the Mongol existential paradigm, aversion to discomfort would be considered a sign of dangerous weakness in a society where accepting adversity deliberately was a sign of maturity. You would be confused by value hierarchies. Self-actualization, expression, and fulfillment are valued in modern Western culture. The Mongol value system prioritized ceremonial attendance, communal survival, and lineage continuation to maintain cosmic order. The ideal death for Mongols was often dying in battle for their master, which ensured spiritual transition and familial prestige. Modern ideas of a beneficial death include comfort, respite from pain, and family. In a culture that values social status over individual identity, your individualistic ideals are irrelevant. Justice would also look strange. The primary principles of modern justice theory are proportional punishment, procedural fairness, and individual rights. Restoring cosmic, social, and outcome stability was paramount in Mongol justice. The severity of the penalty often reflected the victim-offender status gap rather than the crime. Significant crimes against low-status victims carried nominal fines, while minor offences against high-status victims carried death sentences. These arrangements offended your daily sense of fairness. Therefore, they wouldn't help you adapt to the real judicial system. Translation is especially challenging in religion, even while they preserve ancient elements. Modern spiritual systems have adapted to individualism and science. Mongol religion integrated animistic traditions, shamanic intermediation, and ancestor veneration in a cosmic perspective where spiritual and material realms were interconnected. To please invisible entities, rituals had to be performed regularly. Your secularized worldview or modern religious framework might discourage you from engaging in spiritual practices that were once considered necessary social technology for regulating invisible forces. Political engagement definitions would shift similarly. Voting, speaking out, and joining institutions are all elements of modern politics. Mongol politics centered on personal allegiance, as shown by military duty, resource giving, and physical presence. Political legitimacy was based on military victory, resource acquisition, or divine favour, not procedure. If might and right were still linked rather than conceptually distinct, your good governance idea would fail. Your new relationship with nature may be the most complicated. Modern environmental frameworks represent humans as independent of and influencing natural systems, whether exploitative or conservationist. Mongol existential philosophy holds that humans are part of ecological systems impacted by seasonal flows, weather patterns, and animal migration. Human communities were little subsystems of nature that were the primary reality, not a resource or aesthetic backdrop. In a worldview where humans were integrated into natural processes, your role as nature's spectator, consumer or protector would change. Different meanings surrounded death. Most deaths today occur in sterile, medicalized, and artificially delayed conditions. Death was a constant presence in the Mongol Empire, often violently. This proximity fostered practical acceptance of mortality rather than callousness or despair. Happy lives included planning for death, ensuring lineage continuity, adopting memorial rites, and keeping spiritual links beyond physical life. Your possible death phobia, bred in a culture of mortality denial, would not exist in a society where accepting death was normal emotional development. Integration of purpose is the final existential challenge. Today, purpose is often considered a human enterprise of meaning-making through identity construction, work choices, and purchase decisions. The Mongol existential framework gave meaning to societal roles, cosmic order, and ancestry. Pre-existing systems externalized the goal. You would not get much social support for self-determined meaning in a setting where purpose comes from doing prescribed tasks well rather than pushing or exceeding them. Existential estrangement would make you a lifelong outcast, more than physical hardship, illness, or technology. Even if you physically adapt, get the necessary skills, and make social relationships, the framework that gives these adaptations meaning would remain unavailable to awareness shaped by modern existential assumptions. To survive in the Mongol Empire, you would have to strive to find purpose, which is perhaps the hardest task. In the early 19th century, the United States was still refining its identity, grappling with international pressures. Chief among them was the persistent clash with Great Britain, which never fully receded even after the Revolutionary War. By the year 1812, tensions had once again escalated. British warships roamed the Atlantic, seizing American merchant vessels and impressing sailors into the Royal Navy. Britain justified these actions by citing its endless struggle with Napoleonic France, but Americans saw them as blatant infringements on neutral rights. Politicians in Washington, D.C., argued that national honor demanded a resolute stance. Yet not all Americans agreed. New England merchants, dependent on overseas trade, feared that a war would wreck their livelihoods. Frontier farmers from the West and South, meanwhile, were more bellicose. They complained of British influence over native tribes, alleging that British agents provided weaponry to indigenous groups resisting American expansion. Famed orators in Congress, labelled war hawks, pressed for military action, insisting that only force could end maritime harassment and secure national credibility. James Madison, the fourth president, presided over a charged political scene. A quiet, deliberative. He weighed options carefully. But the clamour for war grew. In June 1812, Madison sent a war message to Congress, highlighting impressment, trade restrictions, and alleged British incitement of native violence. A narrow majority in both houses voted for war, marking the first time that the United States formally declared it. The nation's newness and untested military raised questions. Could the young republic muster the unity and resources to challenge the world's leading naval power? On paper, the British hardly viewed the US as a primary threat. Napoleon's armies in Europe had captured their attention. Nonetheless, the British recognised that if the Americans invaded Canada, the region might be lost. After all, Canada was lightly populated, and the British presence there hinged on loyal militias. British leaders believed that, despite the American impetus, the conflict wouldn't supplant Britain's prime focus on the European front, so they stationed smaller garrisons, trusting that the disorganised American approach would yield limited success. Across the Atlantic, in American port cities, many tried to maintain commerce, but with British blockades looming, merchant captains found themselves restricted or forced to sail under constant threat. The administration in Washington saw the conflict as a chance to rid the continent of lingering British power. Some leaders fantasized that capturing Canada might be straightforward. They assumed Canadians would readily join the American cause. However, that assumption proved naive. Canadian loyalty to the Crown, especially among certain pockets, was stronger than Americans had anticipated. Meanwhile, the war's outbreak also reverberated among native nations, particularly in the Great Lakes region. Some tribes formed alliances with the British, considering them to be less harmful than the land-hungry American settlers. Leaders like Tecumseh strove to form a broad indigenous confederation that might halt further American encroachment. For them, this war was another chapter in a long-standing struggle to defend their homelands. The British, short on manpower, readily welcomed indigenous allies, albeit with uncertain commitments once the war ended. Public opinion within the United States remained uneven. Southern and western states tended to favour hostilities. In contrast, many New Englanders, reliant on Atlantic trade, found the conflict ruinous. Some states half-heartedly contributed militia. Political friction within the US threatened to hamper effective prosecution of the war. Nevertheless, the formal declaration spurred initial bursts of patriotism in certain regions. Local militia parades and oratory about defending liberty repeated the rhetoric of the Revolutionary era, though critics derided the war as Mr. Madison's war. As the summer of 1812 progressed, American forces readied invasions across the Canadian border, aiming to quickly seize territory. The War Department, however, was ill-prepared. The regular army was small, officered by a mix of Revolutionary War veterans and political appointees. State militias varied widely in discipline. Supply lines were shaky. Still, generals promised swift victories. Observers from Europe, half attentive while embroiled in Napoleonic campaigns, watched with mild interest, suspecting the conflict would remain localized. The War of 1812 began in this precarious, multifaceted environment. The Americans believed they could avenge maritime wrongs and perhaps expand into Canada. The British, confident but distracted, expected to defend Canada with minimal resources. Indigenous nations, caught in the crossfire, saw an opportunity to resist American expansion. As the war commenced, few realized the transformative effects it would have on North America's diplomatic and cultural landscape. Early in 1813, American strategists believed they could redeem the humiliations of 1812 by launching renewed offensives into Canada. However, the same structural flaws persisted: volunteer militias, uncertain supply lines, and leadership lacking experience in large-scale campaigns. Generals like Henry Dearborn planned coordinated thrusts along Lake Ontario and the Niagara frontier. Yet cooperation between commands remained shaky, and British defenders, aided by local militia and indigenous allies, effectively countered many moves. On Lake Erie, Oliver Hazard Perry supervised a frantic shipbuilding effort at Presque Isle, present-day Pennsylvania. The plan was bold: construct a small fleet to wrest control of the lake from the British, thereby isolating their garrisons in western Upper Canada. In September 1813, Perry's squadron faced the British at the Battle of Lake Erie. Amid chaotic fighting, Perry's flagship took heavy damage, prompting him to row to another vessel and continue the fight. The result was a striking American victory. culminating in his laconic message, "We have met the enemy, and they are ours." This triumph severed Britain's supply route and forced them to abandon Detroit. Simultaneously, William Henry Harrison led an American army into Upper Canada. Bolstered by Lake Erie's strategic advantage, Harrison advanced, culminating in the Battle of the Thames in October 1813. The death of Tecumseh there shattered the indigenous coalition in the region. Although some tribes would continue resistance, the unified front Tecumseh championed is dissipated. American morale soared at these regional successes, mitigating memories of the prior year's catastrophes. Yet not all fronts prospered. Along Lake Ontario, the Americans captured and burned York, future Toronto, angering Canadian locals but failing to achieve a decisive hold. Furthermore, the attempt to hold or take the Niagara region vacillated as leadership changed. The incompetent or quarrelsome interplay among American generals let opportunities slip away. British regulars, though outnumbered, capitalised on interior lines and local knowledge. They also enjoyed better coordination with indigenous forces. On the Atlantic side, the US Navy's larger warships occasionally triumphed in single-ship duels, but Britain's blockade grew tighter. American merchant vessels found it perilous to venture out. Privateers operating from smaller ports tried to slip through, capturing British merchant ships for bounty. Despite being a significant threat to Britain, these privateers were unable to lift the blockade. Coastal towns faced hardship as imported goods became scarce, fueling discontent. In New England, especially, anti-war sentiment solidified. Some Federalists saw the conflict as a Southern war, suspecting expansions in territory only benefited southwestern agrarian interests. Amid these realities, 1814 brought a watershed shift in the global context. Napoleon's defeat in Europe freed British resources to pivot to North America. The British planned major offensives. One, a southern thrust aiming to capture New Orleans. Another, a mid-Atlantic invasion to strike the Chesapeake. They also stepped up attempts to secure control of Lake Champlain, a route to New York's interior. The intensification alarmed the Madison administration, which realised that if these drives succeeded, major US cities could fall or states might bolt from the Union. Also, central in 1814 was a series of negotiations that began in Ghent. Belgium, American delegates, including John Quincy Adams and Henry Clay, faced British counterparts. These talks progressed slowly, shaped by events on the battlefield. Initially, Britain demanded concessions like a recognised indigenous buffer state in the Old Northwest, while the Americans insisted on status quo ante bellum. Each side hoped for a military advantage that would improve bargaining. Throughout the summer, the negotiations seesawed, overshadowed by intensifying hostilities. An overlooked aspect was the southwestern frontier, where Andrew Jackson confronted Creek warriors allied with or influenced by the British. Jackson's Tennessee volunteers waged fierce campaigns in the Creek War, culminating in a decisive victory at Horseshoe Bend. The resulting treaty forced vast land cessions from the Creeks, revealing how the War of 1812 also served American expansion at an indigenous expense. Jackson's reputation soared, positioning him for greater national prominence after the conflict. Thus, by mid-1814, the war was nearing a pivotal moment. The British planned to unleash their superior fleets and veteran troops now freed from European entanglements. The Americans, battered and divided, pinned hopes on local successes and the resilience of militia. Diplomatic channels flickered, but no one was sure how soon or on what terms peace would arrive. The stage was set for dramatic clashes that would shape not just the immediate fortunes of the two countries, but the future map of North America. Observers recognized that the war's outcome might finally clarify whether the United States, after 3 decades of independence, could fully stand among global powers or remain overshadowed by older empires. Late 1814 saw Britain escalate. One prong targeted the Chesapeake. Its success at capturing and burning Washington, D.C. in August shocked Americans. The British sought to quickly follow up by attacking Baltimore, a crucial port. If Baltimore fell, Britain might cripple the region's commerce and break American resolve. Yet Baltimore's defenders prepared vigorously. Citizens erected barricades, sank vessels to block harbour approaches, and reinforced Fort McHenry. British warships commenced bombardment on the night of September 13th, unleashing salvo after salvo into the fort. Despite the onslaught, the fort held. When dawn arrived, the American flag still billowed. witnessed by Francis Scott Key, who penned the Star-Spangled Banner. This morale-boosting outcome forced the British to withdraw, neutralising their Chesapeake campaign. Another British thrust aimed at Lake Champlain. An army advanced from Canada, hoping to slice into upstate New York and isolate New England. On September 11th, 1814, American naval forces under Thomas MacDonough won the pivotal Battle of Plattsburgh Bay, outmanoeuvring the British squadron. With their naval support lost, the British land invasion faltered, forcing a hasty retreat. This second repulse, alongside Baltimore's defence, shattered British hopes for a swift resolution by capturing major towns. Meanwhile, the southwestern frontier remained a separate theatre. Andrew Jackson's victory over the Creeks had freed him to concentrate on potential British moves along the Gulf Coast. British strategists planned a grand assault on New Orleans, imagining that controlling the Mississippi's mouth would hamper American expansion. Jackson, aware of the vital importance of the city, assembled a force of militia, volunteers, freedmen, and even a group of Barataria pirates under Jean Lafitte, forging a makeshift but spirited army. But that confrontation awaited final culmination early the next year. In the midst of these unfolding battles, negotiations in Ghent progressed. Sensing that neither side would gain from prolonged conflict, British diplomats seized earlier demands for territory or indigenous buffer states, while Americans, stung by the burning of their capital, recognised that an indefinite war threatened ruin. By December, a draft treaty emerged, endorsing the principle of status quo ante bellum. Both nations would revert to pre-war boundaries. Outstanding issues like impressment or maritime rights were not addressed, rendering the war's original triggers unsolved. Nonetheless, the desperate weariness on both sides pressed them to sign the Treaty of Ghent on December 24th, 1814. However, word of the treaty needed weeks to traverse the Atlantic. None of the signatories realised a major confrontation loomed on the Mississippi. British forces landed near New Orleans in mid-December 1814. Jackson rushed to fortify the city's approaches, digging entrenchments along the Rodriguez Canal. On January 8, 1815, the British launched a frontal assault, certain their disciplined ranks could overwhelm Jackson's ragtag defenders. Instead, entrenched Americans unleashed devastating volleys of musket and artillery fire, decimating British columns. The attack collapsed. British casualties soared. While American losses were modest, Jackson's victory catapulted him into national stardom. Ironically, this epic battle occurred after the signing of peace. When news of the Treaty of Ghent finally reached North America weeks later, both countries ratified it promptly, halting further bloodshed. For Americans, the war concluded on an emotional high thanks to the improbable success at New Orleans. They hailed the conflict as a second triumph over the Britain, ignoring that the treaty omitted the maritime issues that sparked the war. For Britain, the war had always been a side theatre overshadowed by the Napoleonic Wars, so ending it with minimal concessions was acceptable. Only indigenous nations truly lost out. With Tecumseh's confederation broken and no recognised buffer territory, the war thus spurred the unstoppable wave of American expansion westward. In the aftermath, Federalist opposition collapsed, tainted by war-rumoured secession talk at the Hartford Convention. The party withered, ushering in the so-called era of good feelings. The war also stimulated a sense of national identity, forging heroes like Andrew Jackson, William Henry Harrison, and Oliver Hazard Perry. The mythos of the war overshadowed the chaotic mismanagement and half-baked strategies that marked its early phases. Instead, popular memory latched onto the star-spangled defence of Fort McHenry, the ragtag victory at New Orleans, and the notion that the United States had defended its independence once again. From a broader perspective, the War of 1812 significantly shaped North American geopolitics. Canada, having rebuffed invasion, consolidated its distinct identity, reinforcing loyalty to the Crown. The United States, for its part, experienced a surge of nationalism, ironically reinforcing Union sentiments despite the war's rocky start. The conflict also revealed structural weaknesses in American finance and logistics, prompting post-war reforms. Freed from foreign entanglements, the US turned more confidently toward internal development and westward expansion. Indeed, the war's messy conclusion paved the path for subsequent growth that would define much of the 19th century. Historians continue to debate the War of 1812's deeper significance. Some label it a minor war, overshadowed by the Napoleonic giants in Europe, while others see it as a critical second test of American sovereignty. The reality, perhaps, is that both are true. On the grand scale, Britain was more consumed with Napoleon, but for the young United States, the conflict marked a crucial juncture. Did the new republic have the cohesion to withstand external assault, or would it fragment under pressure? One often overlooked outcome was the impetus for American industrialization. British blockades cut off European imports, prompting domestic manufacturers to step in and supply textiles and finished goods previously sourced from abroad. This unintended stimulus laid early foundations for the Industrial Revolution stateside. Once peace resumed, those infant industries demanded tariff protection, spurring sectional debates over free trade versus protective measures, a theme that shaped national politics well into the mid-century. The war also spurred the creation of new symbols of identity: the battered but surviving flag at Fort McHenry, the poem by Francis Scott Key that morphed into a national anthem, and even the iconic image of Dolly Madison rescuing crucial state papers. These narratives turned the War of 1812 into a story of pure strength. For many Americans in subsequent decades, it stood as proof that courage and cunning could offset inferior numbers or resources. That cultural legacy overshadowed the administrative bumbling and the partisan rancor that nearly crippled the war effort. For indigenous nations, the war's end accelerated their dispossession. Tecumseh's dream of a native confederacy collapsed with his death. British forces, no longer needing a bulwark against US expansion, provided limited post-war assistance. Tribes that had allied with Britain faced retribution or land seizures as Americans advanced. In the South, Andrew Jackson's post-war ascendancy led to further treaties pushing native groups west. Thus, the War of 1812 served as a key moment, paving the way for widespread white settlement throughout the Mississippi region and beyond. As for Canada, it developed a sense of shared heritage by resisting American invasions. French and English-speaking Canadians united under the Crown to repel the foreign threat, sowing seeds for a budding national identity distinct from Britain and the US. Figures like Laura Secord, who carried warning of an American raid, or the dead General Isaac Brock, became local heroes. The war's memory underscored that Canada would not be simply swallowed by the larger republic to the south, a dynamic that remains a point of cultural pride. Meanwhile, the returning US soldiers found themselves in varied conditions. Many frontier militias simply melted back into civilian life. Officers like Andrew Jackson or William Henry Harrison parlayed their war reputations into political capital, eventually capturing the White House. The post-war political environment recognized the potency of war heroes as leaders. The Federalist Party, tarred with disloyalty, soon dissolved, leaving the Democratic Republicans dominant, though internal factions would later spin off into new parties. James Madison completed his presidency in 1817, claiming the war had proven the constitutional system could endure an external threat. However, not all scars vanished. New England's economy, battered by blockades, pivoted more strongly toward manufacturing. Southern cotton expanded rapidly, ironically, fueled by the sense of security that no immediate British incursion threatened the coastline. The war's ephemeral alliances with French exiles or Spanish forces in Florida also factored into ongoing jockeying for territory. Within a few years, the US negotiated further expansions, culminating in the acquisition of Florida from Spain in 1819. These expansions, ironically, were partly greased by the sense that the US had won the War of 1812, even if the official treaty indicated no formal victor or concession. Thus, the conflict's legacy blossomed in multiple directions. For some, it was an afterthought overshadowed by the Napoleonic saga. For others, especially Americans, it was a second war of independence that validated the constitutional experiment. For indigenous nations, it triggered sorrowful fragmentation. For Canadians, it stamped a rebellious, proud identity that shaped future confederation. And for the wider Atlantic world, it removed a potential thorn, allowing Britain and the US to gradually pivot from enemies to trading partners. Of course, the complexities of war never vanish neatly. Subsequent decades saw tensions remain, especially in the boundary disputes in the Great Lakes region, eventually resolved by more peaceful diplomacy. The War of 1812 thus quietly ended an era of direct Anglo-American conflict. In the century that followed, both nations found more pressing concerns elsewhere, forging an uneasy but enduring peace. Over time, the war receded into historical memory, overshadowed by other milestones, yet its impact on shaping North American political, cultural, and economic trajectories remains indisputable. From a modern viewpoint, the War of 1812 often suffers from overshadowing by the American Revolution or the Civil War, yet it introduced important transformations in how Americans conceptualize their government's role, how local militias interface with federal authority, and how the broader continent responded to shifting power dynamics. For a generation that came of age after 1776, the war proved their own defining moment. Many states saw newly minted heroes or identified local episodes of valour, forging a tapestry of war stories that fed local pride. Among lesser-known anecdotes is the role of enslaved men who escaped to British lines, particularly in the Chesapeake region. The British offered freedom to those who joined their cause, akin to certain practices during the Revolution. Many seized the chance, enforcing British logistical efforts or forming labour battalions. Following the war, some relocated to British territories such as Nova Scotia or Trinidad, forming diaspora communities known as Americans. The phenomenon highlighted the contradictory nature of a war fought over liberty, while slavery persisted, adding another dimension to the moral tensions of the era. Another overlooked thread is the role of women on the home front. Dolly Madison's rescue of the White House portrait is famous, but countless unnamed women toiled under blockades, farmed while husbands marched, and nursed wounded militiamen. Some women, with entrepreneurial flair, turned to weaving or local manufacturing to fill voids left by the disrupted import market. Their contributions, though seldom documented, were part of the shift toward a more self-sufficient domestic economy, proving that crises can spur inventive responses in local communities. Meanwhile, the impetus for building infrastructure grew. The war exposed how the poor roads hindered troop movements and supply lines, prompting calls for federal investment in internal improvements, canals, turnpikes, and eventually railroads. Although these developments advanced mostly after the war ended, the War of 1812 experience laid bare the necessity for connectivity. As a result, the federal government gradually leaned into more involvement with the infrastructure, an idea championed by national Republicans who wanted to unify the states through improved trade routes. Diplomatically, the post-war settlements signified a slow thawing in Anglo-American relations. British statesmen, preoccupied with maintaining post-Napoleonic Europe's order, found it pragmatic to reduce friction across the Atlantic. The Rush-Bagot Agreement of 1817 demilitarized the Great Lakes, a pioneering arms control pact that diffused future tensions. Over time, the Canada-US boundary stabilized, fostering an unusual phenomenon, the world's longest undefended frontier. This shift from hostility to mutual accommodation in North America stands as a direct outgrowth of the war, even if overshadowed by the dramatic episodes of 1812 to 1815. For indigenous peoples, the war's end spelled heartbreak. Britain no longer needed to bolster native confederations, so they withdrew support. The momentum of American expansion resumed, unstoppable. A patchwork of treaties forced tribes onto smaller lands or westward. The war had briefly offered a chance for unity under Tecumseh's leadership, but that vision perished at the Thames. The subsequent displacement of tribes in Ohio and Indiana soared, part of the broader national policy that would eventually culminate in the forced removals of the 1830s. Culturally, the war fed a romantic notion of American pride in adversity. Painters produced works depicting the Constitution's duels at sea or the British retreat from Baltimore. Poetry and ballads commemorated local militia triumphs. Over decades, these popular accounts coalesced into a somewhat sanitized narrative highlighting victory at New Orleans and the heroic stand at Fort McHenry. The fiascos, the bungled invasions of Canada, the burning of Washington slipped into lesser emphasis. This selective memory pattern shaped how textbooks presented the war for generations, culminating in a sense that the US overcame formidable odds to defend its independence once more. Thus, the War of 1812 was not solely about the immediate triggers of maritime rights or frontier tension. Its significance unfolded over decades, influencing economic policy, forging new heroes, weaving new cultural motifs, and setting boundaries for indigenous communities. Even with no territorial gains codified, the intangible results were profound. The conflict established that the US could wage war without fracturing, albeit narrowly. It paved a path for internal expansion and signalled that a truly post-colonial North America was emerging, with the US and Canada forging distinct identities. Looking back, these legacies underscore that wars, even ones overshadowed by larger global events, can reshape continents in subtle but enduring ways. The War of 1812 might seem distant, yet its themes echo in contemporary life: how a young nation handles international bullying, the friction between defending principles and managing everyday commerce, and the tensions of forging unity among disparate regional interests. Observing how that the US then navigated blockades, invasions, and internal disputes can offer perspective on the modern crises, where resource constraints and political divides remain just as real, albeit in different forms. One instructive aspect is the leadership dynamic. President Madison, initially reluctant, found himself backed into a war by vocal congressional voices. The war's early failures exposed the cost of insufficient preparation and partisan bickering. Only by mid-conflict did the administration coordinate effectively with local militias, naval contractors, and privateers. This shift from disorganisation to partial synergy teaches how policymaking, once confronted with real adversity, can pivot. Many modern observers glean that advanced planning, while ideal, often collides with political hesitance, yet adversity can spur belated but decisive collaboration. Another dimension is the interplay of personal and strategic agendas. Ambitious generals, such as William Hull or later Jacob Brown, had their reputations at stake. Politicians in Congress angled for local advantage or re-election. The war's path was shaped by these individual aims, sometimes to the detriment of cohesive national strategy. Similarly, in today's environment, personal ambition can sabotage or realign collective efforts, showing that cohesive leadership must harness personal drives rather than deny them. The conflict also underscores how external catalysts can unify an otherwise fractious society. Despite ongoing disputes, the burning of Washington united many who previously criticized the war. The subsequent defense of Baltimore turned despair into resilience, bridging divides, at least temporarily. This phenomenon appears repeatedly in national histories. A tangible external threat can galvanize unity, overshadowing internal differences. However, sustaining that unity after the crisis abates is another matter, a lesson well illustrated by the meltdown of Federalist support post-war and the ephemeral era of good feelings. From a moral vantage, the war showcased how indigenous alliances can be manipulated by great powers. British promises to protect native lands or the American pledge to incorporate friendly tribes often found little fulfillment once strategic ends were met. The ephemeral nature of these alliances led to tragic outcomes for indigenous communities. Modern discussions about the rights of marginalised groups caught in geopolitical crossfires resonate with the story of these nations' exploitation as pawns. While times differ, the principle that real autonomy seldom emerges from foreign patrons remains relevant. In the realm of memory, the War of 1812 reveals how selective retelling can overshadow complexities. Francis Scott Key's rocket's red glare soared in the national consciousness, overshadowing episodes where US invasions failed or inflicted harm on civilians. Today, educational curricula often reduce the war to a handful of famous vignettes: burning of Washington, the Star-Spangled Banner, Andrew Jackson at New Orleans, neglecting the messy intricacies. This phenomenon, common in historical narratives, underscores the importance of seeking more profound perspectives beyond iconic highlights. Another parallel to modern times is the war's reflection on global commerce. Then, as now, major powers tried to control trade routes, imposing blockades or sanctions. The US had to navigate a dual challenge, sustaining internal unity while resisting external economic pressure. The war's outcome hinted that a nation with robust internal markets and flexible production can endure even when cut off from usual trade. This resilience dynamic remains at the core of contemporary discourse around self-sufficiency and global supply chains. Ultimately, the War of 1812's legacy remains multifaceted. It united Americans around a renewed sense of identity, advanced some individuals politically, and inflicted irreparable damage on indigenous confederacies. It highlighted that the young republic, though battered, could stand as an independent entity, shaping a distinct brand of national pride that propelled expansions west and cultural evolutions at home. Yet the moral questions, particularly regarding indigenous and enslaved populations, reveal deeper costs. For midlife readers who are balancing personal ideals with real-world complexities, The War of 1812 emphasises that every grand enterprise, from commercial policy to warfare, hinges on negotiations of principle, ambition, and compromise. During this delicate balance, societies often uncover their potential for harmony as well as the potential for future strife. When the final guns fell silent and the Treaty of Ghent was ratified, the War of 1812's immediate outcome could be summarised as a military stalemate but a psychological victory for the US. The impetus behind the war, ending British impressment and maritime restrictions, remained largely unresolved in the text of peace, but global shifts, including the final defeat of Napoleon, rendered those maritime issues moot. Britain no longer felt the same compulsion to detain American sailors. Gradually, normal trade resumed. Domestically, the war left behind a changed political and economic landscape. The Federalist Party collapsed, tainted by its near-treasonous Hartford Convention. The Democratic Republicans established a single-party dominance despite the emergence of internal factions. James Monroe succeeded Madison and ushered in the so-called era of good feelings, where partisan bickering lulled temporarily. Simultaneously, the war stoked calls for a more robust national infrastructure, roads, canals, a better banking system to prevent future logistic nightmares. Many of the same states that had balked at federal authority during the war now grudgingly admitted the necessity of coordinated planning. Of the war's personalities, Andrew Jackson emerged as the archetypal hero. His triumph at New Orleans overshadowed earlier fiascos. Popular ballads hailed him as the unstoppable Old Hickory. This catapulted Jackson toward the presidency in the following decade, shaping a new wave of populist politics that departed from the more patrician style of Jefferson or Madison. Another figure, Dolly Madison, remained a cultural icon for her bravery during the White House evacuation, exemplifying how smaller personal acts can become legendary in a war overshadowed by battles and sieges. Meanwhile, the war's end did not bring peace to indigenous nations. With Tecumseh's coalition shattered, American expansion surged west, leading to treaties that often forced tribes off ancestral lands. The war's ephemeral alliances, wherein the British used tribal forces to hamper US invasions, vanished once the conflict concluded, leaving tribes vulnerable. This pattern repeated throughout the 19th century, culminating in a systematic push across the continent that overshadowed earlier illusions of indigenous-led confederations. For Britain, the war was a minor chapter. Most British historical accounts mention it as a side conflict overshadowed by the Napoleonic Wars. The eventual forging of an amicable British-American relationship in the 19th century meant that the War of 1812 quietly retreated into the background of British consciousness. The Joint Rush-Bagot Agreement of 1817 prevented future naval build-ups on the Great Lakes and fostered the concept of a demilitarized boundary that remains remarkable in global terms. For Canada, defending against American invasions underlined a budding sense of distinct identity. Residents of Upper and Lower Canada had, to many Americans' surprise, not welcomed the idea of annexation. This loyalty to the British Crown found fresh impetus after repelling repeated US attacks. Over time, Canadian historians pointed to the War of 1812 as a foundational moment. The volunteer militias, the alliances with Indigenous fighters, and the persevering local leadership formed the nucleus of later Canadian unity. Commemorations throughout the 19th century celebrated heroes like Isaac Brock, forging national myths that shaped the country's future. In the broader context of US military tradition, the war highlighted weaknesses that spurred professionalization. The humiliating collapses of militias taught that raw volunteer forces needed better training and discipline. Naval successes, on the other hand, proved the potential of a well-crafted professional navy. Post-war, the Navy's leadership gradually expanded, adopting new ship designs and forging a tradition that would eventually propel the US to maritime prominence in the next century. The Army, though overshadowed, also instituted reforms in leadership selection and supply management. As the decades passed, the war's memory nestled into national lore. The Star-Spangled Banner, originally penned as a poem, eventually became the national anthem by the early 20th century, immortalizing that moment at Fort McHenry. Veterans of the war, overshadowed by the larger generation of Revolutionary War patriots, formed their associations, though their recollections were less frequently lionized. It wasn't until the war's centennial in 1912 that a wave of commemorative events revived interest. Historians passed diaries and official records, unveiling the war's complexities, how it advanced certain domestic industries, spurred expansions, inflamed indigenous dispossession, and permanently altered the shape of Canadian identity. For Canada, it reinforced a distinctive path under the Crown. For Britain, it ended an irksome sideshow that proved Americans wouldn't revert to colonial dependence. And for Indigenous peoples, it signalled the lethal truth of an expanding American republic. The war's finale, overshadowed by the surreal timing of news, delivered no single glorious victor, but shaped the next century's cross-border realities in ways subtle yet enduring. In the waning days of Rome's glory, a young deacon named Leo quietly ascended to prominence. The Western Empire was in danger of disintegrating in the year 440. Instead of looking to senators or generals for advice, imperial officials looked to a churchman. At Emperor Valentinian III's behest, Leo journeyed to Gaul to mediate a bitter feud between General Aetius, Rome's most powerful commander, and the magistrate Albinus. The emperor's decision to entrust this delicate mission to Leo was significant, as the able deacon had established a reputation for prudence and authority beyond ecclesiastical circles. While Leo negotiated peace in Gaul, fate intervened back home. Pope Sixtus III died in Leo's absence, and on September the 29th, 440, the clergy and people of Rome unanimously elected Leo as Bishop of Rome. The news reached him up north. The mediator would now become the supreme pastor of the Western Church. Leo returned to a city in need of strong leadership. Stepping into the role of Bishop of Rome, later generations would hail him as Pope Leo the Great, he carried both humility and resolve. Rome in the 440s was a city of contrasts, still adorned with imperial marble and Christian basilicas, yet teeming with destitute refugees from barbarian invasions. Leo threw himself into the work. From the pulpit he preached not only doctrine but also charity. He organised relief for those suffering from famine and war, urging the faithful to practice mercy and almsgiving alongside their fasts. Under his guidance, the church opened its granaries to feed the hungry and its monasteries to shelter the homeless. Leo's compassion in action earned him a fatherly status among Romans. In a world where emperors taxed and generals fought, it was the Bishop of Rome who cared for the widow and orphan. However, Leo was not a passive individual. He was equally a man of ideas and unwavering determination. As heresies sprouted amid the turmoil of the times, Leo responded with intellectual rigour and firm discipline. When news came that certain priests in distant Aquileia were tolerating the Pelagian heresy, Leo swiftly ordered a synod to correct them. In Rome, he discovered a secret sect of Manichaean dualists lurking in the shadows, likely refugees from the recently fallen African provinces. The Pope reacted decisively. He investigated, preached fiery sermons against their false light, and, according to his contemporary Prosper of Aquitaine, even burned their forbidden books. By 444 he declared the capital cleansed of the Manichaean contagion. Such actions might seem harsh to modern eyes, but to Leo's mind the very soul of Rome was at stake. If the empire was crumbling, at least the faith must stand firm. Leo's blend of compassion and authority extended his influence beyond the usual spiritual realm. The Western imperial court itself acknowledged his leadership. In June 445, Emperor Valentinian III issued a remarkable decree recognizing the primacy of the Bishop of Rome based on the merits of Peter and the dignity of the ancient capital. Provincial governors were even ordered to enforce papal summonses, a legal nod to Leo's supremacy over Western Christendom. This feat was unprecedented. Once merely primus inter pares, first among equals of bishops, the Bishop of Rome now held a recognised preeminence. Under Leo's stewardship, the very title of Pope, once used broadly for any bishop, became reserved exclusively for Rome's bishop. The decline of the empire was sowing the seeds of the papacy's future grandeur. Despite these accolades, Leo remained at heart a pastor. He corresponded with distant churches, arbitrating disputes in Gaul and Spain as a trusted father figure. He drew around him learned men like Prosper to assist in administration and correspondence. Ever mindful of his exemplar, St. Peter the Apostle, Leo championed the idea that the Pope is Peter's heir, carrying the keys of spiritual authority. The ultimate test of this conviction was imminent. As the mid-5th century approached, ominous tidings spread across the Alps. A storm was gathering in the north. The Huns, led by a warlord whose name was already spoken in dread whispers, were on the move. Unbeknownst to Leo, destiny was steering him toward a singular role, not only as a teacher and shepherd of souls, but as Rome's protector in its darkest hour. The stage was set for an encounter that would resound through the ages, and the humble deacon-turned-pope would soon be called upon to save an empire. Pope Leo I was solidifying his spiritual authority while the Western Roman Empire around him was on the verge of collapse. By the mid-5th century, Rome's dominion had shrunk to a pathetic core. Little more than Italy and part of Gaul, observers noted, of the Western realm. The grandeur of Caesar and Augustus was now a ghost haunting crumbling walls. Gone were the rich provinces of North Africa. The Vandals had seized Carthage in 439, cutting off Rome's critical grain supply. Hispania and Gaul were carved up by Visigothic and Burgundian kings who paid only token respect to the emperor. Across the sea, Britannia, once a Roman diocese, was abandoned to wild Anglo-Saxon warlords. The Western Empire in Leo's time was essentially an Italian kingdom struggling to survive, its frontiers pressed on all sides by so-called barbarians, and its treasury drained. The city of Rome itself, though still symbolically powerful, was a mere shadow of its former self. The imperial court had long since relocated to Ravenna, a marsh-girt city easier to defend. In Rome, ancient monuments decayed even as new churches rose. The populace, much diminished from a century ago, lived in uneasy suspense. Memories of the Visigoth sack of 410 still lingered like a national trauma. Elderly Romans could recall the horror when Alaric's Goths breached the walls and looted the Eternal City for 3 days. The psychological scar had not healed. Now, 4 decades later, rumours spread that an even fiercer enemy was approaching Italy's borders. Children heard frightening tales of the Hun with his ruthless horsemen and felt their parents' anxiety. Many asked, was history repeating itself? Or worse, was this the end of Rome at last? In the palaces of Ravenna, Emperor Valentinian III reigned in name, but real power was precariously balanced. The true strongman was Flavius Aetius, the Magister Militum, master of soldiers. Famed for both his cunning and his controversial alliances, Aetius had spent his youth as a hostage among the Huns, even befriending their leaders. Hardened by that experience, he knew Rome could not fight all its enemies at once. With grim pragmatism, Aetius had struck deals with some barbarians to fight others. In 437 he formed an alliance with Attila's Huns to demolish the Burgundian kingdom in Gaul, eradicating it from its core. Western Rome was forced to play a desperate game of divide et impera in order to survive. By the late 440s, Aetius managed a fragile coalition holding Gaul against the Visigoths and Italy against the Ostrogoths. But the Huns, once his occasional allies, were becoming an ever greater threat. Aetius knew Attila's character too well. The Hun king's ambitions had no limit. The cultural fabric of the empire was also fraying. The old pagan aristocracy had mostly bowed to Christianity, but not always sincerely. Some clung to classical traditions and nostalgic dreams of Rome's past, while the new reality, a Christian empire fighting for its life, demanded a different ethos. In this atmosphere, spiritual interpretations of Rome's misfortune flourished. Many Christian Romans, Leo among them, viewed the successive calamities as divine chastisement for the empire's sins. Was God using barbarian invaders as a scourge to humble Rome? The question was pondered in sermons and letters. Decades earlier, St. Augustine had written The City of God after the 410 sack, explaining that earthly empires rise and fall while the City of God endures. Now Augustine was gone. He had died in 430 as Vandals besieged his city of Hippo, but his ideas lived on. Pope Leo, steeped in such theology, urged his flock not to lose faith. If the empire was crumbling, perhaps it was all the more urgent to uphold Christian virtue and unity. By 450, the Western court was rife with intrigue and insecurity. Emperor Valentinian, never a strong ruler, was dominated first by his formidable mother, Galla Placidia, and then by Aetius. With Placidia's death in 450 and the emperor's own sister Honoria embroiled in scandal, she had secretly appealed to Attila for help escaping an arranged marriage, offering him her hand, and half the empire as dowry. The dynasty itself seemed to teeter. When reports came that Attila had considered Honoria's plea and was mustering his forces, panic swept the Italian elite. Attila's reputation as the scourge of God preceded him. He had already bullied the Eastern Empire into paying enormous tribute, and now he cast his covetous gaze westward. In the spring of 451, Attila marched into Gaul. The showdown came on the Catalaunian plains near Chalons. There, Aetius, joined by Roman troops and various foederati allies, Visigoths, Franks, confronted the Huns in one of antiquity's great battles. The fight was brutal and indecisive. Attila's advance was halted, but not decisively crushed. Corpses littered the plain, and the Visigothic king was slain in the fray. But Attila lived to fight another day. The Battle of Chalons, instead of a clear Roman victory, resulted in a Pyrrhic stalemate that left the Hunnic horde battered yet intact. Gaul had taken the brunt of Attila's wrath, giving Italy a moment of relief, but the respite was fleeting. Late in 451, as winter fell, unsettling news reached Rome. Attila had regrouped his forces beyond the Alps. The Hun was far from finished. In fact, he was enraged. They had thwarted his campaign in Gaul, leaving his appetite for conquest unsated. Honoria's offer still stood as a convenient pretext. In Attila's mind, the dowry he demanded, half of the Western Empire, remained unpaid. Early the next year, scouts and refugees brought terrifying reports. Attila was crossing into Italy. City after city in the northern provinces was falling to fire and sword. The spectre that had loomed so long was now at hand. Rome's darkest hour was approaching, even as its secular might was at its weakest. The people's hopes increasingly turned to prayer, and to the unassuming figure of Pope Leo, whose courage and faith would soon be tested as never before. In the gathering gloom of the 450s, Pope Leo I emerged as more than a religious leader. He became the soul of a dying empire. While legions faltered and emperors dithered, Leo provided a different kind of strength, one rooted in faith and moral conviction. He often preached that earthly turmoils were transient, but the spiritual battle for righteousness was eternal. Leo's unwavering faith in the unique function of his position fueled his confidence. As Bishop of Rome, he saw himself as heir to St. Peter, the Apostle Christ had charged with feeding his sheep. To Leo, the task was no mere honorific. It was a living mandate. In one letter he wrote, "To deny the authority of the chair of Peter is to question the very foundation of the Church." He strove to live up to that high calling, convinced that in his leadership the voice of the apostles echoed anew. This conviction was dramatically vindicated in 451 at the Great Council of Chalcedon, a church synod convened far to the east in Asia Minor to settle a theological crisis. Leo could not attend in person, troubles in the west kept him in Rome, but he sent legates bearing a document he authored, the famous Tome of Leo. This tome clearly defined the dual nature of Christ, both fully God and fully man, and was intended to guide the council fathers out of contentious debate. As the assembly of bishops read Leo's words aloud, a sudden unity swept the hall. According to the council records, the bishops cried out in unison, "This is the faith of the fathers. Peter has spoken thus through Leo." In that acclamation, Leo's authority was affirmed in an almost mystical way. It was as if St. Peter himself had stood among them, teaching through Leo's voice. The Roman Pope's stature soared. He was now revered as Leo the Great, a pillar of orthodoxy and a figure of international renown. For Leo personally, it was confirmation that his leadership carried not just human approval, but divine sanction. Back in Rome, Leo leveraged this moral authority to bolster the city's resolve. He preached frequently to his flock, tailoring his message to the tumultuous times. In homilies, he called the invasion threats a test of faith. Drawing on scripture, he likened Rome to the biblical Nineveh, a mighty city that could be spared from destruction if its people repented and turned to God. He urged public fasting and prayer vigils, and it was said that the churches were filled day and night with supplicants crying for deliverance. The Pope himself led processions through the streets, venerating relics of saints and imploring heavenly aid to avert the scourge approaching Italy. To a population frightened by news of flaming towns in the north, Leo's calm and resolute presence was a godsend. He told them, God did not abandon Jonah's Nineveh, nor will he abandon Rome, seat of his apostles. Such words gave hope to the hopeless. Leo's influence extended even into the imperial palace. When Emperor Valentinian III and his court vacillated on how to deal with Attila's impending onslaught, Leo did not hesitate to offer counsel. Some accounts suggest it was Leo who volunteered to personally meet the Hun, a proposal that stunned the imperial advisors. Others say the idea originated from the emperor, who realised that no general or diplomat had the gravitas to face Attila on equal terms, whereas the saintly Bishop of Rome just might. Regardless, by the beginning of 452, everyone's attention was focused on Leo, possibly the sole individual capable of saving Rome from the abyss. It was a heavy burden for a man of the cloth, yet Leo prepared to shoulder it with the same sense of duty that had guided him all along. There was a profound symbolism in Leo's stepping forward. Here was a representative of spiritual authority confronting the might of worldly violence. The clash was not simply between a pope and a warlord, but between two worldviews, one of faith, mercy and moral suasion, and another of conquest, fear and raw power. Leo understood this. In quiet moments of prayer before his departure, he surely reflected on the trials of past leaders of the Church. He prayed at the tomb of St. Peter in the Vatican Basilica, seeking courage. Tradition holds that Leo had a vision there, hearing the words, "Peace be with you, I am with you," as if spoken by Peter or an angel. Empowered by this reassurance, Leo arose determined to act. If Attila was indeed a scourge sent as punishment, then Leo would be the intercessor pleading for mercy on Rome's behalf, a new Moses before the Pharaoh, or a David against Goliath armed only with faith. By the spring of 452, Attila's forces had stormed into northern Italy, and panic gripped the land. Emperor Valentinian remained safely behind Ravenna's walls, and General Aetius, lacking an army strong enough after the Gaulish campaign, could do little. It was in this vacuum of secular leadership that Leo's moment arrived. The Pope gathered a small delegation to accompany him, among them the former consul Gennadius Avienus and the ex-prefect Memmius Trigetius, distinguished Romans who lent political weight to the embassy. But there was no question who led it. Dressed not in armour, but in simple clerical robes, Leo set out northward, determined to confront the unconfrontable. As he left the gates of Rome, citizens wept and cheered him in equal measure, praying for his success, fearing for his safety. Behind him trailed an austere retinue of priests and deacons carrying holy relics and perhaps gifts for the Hun king. It was an unprecedented sight, the vicar of Christ riding forth to meet the terror of the world. The sun-baked Italian roads ahead were uncertain, but Leo's purpose was clear. In his heart burned both the courage of a lion and the compassion of a shepherd. Whatever happened on this journey, Rome's fate and Leo's legacy would forever be intertwined on that fateful day when faith stood face to face with fury. While Leo advanced north, Attila the Hun drove his war host relentlessly south. To understand the collision course of these two figures, one must step into Attila's world, a world of vast open. The vast steppes echoed with thundering hooves, symbolising a destiny forged in blood and superstition. Attila was no ordinary barbarian chieftain. He styled himself as something far grander, even cosmic. A legend circulated among his people that a sacred weapon had fallen into Attila's hands, the sword of Mars. A humble shepherd, the story went, discovered an ornate sword in a field, revealed by the blood of a limping heifer. He presented it to Attila, who exulted in the find. Believing it a gift from the war god, whom Romans identified as Mars, Attila took it as a sign of divine favour. He thought he had been appointed ruler of the whole world, and that through the sword of Mars supremacy in all wars was assured to him. So writes the historian Jordanes, echoing the accounts of Attila's contemporaries. Armed with this talisman and unshakable self-confidence, Attila saw himself as an instrument of godly wrath, a scourge sent upon the earth. Indeed, later Romans would call him flagellum Dei, the scourge of God, believing that he was a punishment for the sins of humankind. Under Attila's command, the Hunnic Empire reached its zenith. From the plains of Hungary across the Danube and into Germany, he united a confederation of Huns, Alans, Ostrogoths, and other tribes through charisma and fear. He became sole ruler in 445 after allegedly murdering his brother Bleda, an act that removed the last check on his power. Ruthless as he was, Attila was also a shrewd strategist. He realised that brute force alone wouldn't sustain his dominion. Cunning diplomacy and psychological warfare were equally potent. Throughout the 440s, Attila alternated devastating military campaigns with calculated negotiations. He extorted the Eastern Roman Empire for gold year after year, first £700, then £2,100 annually after he battered their armies in 447. The Eastern Emperor, Theodosius II, preferred paying off the Huns to facing them in battle, a policy that enriched Attila immensely. By the year 450, Attila's treasuries were brimming with tribute, and his warriors had gained seasoned experience from numerous skirmishes and sieges. Despite ruling over such wealth, Attila led a simple life by choice, akin to a warrior monk. Roman envoys who visited his encampment were astonished by his austerity. The historian Priscus, who dined with Attila during a diplomatic mission, recorded that while lavish food on silver platters was served to guests, Attila himself ate nothing but meat off a wooden trencher. He drank from a wooden cup, whereas his lieutenants sipped wine from gleaming goblets of gold. His clothes were plain and clean, devoid of the jewels that adorned other chieftains. Such discipline both impressed and unnerved the Romans. It suggested a man of unwavering determination, unaffected by decadence or distraction, a leader capable of instilling unwavering loyalty by empathizing with the struggles of his followers. Attila also had a mercurial temper and could be mercilessly cruel, but he tempered terror with moments of calculated mercy or humour, keeping even his closest followers guessing. Attila's worldview was steeped in omen and prophecy. Priscus noted that Attila consulted seers and believed in predictions about his lineage. One prophecy purportedly left him momentarily sombre. It foretold that disaster would eventually befall the Huns, though perhaps not in his lifetime. But such dark musings were rare. More often, Attila projected absolute confidence in his divinely sanctioned mission of conquest. He even co-opted Roman mystique for his ends. A chilling tale from Milan illustrates this. When Attila captured that proud Italian city in 452, he came across a fresco in the palace that depicted past Roman emperors seated on the thrones, which triumphed over the barbarian chiefs who were laid prostrate at their feet, conveying a sense of imperial arrogance. The scene of imperial arrogance enraged him. Attila immediately summoned an artist and ordered a new mural painted. In this revisionist artwork, Attila sat on the throne while cringing. Roman emperors knelt before him, pouring out bags of gold in tribute. With grim satisfaction, Attila essentially declared his reversal of fortune. Rome's days of victory were over. It was now the barbarians' turn to rule. Whether or not the story is apocryphal, it captures Attila's mindset. He was deliberately crafting an image, to Romans and to his people, that the Hun was the new master of the world and Rome's proud eagles would bow to the rider of the steppes. While Leo advanced north, Attila the Hun drove his war host relentlessly south. To understand the collision course of these two figures, one must step into Attila's world, a world of vast open. The vast steppes echoed with thundering hooves, symbolizing a destiny forged in blood and superstition. Attila was no ordinary barbarian chieftain. He styled himself as something far grander, even cosmic. A legend circulated among his people that a sacred weapon had fallen into Attila's hands, the sword of Mars. A humble shepherd, the story went, discovered an ornate sword in a field, revealed by the blood of a limping heifer. He presented it to Attila, who exulted in the find. Believing it a gift from the war god, whom Romans identified as Mars, Attila took it as a sign of divine favour. He thought he had been appointed ruler of the whole world, and that through the sword of Mars supremacy in all wars was assured to him. So writes the historian Jordanes, echoing the accounts of Attila's contemporaries. Armed with this talisman and unshakable self-confidence, Attila saw himself as an instrument of godly wrath, a scourge sent upon the earth. Indeed, later Romans would call him flagellum Dei, the scourge of God, believing that he was a punishment for the sins of humankind. Under Attila's command, the Hunnic Empire reached its zenith. From the plains of Hungary across the Danube and into Germany, he united a confederation of Huns, Alans, Ostrogoths, and other tribes through charisma and fear. He became sole ruler in 445 after allegedly murdering his brother Bleda, an act that removed the last check on his power. Ruthless as he was, Attila was also a shrewd strategist. He realised that brute force alone wouldn't sustain his dominion. Cunning diplomacy and psychological warfare were equally potent. Throughout the 440s, Attila alternated devastating military campaigns with calculated negotiations. He extorted the Eastern Roman Empire for gold year after year, first £700, then £2,100 annually, after he battered their armies in 447. The Eastern Emperor, Theodosius II, preferred paying off the Huns to facing them in battle, a policy that enriched Attila immensely. By the year 450, Attila's treasuries were brimming with tribute, and his warriors had gained seasoned experience from numerous skirmishes and sieges. Despite ruling over such wealth, Attila led a simple life by choice, akin to a warrior monk. Roman envoys who visited his encampment were astonished by his austerity. The historian Priscus, who dined with Attila during a diplomatic mission, recorded that while lavish food on silver platters was served to guests, Attila himself ate nothing but meat off a wooden trencher. He drank from a wooden cup, whereas his lieutenants sipped wine from gleaming goblets of gold. His clothes were plain and clean, devoid of the jewels that adorned other chieftains. Such discipline both impressed and unnerved the Romans. It suggested a man of unwavering determination, unaffected by decadence or distraction, a leader capable of instilling unwavering loyalty by empathizing with the struggles of his followers. Attila also had a mercurial temper and could be mercilessly cruel, but he tempered terror with moments of calculated mercy or humour, keeping even his closest followers guessing. Attila's worldview was steeped in omen and prophecy. Priscus noted that Attila consulted seers and believed in predictions about his lineage. One prophecy purportedly left him momentarily sombre. It foretold that disaster would eventually befall the Huns, though perhaps not in his lifetime. But such dark musings were rare. More often, Attila projected absolute confidence in his divinely sanctioned mission of conquest. He even co-opted Roman mystique for his ends. A chilling tale from Milan illustrates this. When Attila captured that proud Italian city in 452, he came across a fresco in the palace that depicted past Roman emperors seated on the thrones, which triumphed over the barbarian chiefs who were laid prostrate at their feet, conveying a sense of imperial arrogance. The scene of imperial arrogance enraged him. Attila immediately summoned an artist and ordered a new mural painted. In this revisionist artwork, Attila sat on the throne while cringing. Roman emperors knelt before him, pouring out bags of gold in tribute. With grim satisfaction, Attila essentially declared his reversal of fortune. Rome's days of victory were over. It was now the barbarians' turn to rule. Whether or not the story is apocryphal, it captures Attila's mindset. He was deliberately crafting an image, to Romans and to his people, that the Hun was the new master of the world and Rome's proud eagles would bow to the rider of the steppes. In the sultry August of 452, northern Italy lay crushed under the Huns' heel. The Huns trampled fields, left villages empty, and filled the air with thick smoke from burnt towns. Down the ancient Via Aemilia, a strange procession made its way against this tide of destruction. Pope Leo I, mounted perhaps on a sturdy mule or horse, led a small band of envoys and clergy steadily northward. Each mile brought new evidence of Attila's wrath. Charred farmsteads, refugees huddled by the roadside, and tales of unspeakable carnage. Leo's heart must have been heavy, yet he pressed on, radiating a calm conviction that bewildered those who met him. There are accounts of peasants kneeling as he passed, as if sensing that this man carried the last hope of Rome on his shoulders. Clad in the simple white garments of a bishop, Leo cut an incongruous figure on a battlefield. But to the desperate Italians, the sight of the unarmed pope heading toward the invader inspired a flicker of faith. If anyone could appeal to Attila's mercy, perhaps it was this saintly man. Meanwhile, Attila had pitched camp near the Mincio River, not far from where it flows into the Great Po. The summer heat and disease in his ranks urged him to conclude business quickly. Rome beckoned just over the horizon. Attila sent scouts ahead toward the capital, who returned with curious news. The city's gates were still shut, no army in sight. Instead, a delegation of high-ranking Romans was coming to parley. Attila agreed to receive them. Perhaps he believed that a quick negotiation could secure both a hefty ransom and Honoria's hand, which would allow him to claim victory without further bloodshed. Or perhaps he relished making Rome prostrate itself. Either way, a meeting was arranged on the open plain. Attila ordered his war tent prepared with appropriate pomp. The Hun camp bustled, banners emblazoned with dragon motifs fluttered, horses neighed, and rings of leather tents stretched to the horizon. Battle-scarred warriors, curious about the Roman Pope, gathered at a respectful distance when the envoys arrived. They came in state. Leo, flanked by the ex-consul Avienus and ex-prefect Tragetius, and attended by a train of priests bearing processional crosses and icons. To Attila's warriors, the scene was a novel sight. Romans without weapons, carrying only strange symbols and moving with solemn purpose. Under the bright sky, Pope Leo and Attila the Hun finally came face to face. The moment was historic, the soft-spoken Holy Father and the scourge of nations. Despite being in his early 60s, Leo stood with dignified bearing. Attila, a middle-aged man of middling height with a man with a broad chest and weathered face, regarded the Pope intently. Attila was known for his habit of rolling his fierce eyes to intimidate those in front of him. One might imagine he attempted the same on Leo. Yet Leo did not flinch. Clad in simple robes, the Pope met the barbarian's gaze with steady, compassionate eyes. An observer described Leo at that encounter as fearless, as one who trusts not in himself but in God. Attila, who had terrorized tens of thousands, now encountered a man who showed no fear. The conversation that unfolded has been lost to time. No transcript exists, but through various accounts and a dose of imagination, we can reconstruct its tenor. First, the Roman envoys likely offered formal salutations. Avienus, experienced in diplomacy, probably spoke, "Attila, most noble leader of the Huns, we come on behalf of the Senate and people of Rome." They might have offered gifts, chests of gold or jewelled goblets, tokens of Rome's esteem or desperation. Attila listened impatiently. Then Pope Leo addressed the warlord. Unlike the perfumed senators of the East who had grovelled before Attila in past embassies, Leo's voice was neither sycophantic nor cowering. He spoke plainly, demonstrating both grave respect and authority. Through an interpreter, for Attila, who understood Latin only a little, Leo appealed to humanity in the Hun. He acknowledged Attila's victories. "You have been the instrument of divine justice, punishing the sins of the land." Such words, crediting God for Attila's success, may have intrigued the superstitious king. Leo continued, perhaps urging Attila to show mercy now that his mission of chastisement was fulfilled. He might have invoked the fate of conquerors who failed to temper justice with mercy. Certainly Leo reminded Attila of the transience of mortal life. One chronicler imagined Leo saying, "We are all mortals, O king, sooner or later we return to dust. Seek not the further spilling of innocents' blood, but earn everlasting glory by sparing Rome." Attila responded brusquely. One can picture his scowling visage as he listed his demands. Through the interpreter, he likely thundered that Honoria, the imperial princess who had appealed to him, be handed over at once with her rightful inheritance, the dowry he claimed. He may have also demanded an annual tribute of gold from Rome to replace what the Eastern Empire had stopped paying. Attila was a man used to dictating terms, yet even as he spoke, something gnawed at him. Here was this unarmed priest calmly rebutting the scourge of God. Leo answered Attila's demands firmly. The emperor could not yield his sister as a bride, for that matter was already settled. Honoria had been punished for her rash offer. As for tribute, Leo likely pleaded that Italy was spent and ravaged. There was little left to give. Perhaps he offered what he could from the church's treasury, emphasizing that further devastation would only bring diminishing returns. A starved, plague-ridden land would profit no conqueror. As the negotiations seesawed, Attila's temper might have flared, but each time Leo responded with steady reasoning and moral exhortation. He reminded Attila of Alaric's fate. The Goth had died soon after taking Rome. Was it truly wise to risk the same anger of heaven? Attila's pagan priests in his retinue exchanged nervous glances. They too had heard the stories. The Hunnic king, despite his bravado, felt a chill. At that very moment, according to the later legend, miraculous vision sealed the outcome. Attila suddenly fell silent, eyes widening at a point above Leo's head. To his astonishment, he beheld what seemed to be two towering figures in the air, saintly men clad in armour, one carrying a sword that blazed in the sunlight. These spectral warriors, who were visible only to Attila, glared at him as if to say, "Do not touch this man or this city." Paul the Deacon, a writer from centuries later, would identify the warriors as the apostles Peter and Paul who had come from heaven to protect Rome. Attila, who believed in omens, felt a stab of fear. Was this a divine warning? Whether one credits the miracle or not, something stirred in Attila. He, who had never lost a negotiated advantage, suddenly softened. The fierce light in his eyes dimmed. Attila, the untamable, gazed at Pope Leo's peaceful face and found no enemy there, only a beseeching father figure. In that instant, the dynamics shifted. Attila raised a hand, signalling an end to the debate. He announced his decision. The Huns would withdraw, he would spare Rome. The Roman envoys must have suppressed a deep sense of relief upon hearing those words. Terms were likely agreed upon, perhaps a one-time payment of gold, certainly a promise that Honoria's issue would be dropped. Attila made a final pronouncement, half warning, half concession. "Tell your emperor this. This peace is not permanent. If Rome wishes to remain safe, let it remember to give Attila what is Attila's." It was merely a show of strength to maintain the status quo. Leo inclined his head, accepting the conditions, whatever they were, and offered a blessing. The meeting was over. Attila had yielded, against all expectation. The Pope and his party turned back toward Rome, carrying the almost unbelievable news. Behind them, Attila retired to his camp, pensive. The sun was dipping low as the two groups parted ways. Roman chroniclers later rejoiced that no sword was drawn that day, no blood spilled. A battle had been won by words and faith alone. Attila's chieftains were astonished. Some protested, "Shall the mighty Attila be turned back by a preacher's tongue?" But others, those who knew of the worsening supplies and the whispers of plague, were secretly glad. They feared a doomed assault on Rome as much as any Roman did. In the privacy of his tent that night, Attila brooded. Perhaps he felt an unaccustomed twinge of admiration for Leo, or perhaps simply relief that he could retreat without testing Rome's cursed fate. Either way, the decision was made. By dawn, the Hunnic banners were pointed north. The scourge of God began his march out of Italy. Pope Leo I had achieved an unimaginable feat. He gazed into the eyes of the most feared man on earth, causing him to blink. Rome was saved, at least for that season. Raphael's famed fresco in the Vatican, painted over 1,000 years later, dramatizes the legend. Pope Leo, depicted serenely on horseback, raises a hand toward Attila, while above the Pope, two warrior saints brandish swords in the sky. This artistic fantasy captures the essence of how contemporaries and posterity viewed the encounter in 452, a turning point where the tide of destruction miraculously halted at the gates of Rome. Leo saved Rome on that fateful day near Mantua, not through the use of force, but through the strength of his character and faith. The aftermath of the meeting was immediate and profound. As word spread that Attila had turned back, a wave of incredulous joy swept through Italy. In Rome, anxious citizens waiting for news could scarcely believe it. The city and their lives had been spared. Many attributed it entirely to divine intervention thanks to Leo's sanctity. The Pope's status reached unprecedented heights. Rome welcomed him back as Pater Patria, the father of the fatherland, a title no humble churchman had ever held. The relieved Romans truly deserved to call Leo Magnus the Great. Historians through the ages have debated why Attila withdrew. Some near-contemporary observers, like the chronicler Prosper of Aquitaine, insisted that it was Leo's personal impact on Attila that made the difference, that the Hun was so impressed by the holy man's courage and eloquence that he simply gave up his designs. Another source, the historian Priscus, who knew Attila's court firsthand, offered a more pragmatic rationale. Attila's men were growing afraid. They recalled how Alaric had died after sacking Rome, and they urged Attila not to invite a similar curse. Modern scholars point to logistics and disease. Indeed, a later chronicle suggests that at that very time, plague was ravaging Attila's army, and supplies were running perilously low, while the Eastern Emperor Marcian had dispatched troops to harry Attila's homeland. Surrounded by ill omens, sickness in camp, hostile forces gathering elsewhere, and the psychological weight of Rome's spiritual clout, Attila likely calculated that discretion outweighed valour. Whatever mix of motives one assigns, the result is indisputable. Attila suddenly retreated, and he never returned. The scourge of God had scourged enough. Leo's triumph, however, was not a permanent deliverance. He knew as much. According to ancient accounts, Attila sent a message upon his departure, threatening to return unless Honoria handed over her inheritance. Attila made this gesture to save face, but in reality he had lost his chance. The following year, in 453, Attila the Hun tragically passed away on the eve of his latest wedding feast. The legendary conqueror succumbed not on the battlefield but in his marital bed, reportedly bursting a blood vessel and choking on his blood after heavy drinking. His bride Ildiko awoke to a corpse. The superstitious saw divine justice in this inglorious end. With Attila's death, the unity of the Hunnic Empire perished. His sons quarrelled and, within a decade, the Huns ceased to be a major threat. Rome had survived Attila, however the lifespan of the Western Roman Empire was short. In 455, just 3 years after Leo's encounter with Attila, Rome faced another deadly menace. Genseric, king of the Vandals, sailed his fleets from North Africa and landed at Ostia. This time there was no massive barbarian host at the gates, but a naval invasion. Emperor Valentinian III had been assassinated. Political chaos reigned. Once again, Leo filled the void. Unarmed and accompanied by his clergy, he went out to meet Genseric, employing the same courage and moral plea he had with Attila. The Vandal was a different man, however, and negotiations yielded only a partial success. Genseric agreed not to burn the city or massacre its inhabitants, but he would plunder, and plunder he did. For 2 weeks in June 455, the Vandals methodically looted Rome. The treasures of ages, the Temple of Jupiter's gilded roof and the spoils Titus had taken from Jerusalem, were carted off to Vandal Africa. Leo could not prevent this humiliation. Nonetheless, even Genseric's begrudging restraint was attributed to Leo's influence. The Pope's entreaties at least spared Rome the flames. The massive basilicas of St. Peter and St. Paul, where terrified citizens had flocked for sanctuary, were left intact by Vandal hands. This mitigation counted as another testimony to Leo's clout. Once more, the secular authorities had utterly failed, and once more it was Leo, and Leo alone, who stood as Rome's protector. Pope Leo I lived on for a few more years after these tumultuous events, dying in 461. He was buried as a hero in Rome, his tomb adorned with the inscription Defender of the City. His legacy only grew with time. In ecclesiastical history, Leo is remembered for his theological contributions, the Tome of Leo and the strengthening of papal primacy. But in popular memory, it was the day he saved Rome that truly made him a legend. Over the centuries, the story of Leo and Attila acquired an almost mythical aura. Medieval writers embroidered it freely. The apparition of Saints Peter and Paul threatening Attila, hinted at in Paul the Deacon's 8th century account, became a staple of the tale. Artists immortalised the scene. Apart from Raphael's Renaissance fresco, earlier the Baroque sculptor Algardi carved a grand relief in St. Peter's itself, showing Leo backed by heavenly figures driving away the Hun. Such images reinforced the narrative that Rome was saved not by human might but by divine intervention, channeled through Leo the Great. Yet for all the embellishment, the core truth endures and rings down the ages. In a moment of existential peril, when the material defences of an ancient civilization had failed, one man's moral courage prevailed. Leo's encounter with Attila stands as a testament to the power of persuasion over the sword and of faith over fear. It highlights the shifting world of the 5th century. As the Western Empire crumbled, the spiritual authority of the Church was rising to fill the void. Leo's success with Attila wasn't just a lucky diplomatic coup, it was a sign of the new epoch dawning. In the centuries that followed the fall of Rome, the last emperor would be deposed in 476, just 24 years after Leo's stand. The bishops of Rome, now firmly called popes, would increasingly assume roles of civic leadership, protectors, and power brokers in the remnants of empire. Leo had set the example. He showed that a pope could marshal not armies, but something perhaps equally compelling: moral suasion, unity, and hope in the face of despair. In separating myth from reality, modern historians acknowledge the practical factors that led to Attila's retreat: hunger, disease, and strategic considerations, but they also acknowledge that Leo's diplomatic mission was crucial. Without it, Attila might have lingered long enough to sack Rome before those factors fully unravelled his campaign. Leo gave Attila a face-saving exit and a spiritual scare to boot. That was enough. In the summer of 422, an unlikely saviour in a plain cassock saved the Eternal City from annihilation. For the generation that witnessed it, there could be no doubt. Pope Leo I had saved Rome. It was a bright spot in an age of collapse, a story retold with gratitude and awe. To this day, when one stands in St. Peter's and looks up at the marble relief of Leo driving away Attila, one is reminded of the power of courage and faith to alter the course of history. In Leo's voice lay the echo of an empire's spirit, and the promise that even in history's darkest chapters, a single steadfast soul can shine brightly enough to turn back the tide of destruction, if only for a moment. And occasionally, that moment is all that civilization needs to survive. The sun set on the Western Roman Empire not with a single cataclysm, but through decades of slow decay. Pope Leo I, however, had already sealed his place in the annals of survival, diplomacy, and faith. As Rome's political fabric crumbled, Leo's influence continued to expand. Even in death in 461, his legacy was carried on by popes who modelled themselves not just after St. Peter, but after Leo's blend of spiritual fervour and diplomatic steel. His tomb in the old St. Peter's Basilica became a shrine not only of theological memory, but of civic pride, a place Romans could point to and say, "This man stood when others fled." The 5th century saw chaos, fragmentation and loss. Italy became a patchwork of Gothic rulers, Gaul drifted toward Frankish hands, and Africa became a Vandal kingdom. Yet the institutional church remained remarkably cohesive. This was, in part, Leo's doing. His letters had established a papal administrative style that reached bishops far beyond the crumbling empire's borders. His tome had crystallized Christology for centuries to come. His sermons, preserved, copied and studied, continued to nourish Christian identity in a post-imperial world. Yet the story of Leo's meeting with Attila continued to evolve, not just in church memory but in public imagination. The miracle, whether historically accurate or not, resonated deeply. In a world of collapsing order, the myth of a shepherd confronting the wolf and turning him away felt truer than any dusty chronicle. Artists, poets, theologians, and even emperors clung to this narrative. Leo's courage became archetypal, echoed in later eras when popes would stand up to kings, emperors, or even fascist regimes. Meanwhile, Attila's name lived on in darker legend. Although Attila died in 453 AD under anticlimactic circumstances, drunk and bleeding on his wedding night, his empire soon dissolved afterward. His sons quarrelled over the remnants, the cohesion of the Hunnic tribes vanished. By the end of the 5th century, the Huns were no longer a power, not even a memory in the lands they once terrorized. In some parts of Europe, parents no longer warned children about the Huns. The threat had passed, yet Leo's voice still echoed from pulpits. Over time, Rome transitioned from the capital of a political empire to the symbolic heart of Christendom. This transformation was neither inevitable nor easy. It took figures like Leo, resolute, theologically sharp and diplomatically fearless, to steer the city from imperial ruin toward ecclesiastical prominence. One could argue that the Papal States, medieval Christendom, and even the Vatican City of today trace a straight line from Leo's model of papal leadership. He proved the Church could not only survive political collapse, it could redefine power entirely. The sculpture in St. Peter's Basilica by Alessandro Algardi, completed in the 17th century, immortalizes the scene with drama. Leo raises his hand, angelic warriors bear down from the heavens upon Attila, frozen in awe. It is theatrical, yes, but theatre with purpose. It reminds viewers that history is made not only through armies and battles, but through moments of extraordinary moral courage. That was Leo's gift to his age and ours, a vision of spiritual authority that was not passive, not withdrawn, but deeply engaged in the mess of human affairs. In the end, the day Leo saved Rome was not about political negotiation alone. It was a cultural pivot point. He demonstrated that faith could influence diplomacy, that courage didn't necessitate a sword, and that at times, defending civilization could be achieved by a single man with unwavering conviction, bravely stepping into the depths of darkness. We uncover the surprising story of how André Michelin tricked the world, turning a tire company into the arbiter of fine dining. Through clever marketing and visionary thinking, Michelin transformed the way people travel, eat and view quality itself. This is the story of a brand, a guide and the long game of global influence. So before you get comfortable, as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already joined the crew. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. As we progress through the week, I aim to maintain a concise and enjoyable experience for all of you. So turn off the lights, grab your blanket and warm pillow, and let's begin. Clermont-Ferrand, France, 1889. In a modest rubber factory teetering on the edge of bankruptcy, brothers André and Édouard Michelin took charge with one goal: to reinvent their family's failing business. The company, Michelin et Cie, had been selling farm equipment and vulcanized rubber goods since 1832, but by the late 19th century it needed a new direction. André, a trained engineer, and Édouard, an artistic soul-turned-industrialist, believed that the future lay on the roads, specifically in providing the tyres for France's nascent automobile age. The trouble was that in 1889, even bicycles, which were exploding in popularity, were constantly waylaid by punctures on rough, primitive roads. Their first breakthrough came unexpectedly, courtesy of a weary cyclist. One day a man trudged into their workshop with a bicycle tyre punctured beyond quick repair. At the time, most tyres were glued tightly to the wheel, making flats an hours-long ordeal to fix. Such punctures were a very common occurrence given road conditions of the day. Horseshoe nails, broken glass, and sharp stones were the more natural enemies of early cyclists. Édouard Michelin saw an opportunity. He experimented tirelessly and by 1891 had patented a revolutionary removable pneumatic tyre that could be mended in minutes. This invention built upon John Dunlop's earlier pneumatic tyre concept, but Michelin's detachable design was far more practical and quickly proved itself in action. The brothers tested their new tyre in the longest bicycle race of the day to demonstrate its superiority. Fitted with Michelin's quick-change tyres, cyclist Charles Terron won the gruelling 1891 Paris-Brest-Paris race 8 hours ahead of his nearest rival. It was a stunning victory for both rider and tyre, a publicity coup that announced Michelin as a new force in transportation. Emboldened, the Michelins turned their attention to the automobile, contraption still in its infancy. In 1895, they entered a peculiar-looking vehicle nicknamed L'Éclair, Lightning, in the Paris-Bordeaux-Paris competition, one of the world's first long-distance car races. The car ran on Michelin's air-filled tyres, a daring gamble at a time when many observers doubted that fragile air-stuffed rubber could support a motorcar's weight and speed. True, L'Éclair didn't win. It limped in near the back of the pack, but its performance was convincing enough to create a market. Spectators and fellow engineers saw that a car on pneumatic tyres could survive a rugged 732-mile journey. As one report noted, the race virtually launched the market for detachable pneumatic automobile tyres by proving their resilience and practicality. The Michelin brothers had found their calling, making indispensable things that nobody realised they needed, until they did. Edouard reportedly conceived the idea for a mascot at a trade exhibition in Lyon, noticing a stack of tyres that uncannily resembled a human form. Soon he and André commissioned an artist to bring it to life, the Michelin Man, a rotund fellow made of stacked tyres. Debuting in a famous 1898 poster, this jolly character, dubbed Bibendum from the Latin Nunc est Bibendum, now is the time to drink, was depicted cheerfully raising a goblet brimming with nails and broken glass to your health. The message was witty and clear: Michelin tyres will drink up obstacles on the road. This imaginative ad, showing the tyre man merrily swallowing road hazards, captured the public's attention. It married humour with a practical promise, signalling that Michelin tyres made motoring not only safer, but a bit more fun. The Michelin Man quickly became one of the world's first truly iconic advertising characters, a testament to the brothers' flair for marketing surprises. By 1900, Michelin had established itself as France's premier tyre innovator. Yet the market remained small. Automobiles were still the playthings of the rich or the tinkering enthusiast. There were fewer than 3,000 cars on all the roads of France as the new century dawned. For Michelin to thrive, more people needed to buy cars, and drive them far enough to wear out their tyres. André Michelin understood that selling tyres wasn't just about the rubber. It was about selling the adventure of motoring itself. If France's rutted lanes could be transformed into more welcoming pathways, perhaps many more citizens would be enticed to get behind the wheel. With characteristic ingenuity, he began devising a new kind of product. Not a tyre this time, but a booklet that would boost the entire ecosystem of driving. Little did anyone suspect that this next idea would become Michelin's greatest legacy of all. Taking an automobile on a cross-country journey was a daring expedition in the early 1900s. Imagine embarking on a 200-mile drive with no road signs, no reliable maps, and no guarantee you'd find fuel or a mechanic if things went awry. For instance, in 1905, Parisian gentlemen embarking on a journey to the French Riviera would pack extra petrol tins and tools, anticipating the unexpected at every corner. Car travel was truly an adventure, and André Michelin keenly understood that drivers needed guidance and reassurance. To support their customers' journeys, he and his brother compiled a slim red-covered handbook, the Guide Michelin, filled with everything a motorist might need. Technical tips on tyre repair, lists of garages and fuel depots, recommended hotels and eateries, and even maps and handy town indexes. Michelin even included a whimsical cartoon in the guide, showing a weary traveller collapsing under an armload of maps and manuals, only to be rescued by an outstretched hand offering a single book, the Michelin Guide. The message: one small volume could replace a trunk full of disparate references. The first Michelin Guide, 1900, was a free booklet for motorists full of practical information. André Michelin predicted, "This book appears with the century, it will last as long as it does." The first Michelin Guide made its debut in 1900, strategically timed to the Paris World's Fair. At the bustling exposition that year, which drew an astonishing 50 million visitors, attendees could pick up a free copy of this new motorist guidebook, which catalogued hundreds of French towns and advised where to find lodging, meals, gas, and reliable repairs. In an era with no GPS or roadside assistance, the Little Red Book was a godsend. That inaugural edition ran to nearly 400 pages, with some 1,300 hotels among its myriad listings. "This book appears with the century. It will last as long as it does," declared André Michelin, boldly predicting his guide's longevity. Indeed, the guide quickly became more than a directory. It was a passport to adventure, its annual release eagerly awaited by motorists who saw it as essential gear for the open road. Indeed, as automobiles proliferated on Europe's roads, the Michelin Guide emerged as the preferred glove box companion for astute drivers. By the outbreak of World War I, France had embraced the automobile with gusto. In fact, the number of cars in France surged from about 3,000 in 1900 to over 100,000 by 1914, and Michelin's Guide had expanded far beyond its home turf. What started as a local French publication grew into a pan-European phenomenon within a decade. A Michelin Guide for Belgium appeared in 1904, followed by editions covering Algeria and Tunisia, 1907, the Alps and the Rhine regions, 1908, Germany and Spain, 1910, and the British Isles, 1911. In 1910, Michelin also launched a series of 1 to 200,000 scale road maps to complement the guide's directions and make it easier for drivers to find their way. There was even a special English-language guide to France published in 1909 for the benefit of British and American tourists touring the continent by motorcar. This rapid expansion reflected the exploding interest in motor tourism. Wealthy adventurers were now driving through the Alps or motoring down to the French Riviera, and Michelin was right there with them, its guides offering dependable information in unfamiliar lands. If anything, the hardships of early driving only cemented the guide's importance. Cars of that era were finicky machines prone to breakdowns, and roads outside major cities were often little more than rutted mud paths. Pity the traveller who didn't carry a Michelin guide when his tyre blew out miles from the nearest town. He might not know that a blacksmith in the next village doubled as an auto repairman, or that a certain inn down the road offered clean beds and a hot supper. The guide's detailed listings helped turn chaos into a manageable adventure. As war loomed in 1914, the Michelin Guide had firmly established itself as part of the motoring routine. Publication was suspended during World War I, when Europe's focus turned from leisure travel to survival. But the groundwork was laid. Motoring had arrived as a way of life for the well-to-do, and thanks to Michelin's prescient strategy, a tyre company's giveaway guide had become an authority in its own right. The stage was set for even bigger transformations after the war, not least the guide's evolution from a utilitarian road aid into the venerated culinary Bible we know today. From its inception, the Michelin Guide served as more than just a simple guide for drivers. It represented a brilliant marketing strategy. André Michelin realised that if people drove more, they'd wear out their tyres faster and need replacements, boosting Michelin's sales. So what better way to spur road travel than to give drivers a reason to hit the road? The free guide served as a tyre company's valuable tool, inspiring motorists to make longer and more frequent journeys. In modern terms, Michelin was pioneering content marketing, offering valuable information to customers to stimulate demand for its core product, long before anyone coined that phrase. Nearly 35,000 copies of the inaugural 1900 edition were distributed at no charge, handed out to chauffeurs, garage owners, and anyone who owned, or even aspired to own, an automobile. Before long, drivers considered the Michelin Guide nearly indispensable, as essential as a spare tyre or a road map on any long drive. The message was never buy our tyres, yet every page quietly served that goal by making motoring easier. For 2 decades, Michelin poured resources into this project, printing and updating the guide annually without earning a cent from it. The company stocked petrol stations and repair shops with stacks of the free red guide, confident that every road trip it encouraged would eventually lead to more worn-out tyres in need of replacement. This ploy worked brilliantly, perhaps too well. As motoring moved from fad to mainstream, the guide's distribution soared in tandem. France counted over 230,000 cars on the road by 1920, a huge leap from fewer than 3,000 2 decades earlier, and many new drivers wouldn't dream of setting out without the latest Michelin Guide in the glove box. By 1920, some people had become so accustomed to the guide that they began to take it lightly. According to company law, When André Michelin stopped by a garage one day, he was shocked to see his beloved guide being used to prop up a workbench. Outraged and perhaps a little heartbroken, he immediately declared the end of the free Michelin guide era. "Man only truly respects what he pays for," he reportedly declared. Thereafter, the guide was no longer a giveaway, but a product in its own right, sold for about 7 francs, roughly $2, a not insignificant sum at the time, and revamped for a new era of motoring. The Michelin Guide's 1920 edition marked a significant milestone. Freed from the constraints of being purely promotional, the guide's content was refined and elevated. All advertising was stripped out to reinforce its impartiality. New features appeared, including a list of hotels in Paris and an expanded directory of restaurants, now grouped by category and cuisine. What had begun as a handy road atlas was transforming into something of a travel handbook for the discerning motorist. Readers wanted more than just gas stations. They were increasingly turning to Michelin for dining and lodging advice. Sensing this shift, the Michelin brothers made a shrewd move. They hired a team of anonymous field inspectors to visit establishments and quietly evaluate them. Recognizing the growing influence of the guide's restaurant section, the company understood that consistent, trustworthy restaurant reviews would be crucial. These undercover diners, the first of their kind, fanned out to sample meals without ever revealing their affiliation. It was an unprecedented commitment to quality control, ensuring that a Michelin recommendation truly meant something to the travelling public. By the mid-1920s, the Michelin Guide had evolved from a tyre company pamphlet to a more ambitious guide. Its original purpose to get people driving had succeeded beyond expectation, and its reputation for fair, thorough recommendations was growing. Not coincidentally, Michelin's tyre sales were booming as well. The brothers had become leading suppliers to Europe's fledgling auto industry, buoyed by the growing ranks of motorists they helped create. Now this little red book was evolving from a glovebox staple into a symbol of discernment and credibility. As one observer noted, early car enthusiasts even liked to keep a Michelin guide matching their vehicle's model year in the glovebox as a badge of honour. This set the groundwork for Michelin's next brilliant move, transforming a tyre company's travel guide into the world's most influential authority on fine dining. In 1926, Michelin quietly introduced a new feature that would forever change the guide's destiny: star ratings. That year, a small star symbol appeared next to the names of select exceptional restaurants. 5 years later, in 1931, the hierarchy of 1, 2 and 3 stars was introduced, creating a graduated honour roll of dining excellence. A single star denoted a restaurant that was excellent in its category. 2 stars signified excellent cooking worth a detour, and the coveted 3 stars meant exceptional cuisine worth a special journey. The wording was telling. Michelin was still in the business of inspiring journeys. By 1933, 23 restaurants in France held 3-star status. Their kitchens instantly vaulted into the culinary stratosphere. Chefs regarded Michelin stars as the highest recognition, and a 3-star ranking had the power to transform a remote country inn into a global destination for gourmets. In 1931, Michelin also swapped the guide's cover from its original blue to a now iconic red, cementing the identity of the Red Guide that endures to this day. One journalist later noted that the Little Red Guide, often referred to as the Bible of gastronomy, holds significant influence among restaurateurs. Over the ensuing decades, the guide's influence only grew. Restaurants vied passionately for Michelin's approval, knowing that a star or 3 could bring prestige and prosperity. The guide's judgments, with their concise descriptions and iconic stars, established a benchmark that profoundly influenced the concept of fine dining. Even war could only briefly interrupt its authority. World War II forced a pause in publication, but in 1944 the Allied forces famously requested a special reprint of Michelin's last pre-war guide because its roadmaps of France were the most detailed and reliable available. After the war, as Europe rebuilt, Michelin cautiously resumed its gourmet guardianship, initially imposing an upper limit of 2 stars given the era's food shortages, before restoring 3-star awards in 1951 as haute cuisine bounced back. By then, the Michelin Guide was entrenched as the arbiter of French fine dining, and its reach was extending further afield. What began as a parochial handbook for French motorists had evolved into an international institution. Michelin published its first guide to Italy in 1956, though no restaurant earned a star in that inaugural Italian edition, and rolled out guides across the continent in subsequent years. A Michelin guide for Great Britain and Ireland reappeared in 1974 after a long hiatus, signalling the guide's pan-European scope. In 2005, the company finally crossed the Atlantic, debuting a New York City guide, and soon afterward it entered Asia with guides for Tokyo, 2007, and Hong Kong and Macau, 2008. In its first Tokyo edition, Michelin awarded an unprecedented 8 restaurants the top 3-star rating, declaring Tokyo the new world leader in gourmet dining even ahead of Paris. By the 2010s, Michelin was publishing annual guides in dozens of countries across Europe, North America and Asia, his once humble book now a global arbiter of taste. For perspective, more than 30 million Michelin guides have been sold worldwide over the past century. A Michelin star became part of the common lexicon, a byword for culinary excellence recognised from Boston to Beijing. Michelin also added secondary distinctions over time. For instance, the Bib Gourmand Award, denoted by the face of Bendham licking his lips, was introduced to highlight restaurants offering excellent quality at a reasonable price, proving that not all outstanding cooking need be expensive. The guide had transformed into a luxury brand influencer in its own right. The endorsement of a single Michelin guide could propel a modest chef to prominence or transform a remote village into a destination for foodies. Tourism boards even began courting Michelin to publish guides in their regions, hoping to capitalise on the Michelin effect of gastronomic travel. In the world of haute cuisine, the red-covered guide wielded a clout matched by few institutions. Yet even as its fame grew, the Michelin guide remained cloaked in mystique, not least because it never revealed exactly how it cast its judgments. Diners devoured each annual edition, but the identities of Michelin's inspectors and the inner workings of its rating process were kept rigorously secret. Restaurateurs could only guess when a Michelin critic had dined in their midst. This aura of secrecy became part of the guide's legend, and it set the stage for the next chapter of the story. The secretive inspectors and enigmatic criteria behind those stars. The true genius of the Michelin guide, and perhaps the key to its credibility, lay in the inspectors. From the 1920s onward, Michelin cultivated an image of rigorous, anonymous evaluation. The company insisted that its inspectors always pay for their meals and never reveal their identities, so restaurants couldn't curry favour, pun intended. These mystery diners, as the Michelin brothers conceived them, would blend in with ordinary patrons and experienced restaurants just as any guest would. Over time, the guide's mystique became central to this covert approach. While other guidebooks or critics might tolerate freebies or announce their visits, Michelin's tasters moved in silence and picked up their checks. Chefs lived in quiet dread of unrecognised gastronomic spies in their dining rooms. One French chef famously likened the suspense to waiting for the executioner. You never knew when they would come or who they were. It wasn't just who the inspectors were, but what they looked for that set Michelin apart. For decades, the guide said little publicly about its judging criteria, letting diners and chefs puzzle over the secret recipe for earning a star. Only in 1936 did Michelin publish a brief description of the standards behind 1, 2, and 3 stars, couching them in reassuringly simple terms. A top-rated restaurant was one that vault worth the journey, a phrase that harked back to the guide's road trip origins. Behind the scenes, of course, the inspectors' palates were finely honed and their expectations exacting. Over time, Michelin quietly established 5 universal criteria to guide their assessments: quality of ingredients, mastery of cooking techniques, harmony of flavours, the personality of the chef in the cuisine, and consistency across the menu and over time. Notably, factors like decor, service, or ambience, things one might assume influence a dining experience, were officially not supposed to affect the rating. It was all about the food on the plate, Michelin would later insist. This obsessive focus on food quality, combined with anonymity, gave the Michelin guide a reputation for integrity. Inspectors often had culinary or hospitality backgrounds, and they ate out nearly every day, sometimes 250 meals a year, meticulously writing up reports on each experience. Their work was, and still is, shrouded in confidentiality. In an age of Instagram and crowdsourced Yelp reviews, Michelin clung to an old-world secrecy. Michelin barred inspectors from speaking to journalists and even discouraged them from telling their families about their covert job. Michelin even ensures that no single inspector can make or break a restaurant. Multiple inspectors visit, and their reports are pooled, with stars awarded only after a collective deliberation by the inspection team and Michelin's directors. The guide leverages this secrecy and rigour as a marketing asset. It is mysterious and methodical and therefore, in the eyes of its fans, impartial and authoritative. But secrecy has its price. Over the years, Michelin's veil was occasionally pierced by scepticism and controversy. Critics wondered if a handful of inspectors could really cover thousands of restaurants thoroughly, or if biases crept in despite claims of objectivity. A disgruntled ex-inspector in France published a book in 2004 alleging that the rigour of the guide was slipping. He claimed Michelin employed only 5 full-time inspectors for all of France, each paid a humble salary and expected to somehow cover well over 10,000 restaurants, making it a complete myth that the inspector comes around every year to each establishment. He also claimed that 1/3 of the best are not of the standard expected. Michelin vehemently denied the accusations, noting that Remy had been dismissed after allegedly trying to extort money to keep his diary unpublished, and the guide's overseers insisted their standards remained as strict as ever. However, the exposé revealed a hidden organisation. Despite such drama, the guide's prestige proved resilient. Few diners outside the industry remembered the episode for long. The Michelin brand of excellence had decades of trust behind it, and no competing guide managed to unseat its authority. To this day, for most chefs and gastronomes, Michelin's inspectors remain enigmatic figures, wielding power with their pens and forks and keeping alive the allure of an honour that is, at least in principle, purely merit-based. As Michelin's influence grew, so did the stakes for those under its gaze. A Michelin star could make a career, but the pressure to keep it could also break one. The tales of this uneasy love-hate relationship with the Red Guide abounded in the culinary world. In 2003, renowned French chef Bernard Loiseau tragically took his own life, an act widely linked to fears. He was about to lose one of his 3 Michelin stars, a downgrade that ultimately did not occur. His death echoed across France, spurring public debate about the enormous stress placed on chefs. The legendary Paul Bocuse lambasted the culture of "I'll give you a star, I'll take one away," and how critics' ratings toyed with chefs' lives. In the years that have passed, other renowned chefs have acknowledged that meeting Michelin's expectations can be a challenging task, as the same recognition that draws pilgrims to their dining rooms also causes them to experience anxiety at night. Some chefs have even attempted to dethrone Michelin. In 2017, Sébastien Bray, the chef of a 3-star restaurant located in rural Laguiole, shocked the gastronomic world by requesting that Michelin remove his restaurant from its guide. After nearly 2 decades at the summit, he yearned to cook without the shadow of constant judgment, to be free from the pressure, as he explained in a video announcement. Michelin reluctantly agreed to his request, an almost unheard-of concession, though a couple of years later Braz found himself back in the guide, stars and all, after Michelin decided its assessments would remain independent of chefs' wishes. Braz's public renunciation ignited conversations about whether the pursuit of perfection demanded by Michelin had gone too far. He wasn't alone in his ambivalence. Other celebrated chefs have both revered the guide and resented it. In 2019, the eminent French chef Marc Veyrat went so far as to sue Michelin after his restaurant was demoted from 3 stars to 2, claiming the inspectors had made a factual error. The saga was dubbed Cheddargate in the press. The court ultimately threw out his case. Such dramas underscore the intense emotions experienced by those minority chefs. Beyond individual chefs, there are broader cultural critiques. For decades, Michelin was accused of a French and Eurocentric bias, of favouring stiff white tablecloths and classical techniques over more diverse or homey culinary experiences. In the 2000s and 2010s, as gastronomic awareness blossomed globally, Michelin expanded its reach across Asia, the Americas and beyond, seeking to stay relevant. It surprised skeptics by awarding stars to humble street food stalls such as a hawker stand in Singapore known for $2 noodle bowls. This was Michelin's way of saying excellence can be found anywhere, not only in gilded temples of haute cuisine. And yet debates continued. Did Michelin truly understand local food cultures, or was it imposing its standards? Was a starred sushi bar in Tokyo evaluated using the same criteria as a fine dining salon in Paris? Such questions provided endless fodder for food lovers and fuel for Michelin's rivals. What is clear is that a Michelin star creates a profound economic and emotional ripple effect. Restaurants that earn one often see bookings skyrocket overnight, allowing them to raise prices and invest in their craft. Entire regions have bet on the Michelin effect to boost culinary tourism, sometimes even reportedly subsidizing the guide's expansion into their cities. And civic pride is now intertwined with star count. Cities and countries trumpet their Michelin-laureled restaurants to entice travellers, just as chefs trumpet their stars to entice diners. Conversely, losing a star can feel like a public humiliation, and can lead to real financial pain as diners and investors react. The guide has been called a kingmaker, a kingbreaker, a tyrant, and a saviour. To some chefs, it's a benchmark of achievement. To others, a source of unrelenting pressure. In the era of Instagram influencers and crowdsourced review sites, some have speculated that Michelin's old-school approach would lose relevance. But the continued obsession with its verdicts suggests that its star system still holds a unique sway over chefs and diners, a fact as astonishing today as it was a century ago. This tension has only heightened the Michelin Guide's cultural aura. Love it or loathe it, those little stars provoke big emotions. Looking back, the audacity of André Michelin's strategy is astonishing. What began as a clever ploy to sell more tyres evolved into a venture that transformed both travel and gastronomy on a global scale. The Michelin Guide helped turn the act of driving from a novel experiment into a widespread cultural practice, and in doing so it laid foundations for the modern travel industry. Early motorists with a guide in hand felt empowered to explore, secure in the knowledge that they could find their way, get a decent meal, and repair a flat. In many ways, Michelin wrote the first draft of the road trip. Over time, that little red book spawned an entire ecosystem of travel aids, road maps, tourist guidebooks, and travel itineraries. Indeed, Michelin eventually expanded into publishing green guides to cities and regions worldwide. It's no exaggeration to say that Michelin's promotional gamble greased the wheels for 20th century tourism, making distant corners of France, and later the world, accessible and inviting to those adventurous enough to motor there. The impact on the food industry has been even more profound. By introducing the idea that restaurants could be rigorously evaluated and ranked, Michelin inadvertently created a whole new arena of competition and aspiration among chefs. The guide stars became the Oscars of the culinary world, and chasing those stars became a narrative of ambition in kitchens from Paris to Shanghai. Haute cuisine, which was once confined to word-of-mouth acclaim, now had a codified system of merit, one that could vault a chef to international fame or humble even the mightiest ego. This innovation also turned dining out into a sport for patrons, ushering in the era of the destination restaurant, where food enthusiasts strategize entire trips to dine at Michelin-starred temples of cuisine. A tire maker from Clermont-Ferrand ended up setting trends in the cooking of foie gras, the serving of sushi, and the topping of pizzas, indirectly influencing countless culinary traditions through the power of its ratings. Michelin's own mascot, the tubby tire man Bibendum, became a cultural icon in his own right, named the best logo of the century by the Financial Times in 2000. Perhaps just as significantly, Michelin demonstrated the power of brand extension through content long before that term existed. The company proved that a brand could transcend its original product, rubber tyres, and insert itself into consumers' lives in more intimate, experiential ways. Today, when airlines publish travel magazines or beverage companies curate lifestyle blogs, they are following a trail blazed by Michelin in 1900, using useful content to deepen customer engagement. In Michelin's case, the stunt was so successful it eventually outgrew its marketing purpose entirely. The guide established itself as an institution, perhaps even surpassing the fame of Michelin's tyres. By the 21st century, Michelin's verdicts could determine a chef's fortunes, and cities would strive to attract a Michelin guide due to its potential economic benefits. Dozens of would-be imitators, from crowdsourced websites to alternative ranking lists, have tried to replicate Michelin's formula, but none has quite matched the cachet of those stars. All this originates from a scheme dreamt up by two brothers who simply wanted people to drive more. Even in an age of GPS apps and social media, the essence of Michelin's gambit to spark wanderlust and celebrate outstanding cooking, and in so doing create demand for its core business, remains as powerful as ever. In the end, the story of how André Michelin tricked the world is not one of deceit, but of vision. He understood that selling a lifestyle, the thrill of discovery, the promise of adventure, the allure of a perfect meal at journey's end, was the key to selling his product. In nurturing that vision, Michelin changed the way people travel, the way we eat, and even the way businesses court customers. The Michelin Guide's century-plus journey, from freebie pamphlet to global gastronomic gatekeeper, stands as one of the most remarkable chapters in marketing and cultural history. Indeed, it's now a textbook example of content marketing. It's a well-told yet still surprising true story of a business gambit that steered its way into the hearts of millions, leaving tire tracks across the world's roads and indelible stars in the world's kitchens. André Michelin's grand trick of transforming a tire firm into a cultural tastemaker achieved unprecedented success. Julius Caesar wasn't always the towering figure we picture, draped in a bright red cloak and commanding the world's greatest empire. Before he was that legend, he was simply Gaius Julius, born into a patrician family with fading clout in a Rome that seemed to change every week. In those early days, the city itself wasn't the polished marble wonder of later centuries. With curving streets that spread gossip more quickly than chariots, it was a noisy, crowded centre of ambition and politics. People lived on top of each other in shabby apartments, while aristocrats planned lavish feasts in their villa courtyards, hoping to lure allies for the next election. Gaius Julius was shaped by it all. The noise of street vendors hawking figs and fish, the heated oratory in the forum, and the whispers behind every statue's column. Even as a child, Caesar had a curiosity that led him to corners of Rome others avoided. Dimly lit taverns, the muddy banks of the Tiber River, and rows of cramped bookshops where scribes copied scrolls for hours on end. These experiences seasoned him with a knowledge of everyday life that most upper-class Romans rarely bothered with. He'd watch workers at the docks, fascinated by the different languages from traders coming in from the east. It gave him an early taste for the diversity that existed beyond Rome's walls, and no matter how chaotic it got, he never seemed overwhelmed. Instead, he'd carefully absorb how each piece of society functioned and file the information away. In his early teens, while many aristocratic boys took lessons in rhetoric under famed tutors, Caesar did too, but he did more than rehearse speeches from ancient Greek texts. He peppered his teachers with questions about how words could shift emotions. He realized that to command respect in Rome, you needed to shape minds and hearts, not just bodies on a battlefield. This flair for oratory would become one of his trademarks. Before he wore the laurel wreath, Caesar was already making a name for himself in smaller legal cases. He wowed the courts with a perfect blend of reason, passion, and style that made older, more experienced pleaders look foolish. His household wasn't exactly a fortress of tranquility. Tensions brewed under its roof, fed by old feuds and expectations that could suffocate a young man. If you were a patrician, tradition dictated you climb certain ladders, hold a few offices, curry favour with the Senate, play by Rome's unwritten rules. Yet Caesar's mother, Aurelia, sensed something different in him. His eyes sparked with ambition beyond the norm. Quietly, she encouraged him to break moulds, but do so intelligently. She knew that living like a chameleon in Rome's political ecosystem, switching shades when necessary, was the path to real power. Of course, Caesar's early journey wasn't smooth. He found himself ensnared in the civil disputes between Marius, his uncle by marriage, and Sulla, which tore Rome into factions. As a teenager, Caesar had to flee or risk execution when the dictatorial Sulla took over. But even on the run, he refused to remain hidden in a corner of Italy. Instead, he travelled discreetly, learning about local communities, forging bonds with minor officials and gaining a sense for the shifting alliances that propped up Roman government. Ever cunning, he avoided Sulla's men by staying a step ahead of them, sometimes disguising himself or travelling in the company of improbable companions, like foreign traders or even wandering performers. Eventually, Caesar returned to Rome after Sulla's death, but he'd learned that when power is on the table, trust is a fragile commodity. He had seen men switch loyalties for a promise of gold or turn in a friend to keep their own head. That lesson never left him. Upon coming home, he immediately set about re-establishing his social ties, attending banquets and forging friendships with men who had once eyed him with suspicion. Yet Caesar was adept at reading faces. If he caught even a flicker of duplicity, he dodged that bond elegantly, perhaps with an extravagant greeting followed by a subtle distancing. One could never be too careful in Rome's swirling politics. A remarkable moment came when he took on the role of priest to Jupiter, only to lose it during Sulla's purges. It was a blow. Public piety, after all, was a stepping stone for an aspiring politician. But Caesar's resilience was already in full bloom. He picked himself up, found a new path, and ventured into the world of politics from a different angle, securing lesser offices that would eventually open bigger doors. He also began building a personal brand of generosity. Soon people whispered about the banquets he held and the funds he provided for public works. Senators wondered how he managed to gather such deep pockets. It wasn't old family wealth alone. Caesar had a network of supporters, and many believed in him precisely because of his willingness to think outside the conventional lines of patronage and nepotism. By his mid-20s, Caesar had cultivated a reputation for being both bold and adaptable. He hadn't yet reshaped Rome, but the seeds were there. His path wasn't about simple heroics or the typical childhood prophecy that he was destined for greatness. Rather, it was a quieter accumulation of experiences that prepared him for the challenges ahead. Each piece, his exposure to everyday Romans, his brush with danger during Sulla's regime, his love of rhetoric, lined up perfectly to form a foundation. Rome, full of swirling rivalries and unspoken rules, had no idea that this relatively unremarkable young man with a quick tongue and quick mind was about to upend everything. Before he was a seasoned commander or the Colossus striding across the Rubicon, Caesar had an escapade that shaped his perspective on the power more than any lecture in the Senate ever could: his abduction by Cilician pirates in the Aegean Sea. It's a tale rarely told in the mainstream, but it offers a raw glimpse into his character. Caesar was travelling to strengthen his oratory skills under a renowned teacher on the island of Rhodes, something aristocrats often did. But the seas teemed with pirates who thrived on ransom, and it wasn't long before his ship was seized. The pirates who captured him expected a frightened Roman aristocrat. Instead, they encountered a man whose boldness made them question who'd truly been captured. When they demanded a ransom of 20 talents of silver, Caesar reportedly scoffed that they were underselling him. He insisted they ask for 50. The pirates, bemused yet intrigued, took his suggestion. For several weeks, Caesar lived among them, waiting for friends to gather the sum. During that time, he treated them as if he were the one in charge, ordering them to keep quiet when he slept, even reciting poems and speeches and telling them to appreciate the artistry, or else. To the pirates' credit, they indulged him, perhaps wondering if they had accidentally kidnapped a lunatic. He wasn't simply being arrogant, he was displaying confidence and unpredictability. In a precarious situation, fear can be an exploitable weakness. By acting as if he were the authority figure, Caesar forced the pirates to respect him, or at least treat him carefully. When the ransom finally arrived and Caesar was freed, he quickly organised a naval force, hunted those same pirates down, and had them crucified. It was an act of lethal retribution, laced with the cunning that would characterise his later campaigns. The memory of that ransom demanded, and of Caesar's outlandish performance on the pirates' island, helped shape his entire approach to dealing with adversaries, dramatic, strategic, and always with an eye to the outcome. Back in Rome, Caesar resumed his climb, yet he carried a certain swagger now, a sense that his life was fated for something extraordinary. After all, how many young Roman nobles had stared down pirates and lived to spin the tale? At political gatherings, people whispered behind their cups of wine, speculating on whether that story was just Caesar's brand of theatrics or pure truth. But it was undeniable that he managed to secure enough influence to become a military tribune, and soon he was off to gain experience in the provinces, which gave him intimate knowledge of the armies he would one day command. The politics he left in Rome were no less complicated. He forged a delicate pact with Pompey and Crassus, later known as the First Triumvirate. This was not a formal institution, but rather a private handshake that united three men with distinct strengths: Pompey's military prestige, Caesar's wealth, and Caesar's political cunning. People often assume Caesar just lucked into that arrangement, but it was actually the culmination of countless dinners, private agreements, and carefully bartered favours. Caesar knew that if he wanted to climb higher, he needed to bring Rome's big players into his corner, at least temporarily. If that meant moderating his own ambitions in the short run to secure Pompey's trust, he'd do it without blinking. With their support, Caesar aimed for a new goal, a position that would not only confer prestige, but also provide him with the chance to broaden his network and bolster his army with devoted soldiers. The governorship of Hispania Ulterior or Gaul, where fortunes could be made and reputation cemented, seemed ideal. Not only would it allow him to command armies, it would offer a stage to showcase his genius in both administration and warfare. In time, he secured the proconsulship of Gaul. Gaul was vast, populated by diverse tribes, each with its own traditions, alliances and grudges. Where lesser men might see only a frontier to exploit, Caesar saw a chessboard with dozens of moving pieces. He relished the challenge. This was, after all, the man who once calmly dined with kidnappers. Gathering legions known for their discipline and grit, he departed north, determined to do more than just play caretaker. He wanted to knit those tribes into Rome's sphere of influence, forging new roads and alliances while showcasing Roman supremacy. Before he launched significant campaigns, Caesar did his homework. He arranged meetings with tribal chiefs, listening carefully to their rivalries and hearing their pleas for Roman protection. Was it genuine concern or a ploy? Caesar would weigh each statement, reading not just the words but the shifts in tone and eye contact. If he sensed an opportunity, like a tribe longing for revenge on its neighbour, he'd promise support, extracting pledges of loyalty. In many ways, his tactics mirrored the hush-hush political dealings he'd honed back in Rome, only now the stakes were measured in thousands of soldiers and entire territories. Yet, throughout these manoeuvres, Caesar never lost sight of the persona he'd cultivated. He was no mere bureaucrat. He was that daring aristocrat who'd outwitted pirates, the dynamic orator who electrified the courts, and the cunning negotiator who'd found common ground with Pompey and Caesar. Each success in Gaul was reported back to Rome via sensational dispatches, commentarii, so written with clarity and flair. People in the city devoured them as if they were tabloid headlines. He dramatized his victories just enough to capture the public's imagination. The Senate, reading the official versions, found themselves both impressed and wary. Caesar was quickly becoming too big to ignore. These initial steps in Gaul, some alliances struck, some small skirmishes won, emboldened him. He sensed that if he could bring all of Gaul under Roman control, he'd move from being just another ambitious politician to a legendary conqueror. That knowledge spurred him on. Caesar might have left behind the pirates who once threatened him, but the memory of that captivity fueled his hunger for absolute control. If he had his way, no one, be they a tribal chief or a Roman senator, would ever have the power to hold him captive again. The Gallic Wars, as Caesar's campaigns would come to be called, weren't just about marching legions across fields and building wooden palisades. They were about psychological warfare, diplomacy, and the cunning exploitation of intertribal rivalries. Rome's dominance always hung on its ability to divide and conquer. With Caesar at the helm, that strategy took on fresh nuance. In the early phases, Caesar consolidated Roman gains by constructing a network of roads and fortifications. This was hardly glamorous labour. Roman soldiers would spend weeks hacking through forests and bogs to erect outposts, sometimes under the threat of ambush. Yet each new Roman-style fort, complete with straight lines and carefully measured intervals, sent a message of permanence. These weren't just makeshift garrisons, they were statements that Rome had come to stay. People often remember Caesar's brilliance on the battlefield, but his true strength lay in methodical organisation. He considered logistics as vital as sword and shield. The various Gallic tribes watched uneasily, some rushing to Caesar's side, others forming alliances against him. Caesar capitalised on the smallest of division. If one tribe feuded with another, he'd arrive as a peace broker, offering Roman friendship and military aid against a rival. Soon enough, the tribe would find itself bound to Caesar by mutual benefit and shackled by Roman expectations. The brilliance lay in making it seem as if the tribe had chosen this path freely. Not that Caesar's campaign was devoid of bloodshed. Certain tribes resisted fiercely, resentful of foreign occupation. The Belgae in the north, for instance, marshalled huge forces that tested Roman discipline. Caesar, never squeamish, deployed tactics to crush resistance decisively, destroying crops, capturing strategic points, and sometimes resorting to brutal reprisals that sent a chill through neighbouring tribes. He didn't revel in cruelty for its own sake, but he understood the Roman tradition of deterrence. Ferocious display could prevent a drawn-out rebellion. This approach, while effective, also laid the seeds for future animosity, especially among fierce defenders of Gallic independence like Vercingetorix. Vercingetorix was an Arvernian chieftain who recognised that the Gallic tribes needed unity more than ever. He wasn't some hot-headed bandit chief. He was methodical, charismatic, and had a strategic mind that could rival Caesar's. While Caesar was off campaigning on another front, Vercingetorix rallied disparate tribes under the banner of Gallic pride. When Caesar got wind of this resistance, he recognised at once that Vercingetorix was no ordinary adversary. The typical trick of exploiting old rivalries might not work here. The confrontation between Caesar and Vercingetorix escalated into one of the defining struggles of the Gallic Wars. Vercingetorix adopted a scorched earth policy, instructing villagers to destroy their own supplies and towns to starve the Roman legions of resources. It was a grim strategy, burning fields and uprooting harvests, but it slowed Caesar's advance, creating logistical nightmares for Roman soldiers accustomed to living off the land. For a man who prided himself on controlling every variable, Caesar found himself confronting the unpredictable factor of a charismatic local leader who matched him in cunning. Still, Caesar was a master of adaptation. Recognizing the challenge, he consolidated his troops and chose to besiege key Gallic strongholds. Most famously, he surrounded the fortress town of Alesia, where Vercingetorix had taken refuge with tens of thousands of warriors. The siege of Alesia would become a testament to Caesar's ability to think in layers. He constructed a ring of fortifications around the city to starve out Vercingetorix's forces, and, anticipating a Gallic relief army, he built another ring facing outwards to protect his legions from an attack from outside. This double fortification was an audacious engineering project, involving miles of ditches, ramparts, and watchtowers, enough to give any modern city planner pause. The days wore on under a relentless sun. The besieged Gauls inside Alesia ran short of food. Women and children were turned out of the fortress, hoping for mercy, only to be left stranded between the city walls and the Roman lines. Meanwhile, a massive relief force of various Gallic tribes arrived, attempting to break Caesar's outer defences. During one critical night, it seemed Rome might collapse under the weight of the onslaught. Caesar himself rallied his men, darting from post to post. He knew if Alesia was relieved, Gaul could unite behind Vercingetorix, and Caesar's entire campaign might unravel. Against formidable odds, the Roman lines held. Exhausted from repeated attacks and lacking a coherent strategy, the relief force finally broke. Inside Alesia, with supplies gone, inns and morale shattered, Vercingetorix surrendered. The sight of this defiant Gallic chieftain handing over his weapons underscored the turning point. Rome had asserted its dominance, and Caesar stood at the pinnacle of victory. Yet for all the glory, the end of the siege left many Gauls embittered. Caesar might have pacified the region, but a smouldering resentment would eventually lurk beneath the official peace treaties. When Caesar returned to Rome, he was hailed as a hero. His campaigns in Gaul had quadrupled Rome's domain and filled the Republic's coffers with wealth from newly conquered territories. The Senate awarded him grand triumphs, parades where caged prisoners walked in chains, and the crowd roared with delight. In these processions, Caesar's name became synonymous with military genius and Roman might. Yet the very success that elevated him threatened to unbalance the precarious political framework in Rome. Men like Pompey and Crassus, once his allies, couldn't help but feel overshadowed by the sheer magnitude of Caesar's achievements. The old guard in the Senate grew uneasy. They murmured that Caesar's ambition was too large for the Republic. Even allies wondered if they could remain relevant while Caesar soaked up the glory. Caesar, for his part, believed he had only just begun. His vision extended beyond the spoils of Gaul. He wanted to transform Rome itself, to carve out a position where no single factional rival could stifle him again. This set the stage for an inevitable clash. Caesar's manoeuvres in Gaul, while triumphant, had also sown suspicion and envy. And suspicion and envy in Rome often led to civil war, assassinations, and chaos. But if Caesar was worried, he hardly showed it. Fresh from the greatest victory of his career, he was welcomed like a conquering hero. He stepped onto the marble streets of Rome with a confidence forged in the crucible of countless battles, the final. The uneasy alliance of Pompey, Crassus, and Caesar, often called the First Triumvirate, had always been a marriage of convenience. Each man saw it as a tool to secure power, but once Caesar's Gallic conquests made him the darling of the masses, resentment began to simmer. Pompey, Rome's previous superstar general, noticed public attention drifting from him to Caesar. Crassus, meanwhile, met a tragic end in an ill-advised campaign against the Parthians, leaving Caesar and Pompey as the two principal contenders for the heart of Rome. An undercurrent of tension now pulsed through the city. Senators whispered in corridors, choosing sides. Pompey cozied up to conservative factions in the Senate who viewed Caesar as a threat to the old republican system. Caesar, still away in Gaul, understood he would need to solidify his position back home soon. The term of his governorship was drawing to a close, and if he returned to Rome merely as a private citizen, His enemies could bring him to trial for various alleged misdeeds and effectively end his political career. His solution? He demanded to run for consul in absentia, seeking an extension of the immunity and power he held as proconsul. The Senate refused, with Pompey supporting that refusal. This was the point of no return. Caesar stood at the banks of the Rubicon River, the boundary beyond which lay Italy proper. Roman law was crystal clear. No general was allowed to bring his army into Italy. To do so amounted to a declaration of war. On a winter's night in 49 BCE, Caesar made his choice. He marched across the Rubicon, uttering the phrase, "Alea iacta est," the die is cast, if the anecdotes hold any truth. Overnight, Rome's system of alliances shattered. The civil war had begun. Pompey and many senators fled Rome to gather forces in the east, confident they'd muster armies far greater than Caesar's. They had the backing of traditional elites, wealthy provinces, and, they believed, time on their side. Caesar, however, wasn't known for cautious delay. He pressed forward at breakneck speed. Towns and cities along the way opened their gates, some out of admiration for Caesar, others out of fear. The unstoppable momentum took Pompey by surprise, forcing him to evacuate Italy altogether. Caesar entered Rome unopposed. But taking Rome was just the beginning. The real challenge was confronting Pompey's legions, which were regrouping in Greece. Caesar, leaving a minimal garrison behind, sailed across the Adriatic to chase down his rival. It was a frantic race, both men vying for resources and key strategic points. Caesar's forces were often outnumbered. Pompey's alliances spanned vast portions of the Republic. Yet Caesar leveraged speed, surprise, and the loyalty he'd earned from legions who'd fought alongside him in Gaul. Battles erupted across multiple theatres: Spain, Africa, and ultimately the plains of Pharsalus in Greece. The Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BCE became a defining moment. Pompey, confident in his superior numbers, formed a traditional line, anticipating a swift victory. Caesar, outmanned, arranged a reserve line of cohorts behind his cavalry on the right flank, anticipating Pompey's horsemen would try to envelop him. When the cavalry clash began, Caesar's hidden cohorts surged forward, routing Pompey's cavalry. This triggered a domino effect. Pompey's infantry, once they saw the cavalry in flight, lost cohesion. Caesar's legions, hardened by years of frontier warfare, exploited every gap. It was a massacre. Pompey escaped, but the psychological damage was done. Men who had once sworn loyalty to Pompey began to slip away or switch sides, sensing the tides of fate had turned. Pompey fled to Egypt, hoping to regroup, but the Ptolemaic officials, keen to appease Caesar, betrayed him. On his arrival, Pompey was assassinated, his head presented to Caesar as a perverse gift. Caesar was horrified. Despite their rivalry, Pompey had once been his son-in-law. Caesar's daughter Julia had been married to Pompey. Caesar publicly wept at the sight of Pompey's severed head, then ordered the execution of the men responsible for the betrayal. This act conveyed a message. Caesar might be ruthless, but he upheld the dignity of Roman nobility and detested dishonour. Egypt, however, offered its own labyrinth of politics. Cleopatra and her brother Ptolemy were locked in a power struggle. Caesar, now the most influential Roman in the region, found himself arbitrating their dispute. Cleopatra saw an opportunity. She smuggled herself into Caesar's presence, wrapped in a carpet, so the story goes, and charmed him with her intellect, wit, and grand vision for Egypt. Caesar, never one to resist audacity or intelligence, sided with Cleopatra. The pair consolidated power in Alexandria, defeating Ptolemy's forces and installing Cleopatra as queen. Their liaison was more than romantic. It was a strategic alliance that gave Caesar access to Egypt's wealth while securing Cleopatra's throne. Rome watched these events with fascination and growing anxiety. Caesar was off forging alliances and fathering a child with a foreign queen, Caesarion, while Italy braced for whatever came next. Though Pompey was dead, segments of the Roman Republic still resisted Caesar's rule. Caesar marched on, quelling resistance in Asia Minor, with such speed that he famously declared, "Veni, vidi, vici, I came, I saw, I conquered." Then he headed to Africa, clashing with remaining Pompeian forces and eventually subduing them. By 45 BCE, Caesar stood unchallenged as Rome's paramount leader. The Senate, most of whose members owed him their lives or careers, filled his hands with powers that stretched the limits of Rome's traditions. He was named dictator for 10 years, eventually dictator for life. Some called it a tyranny. Caesar, for his part, claimed he was trying to restore order. He enacted sweeping reforms, revising the calendar into the Julian model, restructuring debts, expanding the Senate, granting citizenship to loyal allies in distant provinces, and planning massive building projects that aimed to beautify the city. He also introduced social measures, like distributing land to veterans. In these moves, Caesar walked a tightrope, consolidating power, while giving just enough to the masses and Senate to keep them largely compliant. But something in the Roman psyche chafed at one-man rule. Rome prided itself on hating kings. Their entire identity was built around a republic, even if that republic was often manipulated by the powerful. Caesar's acceptance of lavish honours and his centralisation of power made some worry that he sought to crown himself. Others found him dangerously modern, someone who might change Rome beyond recognition. And behind Caesar's unstoppable force lay a silent question. Was the Republic just a stage for one man's ambition, or could it endure? When Caesar finally returned to Rome in triumph, the city was abuzz with rumours and festivals. Though war still simmered in the distant corners of the Republic, Caesar's personal magnetism and the promise of stability temporarily silenced most discontent. He orchestrated spectacular public games and feasts, showering the populace with free grain. Statues and monuments sprang up in his honour. Yet beneath the gleaming facade, the core of Roman tradition, those unwritten rules guarding the Republic from monarchy, felt under siege. One example of Caesar's larger-than-life persona was his attempt to reshape the calendar, which was no small matter in Rome. The old lunar calendar had become hopelessly misaligned with the seasons, creating confusion in festivals and civic life. Caesar, advised by astronomers including Sosigenes of Alexandria, introduced the Julian calendar, a solar-based system with a leap year cycle. This was a major administrative reform that didn't just tidy up dates. It demonstrated Caesar's willingness to override centuries of practice if he believed he had a better way. People marvelled at the clarity the new calendar offered, but they also sensed that if Caesar could reorder time itself, what else might he feel entitled to reorder? He poured money into construction. Under Caesar's direction, new buildings, temples, and public spaces sprouted, symbolising a Rome reborn. The Forum grew more magnificent. He commissioned grand projects that not only beautified the city but gave work to thousands of labourers, elevating Caesar's popularity among the common folk. At the same time, he expanded the Senate from roughly 600 to as many as 900 members, adding allies from the provinces and diluting the power of the old aristocratic families. Some saw this as an inclusive move broadening representation within the Roman state. Others viewed it as an egregious power play, a way for Caesar to stack the Senate with loyalists who owed their positions to him alone. All these changes stirred the question, was Caesar still just a leading citizen, or was he inching toward kingship? Rome had a cultural aversion to the very word rex, king. Generations were taught that their ancestors had exiled the last Roman king and vowed never to kneel before another. So when statues of Caesar began appearing in public places, crowned with diadems, some citizens felt a chill. Caesar claimed these were tokens of respect from admirers, not declarations of monarchy, but doubts lingered. At a public festival, Marcus Antonius, a favoured lieutenant, attempted to place a diadem on Caesar's head. Caesar dramatically refused, stating, "Only Jupiter is king of the Romans." But the crowd's reaction was mixed. Some cheered his refusal, others suspected a theatrical performance designed to test public opinion on a monarchy. The dissonance grew sharper as Caesar took on the title dictator for life. In theory, a dictator in Roman history was an emergency measure, appointed for 6 months in times of dire threat, and then required to relinquish power. By extending this temporary position indefinitely, Caesar strained the very definitions of Roman governance. His supporters insisted Rome needed strong leadership given all the unrest, but his critics argued that Caesar was snuffing out the republican flame. The seeds of conspiracy began to sprout. Senators who longed for a return to the old order, such as Gaius Cassius Longinus and Marcus Junius Brutus, started meeting discreetly. Brutus stood out. He descended from Lucius Junius Brutus, the fabled founder of the Republic who drove out the ancient kings. Caesar had shown Brutus remarkable favour, even rumoured to have paternal affection for him. Yet this complicated bond didn't stifle Brutus's conviction that Caesar's power threatened the Republic's core values. Cassius, a cunning figure with a far darker edge, fanned the flames, reminding Brutus of his ancestors' legacy and the sacred duty to protect Rome from a tyrant. Meanwhile, Caesar seemed to sense an undercurrent of danger. He went about with guards, but he also believed that living in constant fear would diminish his stature. On the surface, he continued orchestrating elaborate plans. He was preparing a massive campaign against Parthia in the east, intending to surpass even Pompey's conquests. Returning to Rome from that victory, Caesar likely envisioned a final consolidation of power, an unassailable legacy. His mind overflowed with new ideas for governance, law codes and expansions of citizen rights. He confided in close allies that his rule would transform Rome into a cohesive empire rather than a loose confederation of territories. Yet those grand visions collided with the simmering resentment of the senatorial class. Many of them had gone along with Caesar out of pragmatism, biding their time, waiting for a chance to assert the old ways. They resented how Caesar's reforms undermined their prestige, how his populist measures made the people less reliant on senatorial patrons. Some conspirators hoped to reinstate a pure republic with limited terms of office and carefully balanced powers. Others simply wanted Caesar gone, viewing him as an existential threat to their personal standing. So as Caesar walked the marble floors of the Curia, conferring with senators, not all who greeted him warmly were true allies. The facade of unity was just that, a facade. Whispers circulated about the Ides of March, a date the conspirators had marked as pivotal. Caesar, distracted by preparations for upcoming campaigns, either dismissed or downplayed the signs of looming treachery. He was, after all, Julius Caesar, the man who escaped pirates, conquered Gaul, and overcame Pompey. To him, fear was a cage he refused to live in. To the conspirators, his confidence was both an insult and an opportunity. The stage was set, and all of Rome felt the tension in the air. The days leading up to the Ides of March had a strange energy in Rome. Senators bustled about with forced smiles, while scribes noted a flurry of edicts and proposals Caesar aimed to finalise before departing on campaign. Craftsmen laboured on newly commissioned statues and inscriptions praising Caesar's achievements. Meanwhile, anxious whispers seeped through the city, swirling in the smoky corners of taverns and the hush of aristocratic dinner parties. Caesar himself oscillated between excitement for his Parthian expedition and vague apprehension. Omens were a big deal in Roman society, and several odd occurrences had stoked superstitions, reports of strange lights in the sky, or a soothsayer who warned Caesar to beware the Ides of March. Caesar, rational yet not entirely dismissive of Quran auguries, seemed torn between curiosity and disbelief. He joked about the warnings, telling friends the Ides of March had arrived and nothing had happened yet. But behind the levity, hints of caution surfaced. He was known to have shared concerns with Calpurnia, his wife, who begged him on to be vigilant. The conspiracy gained momentum. Cassius worked tirelessly, approaching senators who felt displaced by Caesar's sweeping reforms or who bore personal grudges. Persuading Brutus had been the linchpin. Brutus's moral standing and family legacy offered a veneer of honour to what might otherwise look like a naked power grab. With Brutus on board, recruiting others became easier. Each conspirator had different reasons. Some claimed to fight for the Republic's freedom, others sought personal gain or revenge, yet they united under a single, dramatic resolution: Caesar must be removed. One version of their plan involved attacking Caesar during a Senate session, when he would be relatively unguarded. In theory, the presence of so many senators served as a public shield. Caesar wouldn't expect a mass attack in the heart of Roman governance. The conspirators also believed that once the deed was done, they could proclaim themselves defenders of liberty, summoning the people to restore republican ideals. Despite the risk, none could deny the plan's audacious simplicity. The Senate meeting on the Ides of March beckoned like a grim appointment. The morning of the Ides arrived. Calpurnia, shaken by nightmares, implored Caesar not to go. Some historians claim she dreamed of a statue of Caesar spouting blood, or of him lying slain in her arms. Moved by her distress, Caesar initially decided to stay home, possibly rescheduling the Senate session. That alone could have altered history. But the conspirators panicked when they heard Caesar might not come. They dispatched Decimus Brutus, no relation to Marcus Brutus, but another close ally, to persuade Caesar. Decimus feigned concern that Caesar would insult the Senate by his absence, diminishing his standing right before his grand campaign. So, despite Calpurnia's pleas, Caesar relented. He donned his ceremonial toga and left for the Curia. Inside the Senate meeting, the atmosphere was thick with tension, though it started off with formalities. Caesar took his seat. A group of conspirators approached, pretending to ask a favour on behalf of a political exile. They surrounded him as if to press their case more passionately. Then, as the story goes, at a signal, daggers appeared. The first strike came from Casca, and others joined. Accounts vary. Some say Caesar tried to defend himself, others that he was too overwhelmed. He was stabbed multiple times, the final blow from Brutus, prompting Caesar's legendary and possibly apocryphal utterance, "Et tu, Brute?" In moments, it was over. Caesar lay dead at the foot of Pompey's statue, a cruel twist of fate for the man who had once wept for Pompey's demise. The senators, spattered with blood, proclaimed they had liberated Rome from tyranny. They expected the city to greet them as heroes, yet the immediate reaction was shock, not jubilation. Citizens fled the Curia, unsure whether more violence would follow. The conspirators had planned for Caesar's death, but they hadn't planned for the emotional vacuum it would create among the Roman populace. The question remained, had they truly saved the Republic, or just unleashed chaos? Brutus and Cassius tried to calm the city with speeches, invoking the memory of their ancestor Lucius Junius Brutus, who banished Rome's last king centuries before. They insisted they had restored the Republic, but the people had witnessed Caesar's generosity, his banquets, land distributions, public games. Many commoners revered him. Anger and sorrow brewed in the streets. Word spread of the savage butchery in the Senate. Far from celebrating the conspirators, many citizens demanded vengeance. Mark Antony, who had not participated in the conspiracy, seized this public sentiment. He delivered a funeral oration for Caesar that became legendary. Antony spoke with passion, displaying Caesar's blood-stained toga, stirring the crowd into a frenzy against the conspirators. Some historians say Caesar's body was burned in the forum itself, with the flames fed by citizens who tossed in furniture and items as offerings. The conspirators, realizing the tide had turned, fled the city. Outrage soared, and the once proud Senate found itself overshadowed by the populist fury that Caesar had so skillfully harnessed in life. Thus, the killing that was intended to save the Republic actually accelerated its decline. Power soon consolidated not around a restored Senate, but around new strongmen, Mark Antony, Octavian, Caesar's young heir and adopted son, and others who would jockey for command in the following years. In death, Caesar had transcended mortality to become an icon, some would say a martyr, while the vision of a renewed republic, ironically, slipped further away. The aftermath of Caesar's assassination was as turbulent as any period Rome had ever seen. The city, already tense from years of civil conflict, discovered that removing one towering figure didn't automatically restore the old republic. Instead, a new power vacuum emerged, quickly filled by those with the ambition and resources to claim it. Mark Antony, Caesar's closest lieutenant, was first on the scene, leveraging his connection to the slain dictator to rally the masses. But Caesar had named a surprise heir in his will, Gaius Octavius, better known as Octavian, his grandnephew. Only 19 years old, Octavian carried Caesar's name, and soon enough, Caesar's legions would rally around him too. Brutus and Cassius fled Rome, hoping to raise armies in the eastern provinces. They published declarations defending the assassination as an act of patriotic duty, but the events in Rome worked against them. The funeral oration by Antony had painted them as traitors to Caesar, and, by extension, enemies of the Roman people. Legions loyal to Caesar scorned the conspirators. Lines hardened. Another round of civil wars seemed inevitable, as one man's ambition had morphed into a generational crisis of identity for Rome. Though Antony and Octavian initially eyed each other with suspicion, they realized they stood a better chance against the conspirators if they cooperated. Along with Marcus Lepidus, a trusted commander, they formed the Second Triumvirate. Unlike Caesar's informal arrangement, this triumvirate was legally sanctioned, granting the three men near absolute power to reorganize the state. And reorganize it they did. Prescriptions, lists of enemies of the state, were published. Men of wealth and influence found themselves outlawed. The triumvirate seized property and executed opponents, echoing the grim days of Sulla's dictatorship. The conspirators, meanwhile, mustered forces in the east, culminating in the climactic Battle of Philippi in 42 BCE. Brutus and Cassius were defeated, and they chose suicide over capture. If Caesar's murderers hoped for a renaissance of republican ideals, they had gravely miscalculated. Rome was now torn between competing strongmen. After Philippi, tensions rose between Antony and Octavian. Antony headed east, forming an alliance, and famously a romance, with Cleopatra in Egypt. Octavian solidified his base in Rome, ensuring the Senate recognised him as the principal heir to Caesar's legacy. By 31 BCE, the rivalry exploded into another civil war, culminating in the naval battle of Actium. Octavian prevailed. Antony and Cleopatra fled and later took their own lives, and the stage was set for Octavian to become Augustus, the first Roman emperor. The Republic, in its old form, was gone. And what of Caesar's legacy? His name, Caesar, would become synonymous with rulership itself. From Kaiser in German to Caesar in Russian, leaders in distant lands would adopt the moniker as a badge of imperial might. His reforms, especially the Julian calendar, outlived him by centuries, influencing how millions of people mark time. His writings, particularly the commentaries on the Gallic and Civil Wars, remained essential reading for generations of statesmen and generals, admired for their clarity and rhetorical brilliance. In a strange twist, the Senate that once feared him voted to deify Caesar after his death, proclaiming him Divus Iulius. Shrines and temples to the divine Julius sprang up, turning him into a figure of worship. This posthumous deification gave Octavian an added aura of legitimacy. He was now Divi Filius, the son of a god. One might argue it was the final irony. The same institution that bristled at his ambition now raised him to divine status. This transformation reflected the contradictory nature of Roman politics, practical to the core, yet steeped in superstition and reverence for signs and wonders. Public memory of Caesar remained divided. Many admired him for championing the lower classes, taking decisive action to end Rome's internal strife, and extending Roman influence abroad. Others condemned him as the man who shattered the Republic's checks and balances, making a single-man rule inevitable. Over time, historians, playwrights, and orators distilled his story into dramatic beats. The brilliant general, the cunning politician, the betrayed friend. Those wanting a moral lesson found ample material. Some used him as a warning against unchecked ambition, others as an example of visionary leadership undone by a petty jealousy. Yet there's a deeper layer to Caesar's life, one less recounted in popular lore. He was profoundly curious about the world, about languages, cultures, and the mechanics of governance. From his youth in the streets of Rome to his kidnapping by pirates, from the muddy battlefields of Gaul to the marble corridors of the Curia, he sought to understand and master every environment he touched. He wasn't content to play by the rules, he rewrote them. Not all admired his methods, but few could deny his results. For those living in Rome after Caesar's demise, daily life eventually stabilized under Augustus's reign. The city grew grander, the empire expanded, and a new system, the Principate, took shape. But an undercurrent of nostalgia persisted among some senators who recalled a republic where men like Cicero and Cato once debated the future of Rome. They wondered if, in slaying Caesar, they had severed the last chance to preserve republican dignity, or if Caesar's very presence had doomed it from the start. And so the figure of Julius Caesar, the boy who would reshape continents, took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kublai Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghaghtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghaghtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate. While ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility, she also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight, Sorghaghtani recognized that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. "The bow conquers the throne," went an old Mongol saying, "but ink preserves it." Kublai internalized this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalized traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongol Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogön Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother Arik Burka seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest, he consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritizing economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The boy who would reshape continents took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kublai Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghaghtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghaghtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate. While ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility, she also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight. Sorghaghtani recognized that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. "The bow conquers the throne," went an old Mongol saying, "but ink preserves it." Kublai internalized this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalized traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongol Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother Arik Burka seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest, he consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritizing economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The Tuluid civil war that erupted after Mongke's death pitted not just brother against brother, but competing visions for the Mongol future. While most historical accounts frame this conflict through military campaigns, the deeper struggle occurred in the halls of governance and finance. Kublai's 4-year campaign against Arik Burke featured an innovation that distinguished it from previous Mongol succession disputes: the systematic use of economic warfare. Controlling the agricultural heartland of northern China, Kublai restricted grain shipments to the Mongolian steppe, where Arik's supporters struggled to feed their families and livestock. This approach minimized direct military confrontation while steadily eroding his opponent's base of support. Throughout this conflict, Kublai demonstrated unexpected restraint toward captured enemies. After his final victory in 1264, he spared Arik's life, a mercy uncommonly extended in Mongol politics, though Arik would die mysteriously just 2 years later while in Kublai's custody. This initial clemency was notable for a man whose grandfather had created mountains of skulls across Central Asia. The war's resolution left Kublai as Great Khan in name, but the empire's fracturing had begun. The Western Khanates, the Golden Horde in Russia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Ilkhanate in Persia acknowledged Kublai's position with decreasing sincerity. Each pursued increasingly independent policies, rendering the title of Great Khan more symbolic than practical beyond East Asia. This reality shaped Kublai's vision. Rather than exhausting resources trying to reimpose central authority across the sprawling Mongol domains, he focused eastward, turning his grandfather's conquest into something new, a Chinese-style dynasty with Mongol characteristics. In 1271, at the age of 56, Kublai made this transformation official by proclaiming the Yuan dynasty. The name itself, meaning origin or beginning in Chinese, signalled his intent to establish not just a continuation of Mongol rule, but a legitimate Chinese imperial regime. This declaration came with a comprehensive adoption of Chinese imperial institutions, from 6 administrative ministries to elaborate court rituals. Yet beneath the Chinese imperial facade, Kublai maintained distinctly Mongol power structures. He instituted what historians later called the 4-class system, arranging his subjects in a strict hierarchy. Mongols at the top, followed by Central Asian Muslims and other non-Chinese peoples, the Semu, then Northern Chinese, and finally Southern Chinese at the bottom. This system ensured Mongol military and political dominance while incorporating useful talents from all groups. Kublai's administrative innovations were practical responses to governance challenges. Unable to read Chinese himself, he commissioned the creation of the Faigizpe script, a writing system that could transcribe multiple languages, including Mongolian and Chinese. This script appeared on official seals and currency, allowing communication across linguistic divides within his administration. His legal system represented a similar hybrid approach. Rather than imposing Mongol customary law universally or adopting Chinese legal traditions wholesale, Kublai created a tiered system where different ethnic groups were judged according to different legal standards. Mongols answered to traditional Mongol law, Muslims to Islamic law, and Chinese to modified Tang dynasty codes. Perhaps most revealing of Kublai's intellectual character was his establishment of the Muslim Astronomical Observatory in Beijing. While previous rulers might have consulted astrologers before campaigns, Kublai assembled a multicultural scientific team, including Chinese, Muslim, and even European scholars, to improve calendar systems, develop navigational tools, and study celestial phenomena. This institution reflected his genuine intellectual curiosity and recognition that knowledge from diverse traditions could serve practical governance. The Khan's personal habits similarly blended traditions. While maintaining the Mongol custom of hunting expeditions, Kublai transformed these into elaborate affairs, combining Chinese imperial pageantry with steppe traditions. His hunting park at Xanadu, made famous centuries later by Coleridge's poem, featured not only game reserves but also agricultural demonstrations and botanical collections, reflecting his interest in natural sciences. By the time he consolidated his position as Emperor of China, Kublai Khan had evolved from a Mongol prince with Chinese tutors into something history had not seen before. A ruler equally comfortable discussing Confucian ethics, Buddhist cosmology, and the practical logistics of cavalry warfare. Perhaps most revolutionary was Dadu's religious landscape. Previous Chinese capitals had hierarchically arranged temples reflecting imperial orthodoxy. Kublai instead created what might be considered the world's first deliberately multi-religious imperial capital. Buddhist temples stood alongside Taoist sanctuaries, Confucian academies, Muslim mosques, Nestorian Christian churches, and even a Jewish synagogue. This arrangement wasn't merely tolerant, it was strategically pluralistic, allowing the emperor to draw legitimacy from multiple religious traditions simultaneously. The city's demographic composition reflected equally revolutionary thinking. While traditional Chinese capitals segregated foreigners in designated quarters, Dadu integrated multiple ethnic neighbourhoods throughout its urban fabric. Specialised craft districts developed where artisans from across the empire, Uyghur papermakers, Persian astronomers, Tibetan Thangka painters, and Chinese porcelain masters lived and worked in proximity, creating unprecedented cultural exchange. Security considerations shaped the city in distinctive ways. Unlike previous Chinese capitals where the imperial precinct stood at the centre, Dadu's palace complex was positioned against the northern wall, allowing for an emergency escape route to the Mongol heartlands if rebellion threatened. The imperial hunting preserve adjacent to the city served dual purposes: recreation for the court and a buffer zone that could be rapidly militarised in crisis. What's rarely appreciated about Dadu is how its construction stimulated technological innovation. The massive demand for building materials accelerated the development of mass production techniques for standardised bricks and roof tiles. The need to transport these materials efficiently prompted improvements in canal boat design and lock systems. The imperial workshops established to furnish the palace complex became facilities for technical exchange, where Persian glass-blowing techniques merged with Chinese porcelain traditions. By the time foreign visitors like Marco Polo arrived at Kublai's court, Dadu had already transformed from a construction project to a functioning imperial capital. Its population surpassed 500,000. making it among the world's largest cities. Its markets offered goods from as far away as Madagascar in Scandinavia. Its libraries housed texts in dozens of languages, and at its centre sat a ruler whose very environment now reflected his unique position, neither fully Mongol nor Chinese, but something history had never witnessed before. While Kublai Khan's continental conquests earn prominent attention in most historical accounts, his maritime ambitions and their spectacular failures reveal perhaps more about the limitations of his imperial vision than his successes on land ever could. The Khan who conquered the Sung dynasty did not simply inherit China's existing naval capacity, he dramatically expanded it, creating the largest maritime force Asia had seen up to that point. By 1274, Kublai controlled over 5,000 ships, from river patrol vessels to massive ocean-going warships. His shipyards along the Yangtze and in Korea constructed vessels that dwarfed anything found in European waters during the same period. What drove this continental ruler toward maritime expansion? The answer lies partly in economic calculation. By the 1270s, maritime trade routes connected East Asia with Southeast Asia, India, and the Middle East in a network that transported more wealth than the traditional Silk Road ever had. Controlling these sea lanes promised greater revenue than taxing caravan trade. Additionally, Kublai recognised that naval power could outflank regional rivals who might block land routes. The expeditions against Japan in 1274 and 1281 represent more than failed conquests. They mark critical turning points in East Asian military history. The first invasion fleet comprised approximately 900 ships carrying an estimated 23,000 troops, including Mongol, Chinese, and Korean contingents. Contemporary Japanese accounts describe these vessels employing technologies unfamiliar to Japanese defenders, including early explosive weapons derived from Chinese gunpowder developments. What's seldom acknowledged is how these invasions accelerated military technology transfer across East Asia. The Korean shipwrights drafted into Kublai's service brought their distinctive hull designs and sailing techniques into Chinese shipyards. Mongol cavalry tactics were adapted for marine landings. Chinese siege engineers developed floating platforms for their trebuchets. This cross-cultural military synthesis created entirely new approaches to naval warfare. The infamous kamikaze or divine wind typhoons that scattered both invasion fleets have become central to the narrative of Kublai's Japanese campaigns. However, evidence suggests the second expedition in 1281 faced significant problems even before the storm struck. Coordination between the Korean and southern Chinese fleet components proved nearly impossible due to different maritime traditions and command structures. Ships designed for different waters, the relatively protected Korean coast versus the open East China Sea, found themselves inappropriately deployed. Archaeological excavations of the invasion fleet wrecks near Takashima Island have revealed fascinating details about Kublai's naval technology. The recovered vessels show a surprising standardization of construction techniques, suggesting mass production methods that anticipated European shipbuilding approaches by centuries. Recovered weapons include sophisticated composite bows designed specifically for marine combat and early grenades with ceramic casings, technologies that would not appear in European naval warfare until much later. Less known than the Japanese campaigns were Kublai's naval expeditions to Southeast Asia. Between 1278 and 1287, he dispatched multiple fleets to various parts of what are now Vietnam, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Indonesia. These expeditions faced challenges different from those in Japan. Tropical diseases decimated northern troops, and dense river systems negated the mobility advantages of Mongol cavalry once they landed. The campaign against Java in 1293 represented the furthest extension of Kublai's maritime reach, nearly 3,500 miles from his capital, and encountered unique difficulties. Local understanding of monsoon timing gave Javanese forces a decisive advantage. When Kublai's fleet arrived, they found harbours empty of trading vessels they had hoped to capture, and coastal areas already harvested of food supplies. The 1293 expedition ultimately returned with tribute but failed to establish lasting control, demonstrating the logistical limitations of projecting power across such distances. What truly distinguished Kublai's maritime ventures from previous Chinese naval operations was their hybrid nature. His fleets incorporated personnel and techniques from multiple traditions: Chinese navigational knowledge, Korean shipbuilding, Mongol command structures, and even Muslim navigators familiar with Indian Ocean conditions. ships carried multiple types of provisions to accommodate diverse crews, including kumis, fermented mare's milk, for Mongol officers alongside rice for Chinese sailors. Perhaps most tellingly, these naval expeditions altered Kublai himself. Court records describe him becoming increasingly fascinated with maritime technologies. He personally interviewed returning captains, collected nautical maps, and commissioned treatises on Southern Ocean navigation. The Khan, who had begun his career as a steppe horseman, eventually developed such appreciation for maritime affairs that he established specialized schools for navigational astronomy and map-making in his capital. Yet despite these innovations, Kublai's maritime ambitions ultimately represented imperial overreach. The failed campaigns consumed enormous resources. The second Japanese expedition alone is estimated to have cost nearly 2 years' tax revenue from all of Korea. These expenses, combined with the massive costs of building and maintaining Dadu, placed strains on the imperial treasury that would have long-term consequences for Yuan dynasty stability. Among the overlooked dimensions of Kublai Khan's rule was his pioneering use of food as an instrument of statecraft. The imperial kitchen became a microcosm of his broader imperial project, a space where cultural synthesis wasn't merely symbolic but tangibly experienced through daily ritual and sustenance. The court's dining practices reflected Kublai's complex cultural positioning. Unlike previous Mongol rulers who maintained strict nomadic eating habits even after conquests, Kublai orchestrated elaborate culinary performances that strategically deployed traditions from across his domains. Court banquets featured carefully choreographed sequences of dishes representing different territories: steppe kumis followed by northern Chinese wheat buns, southern rice preparations, Central Asian pilaf, and Persian sweets. Archaeological excavations at the Yuan Palace complex have revealed specialized kitchen areas for different culinary traditions, each with distinct equipment and dedicated staff. The Imperial Food Service employed over 12,000 people, including hunters, farmers, butchers, cooks, servers, and food tasters, making it one of the largest court departments. This elaborate system served both practical and symbolic functions, ensuring the Khan's security through careful food preparation while demonstrating his dominion over diverse resources and traditions. Kublai maintained certain Mongol dietary customs that visibly distinguished him from Chinese emperors. He continued the steppe tradition of the White Feast, featuring dairy products, alongside the Red Feast, featuring meat. His preference for mare's milk, erag, and dried meat strips proclaimed his Mongol identity, even as he adopted Chinese administrative practices. Yet he strategically incorporated Chinese imperial food customs when politically expedient, particularly during ceremonies attended by Chinese officials. What distinguished Kublai's approach from simple cultural accommodation was its systematic nature. Court records detail elaborate protocols for determining which culinary traditions would be featured at which events, with specific foods functioning as diplomatic signals. When receiving emissaries from Tibet, the court served butter tea prepared in the Tibetan style, despite the Khan's personal dislike for it. Muslim diplomats were presented with meals prepared according to halal requirements, overseen by Muslim cooks maintained specifically for such occasions. The Khan's personal dining regimen combined medical theories from multiple traditions. His physicians included practitioners of Chinese medicine, Islamic Unani medicine, and traditional Mongol shamanic healing. Each contributed dietary recommendations that were synthesized into the Khan's eating plan. Contemporary accounts describe medicinal soups combining Chinese herbs, Central Asian spices, and ingredients from as far as India, prepared according to schedules aligning with both Chinese cosmological calendars and Islamic medical timing. Kublai's famous hunting expeditions at his summer capital of Xanadu, Shangdu, featured elaborate outdoor feasting that merged Mongol traditions with imperial Chinese ritual. These events, which could involve thousands of participants, followed precisely choreographed sequences. The Khan would first honour his ancestors with traditional Mongol offerings, then participate in the hunt itself, culminating in a feast where animals killed during the hunt were prepared using techniques from multiple culinary traditions. The multicultural composition of Kublai's court created unprecedented culinary exchange. Chinese techniques for fermenting vegetables spread northward into Mongolia. Mongol methods for preserving meat influenced Chinese practices. Persian fruit cultivation techniques transformed gardens around Dadu. This cross-cultural exchange accelerated the development of what would later be recognized as distinct regional Chinese cuisines. Some of Kublai's most effective diplomatic deployments of food occurred during his interactions with foreign emissaries. According to Marco Polo's account, visitors were first served familiar foods from their homelands, prepared by cooks who specifically researched foreign techniques, before being gradually introduced to Mongol and Chinese delicacies. This culinary progression mirrored the broader diplomatic process of establishing comfort before negotiation. One of Kublai's most significant culinary innovations was the development of imperial food supply chains that connected distant ecological zones. Specialized imperial farms around Dadu cultivated fruits and vegetables from across Eurasia. Fast horse relay stations, primarily developed for military and administrative communication, were adapted to transport perishable delicacies. Court records note shipments of fresh seafood from the Yellow Sea, reaching the imperial table within days of harvest, and fruits from tropical southern provinces arriving in edible condition at the northern capital. Archaeological evidence from Yuan dynasty elite tombs reveals the material culture supporting this culinary cosmopolitanism. Burial goods include Persian-influenced metal serving vessels alongside Chinese porcelain and Mongol ceremonial cups. This material hybridization reflected the lived experience of dining at Kublai's court, where the vessels themselves communicated political messages about cultural synthesis and imperial reach. By the later years of his reign, Kublai's court cuisine had evolved into something distinctly different from both traditional Mongol fare and Chinese imperial dining. It represented a third tradition, a Yuan court cuisine that embodied in edible form the Khan's vision of universal rule transcending ethnic and cultural boundaries, a sensory embodiment of his new type of empire. Beyond his military campaigns and architectural ambitions, Kublai Khan's most enduring innovation may have been his transformation of how information moved through and shaped his vast domains. Under his direction, the Mongol Empire evolved from a conquest state into an information empire whose administrative sophistication would influence East Asian governance for centuries. The cornerstone of this transformation was Kublai's development of the world's most extensive postal relay system. Building upon the Mongol Yam network established by Genghis Khan, Kublai systematically expanded and formalized this communications infrastructure until it encompassed over 1,400 postal stations across East Asia. Unlike earlier iterations that primarily served military coordination, Kublai's postal system became a comprehensive information network supporting administrative governance. What made this system revolutionary was its unprecedented speed and reliability. Official communications could travel up to 250 miles per day, a pace unmatched anywhere else in the medieval world. This goal was achieved through a precisely organized relay system, where stations were positioned approximately 25 to 30 miles apart, the distance a horse could gallop at speed before requiring replacement. Special passport tablets, paisa, issued in silver, gold, or platinum indicated the bearer's authority level, and determined how many horses they could requisition and how quickly local stations needed to respond. The scale of this operation was staggering. Historical records indicate that at its peak, the system maintained approximately 300,000 horses, employed tens of thousands of riders and station personnel, and delivered not just messages, but also officials, tax shipments, and commercial goods deemed important to imperial interests. The entire system operated under the jurisdiction of a specialized ministry whose records documented every horse, rider, and parcel in motion across the empire. This communications infrastructure enabled another of Kublai's innovations, standardized administrative reporting. Local officials throughout the realm were required to submit regular reports on population, agricultural production, weather conditions, and local events according to standardized formats. These reports flowed upward through provincial centres to the capital, creating what historians now recognise as one of history's first systematic government information gathering operations. The bureaucracy Kublai established to process this information was equally innovative. Unable to staff the entire administration with Mongols, who lacked experience in managing sedentary populations, he created a multi-ethnic civil service that included Chinese scholar officials, Uyghur financial experts, Persian astronomers, and Tibetan religious administrators. Most notably, he established specialized training academies where officials from different backgrounds learned standardized administrative methods, creating institutional knowledge that transcended individual cultural traditions. Particularly significant was Kublai's approach to language within this bureaucracy. Rather than imposing a single imperial language, as most conquering regimes did, he developed a sophisticated translation system. Key documents were produced in multiple scripts, including Chinese, Mongolian Fagspa script, Uyghur, Persian, and Tibetan. The Imperial Secretariat included dedicated translation bureaus for each major language group within the empire, ensuring that directives from the centre could be accurately implemented across diverse regions. The wealth of data flowing into Dadu enabled novel approaches to governance. Kublai pioneered large-scale statistical compilation to monitor agricultural production, population trends, and tax collection efficiency. When unusual patterns appeared, such as unexpected population declines or harvest yields, specialized investigators would be dispatched via the postal system to assess conditions directly. This feedback loop created a more responsive imperial administration than previous Chinese dynasties had achieved. Perhaps most remarkable was Kublai's development of paper currency as an instrument of economic integration. While paper money had existed in China previously, Kublai expanded its use and standardized its implementation across his territories. The notes issued under his authority, backed by silver reserves and carrying stern warnings against counterfeiting, facilitated commerce across regions with different traditional currencies and commodity standards. These notes represented more than economic policy. They were information technology that allowed the centre to influence distant markets. By controlling the quantity of currency in circulation, the Khan's financial ministers could respond to regional economic conditions more quickly than physical commodity money would allow. When Marco Polo described these paper that passes for money to European audiences, he was documenting not just a curious foreign practice, but one of history's most advanced economic control systems. The information infrastructure extended beyond government administration into the realm of scientific knowledge. Kublai established specialized bureaus for astronomical observation, cartography, historical documentation, and medical research. Each was tasked with systematically collecting and synthesizing knowledge from across Eurasia. The Astronomical Bureau, for instance, combined Chinese calendrical traditions with Islamic mathematical techniques and Tibetan astrological concepts to create more accurate predictive systems. By the middle of Kublai's reign, this multifaceted information system had transformed governance across East Asia. Officials who might never travel to the capital nevertheless operated within standardized protocols established there. Regional variations in administration certainly persisted. The system was too vast for perfect uniformity, but the overall effect was a degree of integration previously unachievable across such diverse territories. As Kublai Khan entered his 7th decade, the contradictions inherent in his imperial project began to manifest more acutely. The years between 1280 and his death in 1294 reveal a ruler grappling with the limitations of his vision and the mounting costs of maintaining the world's largest empire. While historical accounts often attribute the challenges of Kublai's later years to personal decline, his increasing corpulence, episodes of gout, and deepening reliance on alcohol, closer examination reveals systemic pressures that would have challenged even a younger, more vigorous ruler. The very success of his Chinese-style administrative state created unsustainable financial burdens that the empire's economic base struggled to support. The construction and maintenance of Dadu alone consumed resources on an unprecedented scale. The imperial household, with its 40,000 servants, required vast sums simply for daily operation. The postal relay system, vital for administrative control, maintained hundreds of thousands of horses requiring constant fodder. The military garrisons positioned throughout the realm demanded regular payment. Archaeological evidence from late Yuan dynasty administrative centres shows increasing sophistication in financial record-keeping, likely a response to mounting fiscal pressures. These economic strains manifested in policies that gradually undermined popular support for Yuan rule. Tax collection became increasingly aggressive. The issuance of paper currency, initially a brilliant financial innovation, evolved into a problematic dependence as the government printed more notes than its silver reserves could credibly back. By the late 1280s, inflation had become a serious problem in core provinces, eroding the purchasing power of government stipends and merchant revenues alike. Environmental factors compounded these challenges. The 1280s witnessed a series of natural disasters across East Asia, floods along the Yellow River, droughts in the southern provinces, and unusually harsh winters in the northern regions. Contemporary Chinese records describe these as heaven's disapproval of Yuan governance. Reflecting growing ideological resistance to Mongol rule, modern climate research suggests these events coincided with a cooling period that affected agricultural productivity across Eurasia, creating systemic pressures no ruler could have fully addressed. Kublai's personal response to these mounting difficulties reveals much about his character in these final years. Rather than retreating from his multicultural governance model, he doubled down on it, recruiting additional foreign experts, particularly Muslim financial administrators with experience managing complex economies. This decision, while pragmatically sound, further alienated Chinese elites who resented being passed over for these positions. The Khan's later military campaigns reflect a similar doubling down on established patterns despite diminishing returns. The Burmese expeditions of 1283 to 1285, while ultimately extracting tribute, required disproportionate resources for limited strategic gain. The Java campaign of 1293 stretched imperial logistics beyond sustainable limits. These operations suggest a ruler attempting to maintain the momentum of expansion, even as the core empire's foundation showed signs of strain. What's seldom appreciated about Kublai's final years is his apparent awareness of the contradictions in his position. Court records document increasing periods of withdrawal to his hunting lodge at Xanadu, where he would surround himself with Mongol companions and engage in traditional steppe practices. These retreats seem less recreational than restorative, attempts to reconnect with his cultural roots amid the increasingly complex demands of ruling a predominantly Chinese empire. The Khan's relationship with his chosen successor, Temür, who would rule as Emperor Chengzong, offers further insight into his late-life thinking. Unlike earlier Mongol transitions where potential heirs competed militarily for succession, Kublai arranged an orderly transfer of power through bureaucratic channels. He engaged Chinese ritual specialists to formalize Temür's position, creating documentary legitimacy that would withstand challenges. This approach represented a final embrace of Chinese administrative traditions over Mongol customary practices. By 1292, with his health clearly failing, Kublai faced rebellion in the southern Chinese provinces and growing unrest in his Mongolian homeland, where many traditional nobles resented his Sinicization. His response to these dual pressures was characteristically balanced, dispatching Chinese-style bureaucratic investigators to the south, while sending Mongol military commanders to reassert authority in the north. When Kublai Khan died in February 1294, he left behind an empire fundamentally transformed from what he had inherited. The cosmopolitan administrative state he constructed had permanently altered East Asian governance traditions. The commercial networks he fostered had created new patterns of trade that would outlast Yuan dynastic control. The cultural synthesis he embodied had demonstrated possibilities for multiculturalism that challenged traditional assumptions about ethnic and cultural boundaries. What ultimately undermined Kublai's imperial project was not any single policy failure, but the inherent tension between Mongol military power and Chinese administrative complexity. His personal charisma and cultural flexibility had temporarily bridged this divide, but sustaining this balance proved impossible for his successors. Within 3 decades of his death, natural disasters, economic mismanagement, and growing Chinese nationalism would combine to end Mongol rule in China. Yet Kublai's legacy extended far beyond the Yuan dynasty's relatively brief tenure. The administrative geography of modern China still reflects boundaries established under his rule. The concept of China as a multi-ethnic state rather than exclusively Han Chinese traces its roots to Yuan governance models. The integration of Central and East Asian cultural traditions that characterizes northern Chinese cuisine, architecture, and art finds many of its origins in the cultural policies of his reign. Perhaps most significantly, Kublai Khan's rule marked a pivotal moment in global history, when the world's largest land empire attempted to transform itself from a conquest state into a sustainable administrative system. The ultimate failure of this transformation in no way diminishes the ambition of the attempt or its lasting influence on subsequent political formations across Eurasia. As the winter winds swept across the steppes in 1294, they carried away a ruler unlike any before him, a man who had bridged worlds and reimagined what empire could mean. The great Khan was gone, but the world he had remade would. Born in the port city of Genoa, Christopher Columbus entered the world under a roof that smelled of salt air and fish scales. His father, a wool weaver by trade, held lofty aspirations that his son might avoid the repetitive, grinding tasks of carding, spinning, and weaving, the bustle of people coming to trade in the harbour, yelling over each other in 6 dialects, made an indelible impression on young Christopher. As he wandered the narrow alleys that snaked through the city, he would often pause beside ships being loaded with cargoes bound for foreign horizons. No matter the dampness or the fierce winds rolling in from the Ligurian Sea, he remained entranced by the idea of distant lands. This fascination set him apart from others his age. He was far less interested in the local gossip about the new bishop or who would marry into which family. Instead, he chased fleeting rumours about gold-laden shores where people spoke in languages sounding like music. When he was old enough to leave home, Columbus began to sail modestly, short voyages in which he served as a messenger or a humble hand, making sure to note every detail. Once, while aboard a small merchant ship, he encountered a fierce storm that pitched the vessel so violently several men were lost at sea. Yet Columbus persevered, occasionally gripping the rigging and feeling both dread and a certain strange euphoria. He later recalled this episode as the exact moment he realised that fortune favoured risk-takers. The wind stung his face, but he felt alive in a way that overshadowed the fear. At that time, the known world for most Europeans was bracketed by misunderstandings about what lay beyond the horizon. Maps were often imaginative, featuring sea monsters, swirling vortexes, or vast empty spaces labelled terra incognita. Columbus devoured any chart or ragged bit of parchment he could find. In taverns, he listened to old sailors speak of land glimpsed through squalls and thick fog, hands not shown on official charts. While some dismissed these tall tales as bar-brawlers' fables, Columbus tucked them away in his mind like precious cargo. He made sure to learn from the best navigational minds available. By day, he subjected himself to the strict discipline of mathematics, angles, distances, how to track the sun and stars. By night, he pored over translations of Ptolemy, or any scraps referencing far-off kingdoms. His curiosity was insatiable, but always tinged with pragmatism. Even as he immersed himself in daydreams of unknown continents, he meticulously built his fundamental knowledge. The pursuit of novelty was anchored in the discipline of rigorous study. A lesser-known anecdote concerns a letter Columbus received from a Venetian traveller whose name has been largely forgotten by mainstream history. This Venetian teased glimpses of a rumoured passage, a route leading west across the Atlantic to Asia's riches. The letter wasn't coated with the florid hyperbole common in travel accounts at that time. Instead, it was almost stark, describing a place where the sun set over expanses of water few dared to traverse. Columbus cherished that letter, convinced it held the kernel of a secret known only to a handful of traders or explorers who lacked the means to follow up on it. The Venetian might never have expected his words to incite one of the most daring voyages of the age. Yet for Columbus, that letter represented a subtle push, a sign that the improbable might be real. In the decades leading up to his famed expeditions, Europe wrestled with power shifts. Italy's city-states squabbled with each other. The Ottoman Empire flexed control over trade routes, and Portugal angled for maritime dominance. People in Columbus's circles debated the viability of sailing west to reach the spice-laden east. The question was more than academic curiosity. It came down to wealth, alliances, and bending the map to serve power. Genoa, sitting at the crossroads of so many trading arteries, was itself a testament to how maritime acumen could drive prosperity. Columbus was neither the best educated nor the wealthiest visionary of his time, but he excelled in marrying lofty dreams with a canny political sense. It became apparent to him that some power, be it Portugal, Spain, or another kingdom, would eventually roll the dice on a transatlantic venture, and he, poised with a solid track record of smaller voyages, aimed to be the chosen instrument of that gamble. He saw himself as indispensable in bridging the gap between the idea and the deed. Others might excel in theorizing or financing, but Columbus believed he alone carried the peculiar mix of unwavering faith and nautical competence necessary for success. During these formative years, what truly set Columbus apart was not just his willingness to take leaps, but his ability to accumulate allies and supporters behind closed doors. He had a gift for speech, particularly when discussing navigation or potential wonders that might lie across the Atlantic. People described him as a steadfast man, perhaps even stubborn, whose vision shone through in conversation. Some dismissed him as overzealous, others were swept up in his unwavering confidence. Either way, they remembered him. In a society where reputations were currency, that was the first step toward finding patrons who could turn imagination into tangible backing. Stories about Columbus often skip from his boyhood in Genoa straight to his lobbying at the Spanish court. Yet these in-between years, during which he sharpened his craft, cultivated friendships, and scoured every port for whispered tales, were pivotal. They formed a crucible in which the idea of sailing west to reach what Europe called the Indies hardened into a driving obsession. By the time he embarked on the journeys that would etch his name into history, he was already a seasoned navigator with connections in multiple courts. Many might have possessed theoretical knowledge or raw courage, but Columbus combined them with a strategic sense of timing and persuasion. Ultimately, the sum of these experiences, the near-death storms, the midnight confessions of old sailors, the letters penned by obscure travellers, wove together. Columbus stood as a man on the cusp of forging something vast. He was ready to propose a radical plan to whichever monarchy had the audacity to endorse him. And that moment was inching closer every time he set foot on a dock, every time he gathered new bits of intelligence, and every time he closed his eyes at night, visions of uncharted coasts dancing just beyond the darkness. Spain in the late 15th century was an agitated tapestry of ambition, religious devotion, and a desire to surpass other emerging European powers. After the Reconquista and the unification under the Catholic monarchs, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella sought new ways to cement their place in the world. While Portugal was establishing itself along the African coast, using caravels to probe new waters, Spain faced the possibility of being left behind. Columbus perceived this anxiety like a cat sniffing out opportunity. He had tried pitching his westward plan to the Portuguese crown previously, but was met with hesitation, some say scorn. His proposition sounded suspiciously like gambling with the unknown. Portugal, after all, already had an established route circling Africa. But the Spanish court was more impressionable, perhaps because they were eager to leapfrog over rivals in the exploration race. Columbus bided his time in Andalusian port towns, forging friendships with local captains, cartographers, and the occasional monk with an interest in exotic geography. He cultivated a sense of mystique around himself, dropping hints about rumoured islands beyond the horizon. And yet, winning over the Catholic monarchs demanded more than grand promises. Columbus needed to demonstrate some shred of credibility. So, he appeared at court armed with numbers and references. Although many modern experts debate the accuracy of his calculations, especially his underestimation of Earth's circumference, he was undoubtedly passionate about them. He insisted that the distance westward to Asia wasn't as colossal as mainstream scholars maintained. Moreover, he insisted on titles and privileges for himself if he were successful. This wasn't mere hubris. He believed that if he discovered new lands or profitable routes, he deserved recognition and wealth. It's worth noting that Columbus, as a man of his era, cloaked his intentions in religious justifications. He talked about bringing Christianity to the far reaches of the world. This approach resonated with an Iberian court fresh from the triumph over Granada and eager to spread Catholic influence abroad. But behind the religious language, there was also a shrewd negotiator who understood that spiritual rhetoric often smoothed the path toward funding. If you could couch your proposed voyage in terms of salvation or the glory of God, you'd find fewer obstacles in the corridors of power. What followed were months, some say years, of haggling. Advisors to the crown debated whether Columbus was an inspired savant or a fool. Traditional geographers scoffed, referencing ancient authorities who argued that the Atlantic was vast, filled with unknown dangers. A few murmured that even if Columbus did find land, it could be an inhospitable wilderness unworthy of the trouble. Columbus, however, radiated a calm sense of certainty. He occasionally flashed a map, though how detailed these charts were remains a mystery. Scholars have speculated for centuries about the source of his unwavering assurance. Some posit hidden documents or secret knowledge gleaned from seafarers who stumbled upon unknown islets. Others assume it was sheer stubbornness, an unshakable conviction that a western sea route must exist. Eventually, the Catholic monarchs took a calculated risk. They granted Columbus the funds for 3 ships, a modest investment from their perspective. The arrangement was that if he found nothing, the loss would be brushed aside by the Spanish treasury, but if he succeeded, Spain would catapult ahead in the scramble for new lands and trading routes. The recollection of Portugal's prosperity from gold and spices weighed heavily on their minds. Nobody wanted to miss out on the next wave of riches. Columbus, exultant with the royal nod, hurried to assemble a crew. People often overlook the question of how Columbus gathered those men. It's true many were from modest backgrounds, with some rumoured to be on the run from the law, hoping to escape their past in the expanse of the ocean. But it wasn't just desperados who signed up. Skilled navigators from Palos, Huelva, and beyond joined, intrigued by the potential for fortune. The ships, commonly referred to in simplified form as the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, were repurposed commercial vessels, not the grand, specialised craft of some modern imagination. In those final days before departure, Columbus prayed publicly at small monasteries and confided in a handful of confidants. The air crackled with anticipation. Coastal communities whispered about the boldness of it all. Some saw it as an act of madness or vanity. Others felt the giddiness of perhaps witnessing the dawn of a new era, though they likely didn't phrase it that way. For his part, Columbus maintained a controlled composure, but one can imagine the swirl of thoughts in his head. What if the critics were right, and Asia lay much farther than he had predicted? What if the currents were too treacherous, or the men mutinied out of fear? Despite the swirling uncertainty, Columbus pressed on. In the context of the times, caution often yielded smaller gains, while boldness, especially in exploration, could reshape kingdoms and redefine maps. And so, in August of 1492, with the last fleeting gusts of summer wind, he led his ragtag armada out of Palos de la Frontera. Spain's coastline faded behind them under a brilliant sky, and all that remained was the emptiness of the Atlantic. No one aboard those 3 ships fully grasped the magnitude of what they were about to set in motion. Columbus was convinced that on the other side of that endless horizon lay a gateway to Asia. What he actually found would ripple through history in ways neither he nor his patrons could have envisaged. Yet that departure day, so often depicted in simplified paintings, was anything but routine. The tension on deck, the unspoken prayers of the men, the spectre of turning back if storms threatened, it all brewed a potent mix of hope and dread. Columbus, unwavering, stood near the ship's helm, mentally rehearsing his route, likely feeling the weight of his deal with Spain's monarchy on his shoulders. But as a faint breeze pushed them out to open sea, he also might have felt an intoxicating rush of possibility. Sailing into the unknown demanded more than bravado. It demanded an unspoken agreement among the crew that they would trust Columbus's instincts, for better or worse. For weeks, the men heard nothing but the wind snapping the sails and the hull creaking under the pressure of the open sea. Fears of sea monsters and bottomless whirlpools circulated in hushed conversations. Each day, Columbus measured the sun's position with the astrolabe, jotting figures in a logbook he kept hidden from prying eyes. Rumour has it he maintained 2 sets of records, one genuine, one skewed to soothe anxious sailors. As time wore on, their diet, initially bread, onions, salted meat, became stale and monotonous. Water turned brackish, tempers flared as frustrations boiled over. The sense of distance from any known shore was paralysing for some. A few men muttered that they should force Columbus to reverse course. Yet each evening, Columbus delivered a kind of pep talk, reminding them of the wealth rumoured to be waiting just beyond the horizon, of the possibility that each day's sail brought them closer to Asia's spice markets. From a modern perspective, such promises might seem manipulative, but within their historical context, Columbus was playing the necessary role of morale builder. Along the voyage, certain signs stirred fleeting moments of optimism. Floating clusters of seaweed, stray birds overhead, even the faint smell of unfamiliar vegetation on the breeze. Sailors latched onto these clues like lifelines, interpreting them as evidence that land must be near. Some historians argue that these were the crucial threads holding the expedition together when minds threatened to unravel. Columbus, however, rarely displayed his own doubts. His journals hint at the internal turmoil he felt when days stretched into weeks and no solid coastline materialized. But to the men, he projected unwavering determination. Then came a fateful night in October, when the cry of "Tierra, Tierra" finally broke the silence. The men scrambled to the sides of the ship, eyes scanning the dark horizon. Shrouded in moonlight was a low, dark outline that could only be land. Relief, excitement, and a twinge of disbelief shot through the crew. They had survived the dreaded emptiness. When morning came, they saw a lush island, beaches gleaming under the sun. Columbus, convinced he was near Asia, unfurled the Spanish flag and claimed the land for the crown. In his diary, he described the island's inhabitants as friendly, curious, and naive about European ways, though he likely wrote with the tinted lens of an outsider imposing his own worldview. The early interactions between Columbus and the indigenous people, often referred to as the Taino, began with gestures of goodwill. Small gifts of glass beads and trinkets were exchanged for parrots, cotton, and rudimentary gold ornaments. Columbus interpreted these gestures in a context shaped by centuries of European feudal and mercantile culture. He wrote excitedly about the potential for future riches and the ease with which Spain might extend its reach across these lands. That initial moment of wonder, two distinct worlds meeting for the first time, held a fragile promise of mutual discovery. Yet history shows us how illusions can fracture under the weight of greed and cultural misunderstanding. Columbus recorded that some of the islanders directed him farther to the south and west, mentioning places with greater wealth. So, he pressed on, navigating among the islands of what we now call the Caribbean. The further he travelled, the more he convinced himself that the Grand Khan's palaces might lie just around the next coastline. He heard stories, interpreted them through his own lens, and wrote letters back to Spain brimming with excitement. However, the land was not the Asia of silks and spices he had imagined. The mistake was largely geographical. The world was far bigger than he had presumed. Unwittingly, Columbus had stumbled upon a separate continent that was new only to Europeans, though not to the millions who already lived there. The seeds of future conflict were sown in these early encounters. The Spanish crown's policy was expansionist, steeped in an ideology of superiority, and Columbus's reports about malleable islanders only fueled the monarch's ambitions. He built a makeshift fort on Hispaniola, leaving some men behind while he returned to Spain with captured islanders as evidence of his discoveries. In modern eyes, that action signals a grim foreshadowing of how the New World's inhabitants would be treated, as curiosities, labour sources, or impediments to colonial aims. But in Columbus's time, such manoeuvres were considered strategic. He wanted to ensure further funding by demonstrating tangible results. Returning with natives, though entirely unethical by contemporary standards, served as proof that he wasn't just spinning tall tales. As he sailed back, Columbus already envisioned subsequent expeditions, likely anticipated wealth, honours, and a permanent place in the aristocracy. He had entered the islands as an emissary of a new empire in the making. Much like a businessman presenting a prototype to investors, he came back with enough evidence to secure additional patronage from Spain. Royal receptions greeted him upon his return, and he responded by describing the islands as paradises brimming with potential for Christian conversion and resource extraction. The tale of first contact is often romanticised, but the reality was more complex and ominous. Suspicion lurked beneath the surface, both from the Spanish who found less gold than rumoured, and from the indigenous peoples who now witnessed the arrival of more foreigners seeking land and labour. Columbus's navigational victory had unknowingly unlocked a door that would soon see waves of conquistadors. Missionaries and fortune-seekers flood these shores. For now, though, in the immediate aftermath of that first voyage, Europe saw Columbus as a triumphant discoverer who validated the westward route. The next chapters would unveil the consequences of that discovery. For a brief flickering moment, there existed an in-between time when Europeans and native islanders engaged without fully understanding what was at stake. The aura of curiosity pervaded their interactions, but behind the curiosity lay a chasm of cultural difference and the looming possibility of violence. Columbus, for all his zeal and cunning, remained somewhat oblivious to the Pandora's box he had pried open. His mind was fixed on proving to the Spanish crown that he was the man to lead the next wave of expeditions into these unfamiliar waters, confident that wealth and glory lay just over the horizon. Not long after Columbus's celebrated return to Spain, word spread throughout Europe about the new lands. The name Indies stuck, reflecting Columbus's ongoing misbelief that he had neared the outskirts of Asia. In response, the Spanish crown organised a second expedition on a much grander scale. Columbus would no longer command a modest trio of ships, but rather a flotilla aimed at establishing a permanent foothold. Soldiers, settlers, and clergy accompanied him, each with their own agenda. What was the ultimate objective? Transform these islands into profitable colonies for the Spanish realm. The spectacle of this second voyage contrasted sharply with the tentative nature of the first. Resources flowed in: cannons, livestock, seeds for European crops. The monarchy envisioned these distant shores as an extension of Spanish civilization. In Columbus's eyes, the project was both an opportunity and a test. He welcomed the chance to govern as a viceroy of sorts, but the weight of responsibility also rested heavily on his shoulders. He had to turn uncharted islands into functioning colonies, maintain favour with the crown, and keep the natives from slipping out of Spanish control. Upon arrival back in Hispaniola, the atmosphere was palpably different. Where before there had been curiosity, now there was tension. The men Columbus had left behind in the makeshift fort had engaged in violent conflicts with locals, straining relations. The Taino were not a monolithic group. They had their own leadership, alliances, and internal politics, but collectively, they recognised that these foreigners sought to claim land and resources as their own, ignoring existing structures. Discontent and confusion spread, on both sides, often fuelled by the language gap. Columbus tried to govern, but the role required more than just navigation skills. Administering a settlement demanded diplomacy, patience, and foresight. Pressed by the Spanish crown for gold, he imposed demands on the Taino for tribute. This policy alienated them, transforming a guarded tolerance into outright hostility. Rebellions flared, and the Spanish met them with harsh reprisals. Columbus found himself caught between his promise to Spain that these territories would yield wealth, and the reality that extracting riches from these communities required force or, at the very least, intimidation. Meanwhile, friction also arose among the Spanish settlers themselves. Not everyone respected Columbus. Aristocrats resented taking orders from a Genoese outsider. Soldiers chafed under what they viewed as incompetent leadership. A swirl of accusations circulated, mismanagement of supplies, favouritism, and even cruelty toward both settlers and Mindon natives. Columbus strove to maintain a grip on the situation, but as ships came and went, they carried back to Spain letters and rumours that cast him in a questionable light. People who once heralded him as a visionary began to wonder if he was a tyrant. And yet, Columbus managed to launch further exploration from these colonial footholds. He navigated around Cuba, ventured into Jamaica, and glimpsed more of the Caribbean's island chain. Each landfall brought new interactions with indigenous populations. Some initial encounters seemed peaceful enough, featuring small exchanges of goods or gestures of amity. But as Spanish ambitions grew, tensions invariably escalated into conflict. Even so, Columbus's spirit for exploration never truly dimmed. He continued sketching rough maps, confiding in his journals about how these islands might connect to the broader Asian continent. One underappreciated dimension of Columbus's second voyage was the attempt to introduce European agriculture and husbandry to the New World. Horses, pigs, and cattle unloaded from Spanish ships trotted across Caribbean shores for the first time. Wheat and sugarcane seeds were planted with the hope that they would thrive. These experiments would eventually reshape local ecosystems, though Columbus and his contemporaries didn't foresee how foreign plants and animals could disrupt native habitats. They also didn't foresee the profound demographic collapse that would befall the Taino due to disease, forced labour, and armed confrontation. Amid the daily swirl of colonial administration, Columbus also wrestled with personal disappointment. Precious metals seemed less abundant than he had hinted in his early letters. The dream of easy gold faded, forcing him to tighten the screws on both colonists and native populations to meet Spain's expectations. This pressure fueled further discontent. Some settlers plotted against him, drafting scathing reports to royal officials. Columbus responded with imprisonments and strict measures, hoping to maintain order and prove he could handle the responsibilities vested in him. He was not entirely oblivious to the unravelling situation. Letters he penned to the Spanish crown reveal a weary individual, pleading for more support, complaining that rebellious colonists undermined his policies, and defending his harsh treatment of natives as necessary under the circumstances. Historians continue to debate whether these pleas stemmed from genuine concern or a desperate attempt to preserve his authority. Possibly it was both. By this stage, Columbus was no longer just the triumphant mariner who had revealed unknown islands to Europe. He was an embattled governor, pinned between colonial demands, rebellious factions, and indigenous resistance. Eventually, the tensions reached a point where the Spanish crown could no longer ignore the colonial chaos. The Spanish crown dispatched officials across the Atlantic to conduct an investigation. Columbus's name, once applauded in royal halls, started to be whispered with skepticism. The monarchy needed order and profit, not unending complaints and allegations of brutality. Columbus, for his part, insisted he remained steadfast in his loyalty, that his measures were misrepresented, that others were sowing discord against him. But the drumbeat of criticism was relentless. These were pivotal years in which the promise of new lands collided with the practical realities of conquest. The idea of finding a paradise was replaced by the harsh realities of colonization. Columbus's navigational achievements could not shield him from the complexities of trying to rule a far-flung colony under the watchful, profit-hungry eyes of the skull of the Spanish crown, and so, amid fractious settlers and indigenous communities on the brink, the stage was set for a reckoning. The once celebrated admiral, whose unwavering conviction had brought him so far, found himself ensnared in the bureaucracy and violence of empire building, an empire that demanded more than a dreamer's spirit could easily deliver. When people talk about Christopher Columbus today, they often reduce him to a single act, that of discovering America. In that narrative, the nuance of his multiple voyages and the complexities of his tenure as a colonial administrator often vanish. Yet it's precisely in the aftermath of these voyages that the full dimensions of his influence and his failures come into stark relief. As Columbus initiated further journeys, some leading him toward the coasts of Central and South America, he found himself increasingly marginalized by Spanish bureaucracy. This shift manifested most dramatically in the arrival of Francisco de Bobadilla, a royal commissioner tasked with investigating complaints about Columbus's governorship. The new bureaucrat, carrying the weight of royal authority, wasted little time in gathering testimony. Both Spaniards and local islanders recounted episodes of cruelty, nepotism, and questionable decisions. Bobadilla was apparently so appalled that he arrested Columbus and his brothers, sending them back to Spain in chains. Legend has it that Columbus wore his shackles defiantly, even when given the chance to remove them on the ship. He saw them as a symbol of injustice, proof that his loyalty and service were being repaid with humiliation. It was a potent image for someone who once stood triumphant before the same crown that now authorized his imprisonment. The question of guilt remains tangled in historical debate. Some accounts suggest that Columbus, overwhelmed by the labyrinth of colonial politics and the pressure for gold, resorted to extreme measures. Others argue Bobadilla's actions were also politically motivated, using Columbus as a scapegoat to appease the crown's dissatisfaction with the colony's performance. Upon returning to Spain in disgrace, Columbus managed to secure an audience with Queen Isabella. Accounts from the time suggest that he pleaded his case with tears in his eyes, lamenting how he had been treated. The Queen, who once supported him so fervently, was moved enough to release him. However, his authority over the New World territories would never be fully restored. The monarchy recognised his contributions as an explorer, but deemed his administrative methods unacceptable, or at least too fraught with controversy to continue under his leadership. Despite these setbacks, Columbus managed to mount a fourth voyage, albeit with far fewer resources and a more modest mission, to find a passage to the Indian Ocean. He skirted the coasts of Central America, enduring hurricanes, shipwrecks, and near mutinies. This journey carried a distinct sense of desperation. Columbus remained convinced he could unstumble upon a maritime strait that would vindicate his original thesis, that these lands were indeed part of Asia's outskirts. He found no such passage, of course, and ended up stranded in Jamaica for a time, relying on the uneasy goodwill of local communities to survive. During that ordeal, Columbus famously exploited his knowledge of an upcoming lunar eclipse to secure provisions from the indigenous people. By predicting the moon would turn dark as a sign of divine displeasure if they withheld supplies, he manipulated the local population. This episode underscores the lengths he would go to maintain authority in precarious circumstances, and it also points to the lopsided power dynamics at play. Even when cut off from Spanish support, Columbus found ways to leverage advanced European knowledge, like astronomy, for short-term advantage. Eventually he managed to return to Spain in failing health, battered by the years at sea. The illusions that he might still be recognised as the viceroy of a new empire, or that he might uncover the golden cities of Asia, had diminished. Queen Isabella's death in 1504 further eroded his political support. King Ferdinand was far more pragmatic and less inclined to indulge Columbus's petitions for power or wealth. Over time, other explorers, such as Amerigo Vespucci, began to map the contours of the so-called New World, inadvertently challenging Columbus's fixation on Asia. In his later years, Columbus lived in semi-retirement, dogged by lawsuits over revenues he believed were owed to him based on his original contract with the crown. The once bold dreamer was reduced to lodging legal complaints. He penned letters that oscillated between self-justification and appeals to higher Christian purposes. Even on his deathbed in 1506, he seemed unwilling to let go of the conviction that he had indeed found a western route to Asia. From a purely human perspective, these final chapters present a poignant figure. A man once lauded as an unrivaled pioneer, brought low by the machinery of the empire he helped expand. It's tempting to cast him as either victim or villain. He was, in truth, a complex amalgamation of ambition, faith, calculation, and tunnel vision. His voyages unleashed colossal consequences for countless indigenous peoples who bore the brunt of colonization's brutality, disease, and cultural upheaval, and yet, from a European standpoint, he undeniably altered the map and opened an era of unprecedented maritime expansion. One might argue that his ultimate downfall was that he neither adapted nor let go of his initial misconceptions. Had he recognized these territories as a separate landmass, he might have adjusted his strategies, perhaps forging alliances or seeking more sustainable ways to govern. Instead, he persisted, year after year, in claiming that Asia was just around the corner, that a strait or a city of gold would validate his calculations. This inflexibility collided with the messy reality of empire building. The monarchy demanded tangible riches and stability, not unending quests based on outdated assumptions. By the time Columbus died, he had seen only fragments of his grand vision realized. The world had indeed changed, but largely beyond his personal control. Ships from other European nations would soon arrive, each with their own agendas, as the scramble to exploit the newly unveiled continents gained momentum. Columbus's name would echo through centuries, but his latter days were marked by a troubled sense of having been eclipsed. The shimmering illusions that guided him across unknown waters faded into a legacy far more complicated and far more transformative than even he could have imagined. The ramifications of Columbus's journeys extended far beyond the man himself, unleashing a chain of events that would reshape the globe. With each subsequent ship sailing westward, more European settlers landed on Caribbean shores and, eventually, the mainland. While the Spanish crown extracted gold and silver from mines carved out of the soil, indigenous societies buckled under forced labour and diseases like smallpox, measles, and influenza. These illnesses, new to the Western Hemisphere, devastated populations who had no immunity. Communities that had thrived for generations collapsed, their cultural practices disrupted or erased. Within a single generation, the vibrant tapestry of the Taino and other native groups was forever transformed. Some scholars estimate mortality rates well over 70% in certain areas due to epidemics alone. The Spanish approach was typically to establish encomiendas, a system in which settlers were granted control over local communities. They were supposed to protect and educate them in Christianity, but in practice, the system turned into a form of enslavement, extracting labour while paying minimal heed to well-being. Columbus's initial governance might not have single-handedly created these policies, but his methods and the Crown's encouragement of resource exploitation set the tone. The idea of the Columbian Exchange is often used to describe the massive transfer of plants, animals, people, and ideas between the old and new worlds. From the Americas came crops like maize, potatoes, tomatoes, and cacao, which would revolutionize European cuisine and agriculture. Conversely, Old World animals like horses, cattle, and pigs quickly became fixtures in the Americas, changing landscapes and indigenous livelihoods. This exchange also included the forced migration of African slaves who were brought in to replace decimated local labour forces, grim escalation that Columbus may never have directly orchestrated, but that followed from the colonial blueprint he helped lay out. In a broader sense, Columbus's voyages sparked the European imagination. Portugal, England, France, and the Netherlands soon launched their own missions across the Atlantic, driven by rumours of riches and unconquered lands. Competing claims ignited conflicts over territory, opening a new age of imperial rivalry. The lines on maps were redrawn countless times, each iteration leaving a trail of treaties, wars, and boundary disputes. And so, the impetus that began with Columbus's belief in a westward path to Asia spiraled into a global upheaval that reached far beyond the Caribbean. As these powers jostled for control, indigenous nations across two continents faced waves of new arrivals. Some groups formed alliances with Europeans, leveraging firearms and trade relationships to gain regional advantages. Others resisted colonization with every means at their disposal, whether through warfare or diplomatic negotiation. In that unfolding drama, Columbus's role was recast, overshadowed by conquerors like Cortés and Pizarro, whose direct subjugation of massive civilizations, Aztec and Inca, dwarfed the smaller-scale conquests of the first islands. Yet the initial spark, the template for claiming land under royal charters, traced back to Columbus's insistence that these lands belonged to Spain. Over the centuries, his reputation waxed and waned. In Spain, he was intermittently lionized as a national hero, though he was Italian-born. In the emerging United States, Columbus was mythologized as an emblem of pioneering spirit, particularly during the 19th century, when a young nation sought founding myths disconnected from British colonial rule. Monuments sprouted in his name. Poets and chroniclers polished away the unseemly details, painting him as a visionary chosen by fate. But as the modern era approached, historians began to piece together the darker facets, the enslavement of native peoples, the ruthless tactics to extract tribute, and the catastrophic demographic collapse that accompanied European arrival. Within academic circles, Columbus's identity has been dissected with increasing rigour. Was he a brilliant, if flawed, mariner caught in the unstoppable tide of empire? A cunning opportunist who used royal favour to pursue his quest for personal glory? Or a tragic figure who stumbled into a continent he never understood, living long enough to see his illusion crumble? The man's diaries, the letters he exchanged with monarchs, and the records of those who travelled with him reveal contradictions and complexities that defy easy categorization. Social movements in the late 20th and early 21st centuries further heightened scrutiny. Protesters targeted Columbus Day celebrations, calling attention to the brutal legacy of colonization for indigenous peoples. Statues were defaced, public debates raged, and local governments declared alternative holidays like Indigenous Peoples' Day. The conversation shifted from glorifying Columbus's navigational triumphs to examining the price others paid for his endeavours. Some people clung to the older narrative, seeing him as an icon of exploration and progress, while others demanded a more candid acknowledgement of the suffering woven into his story. In many ways, Columbus embodies the paradox of exploration, a thirst for new knowledge and wealth, coupled with the violent imposition of power over those encountered. Modern sentiments often try to reduce historical figures to moral absolutes, hero or villain, but people, and particularly those who lived centuries ago, exist in moral shades shaped by the context of their times. Columbus was no exception. He followed the traditions of his society, exploitation, religious zeal, hierarchical rule, while also forging new paths that irrevocably altered the world's trajectory. Reflecting on this, one sees that the significance of Columbus's voyages cannot be understated. Regardless of how one judges his personal character, entire continents were thrust into a new era of connectivity and strife. Commodities, pathogens, and cultural practices mingled in a transoceanic dance, with consequences that continue to unfold. That global transformation can be traced to this determined navigator who, despite incorrect assumptions and an inflexible mindset, was the catalyst for an epical shift. History, for all its tumult and tragedy, hinged on that moment he and his crew sighted land in 1492. With the benefit of hindsight, we might picture Columbus standing at a symbolic crossroads, holding the map of his flawed calculations in one hand and a fervent sense of destiny in the other. To some, he remains an adventurer who proved the feasibility of crossing the Atlantic, bridging worlds that for thousands of years had developed independently. To others, he represents the darkest impulses of colonial ambition, unleashing oppression and subjugation on societies that neither desired nor invited his arrival. Through the prism of 5 centuries, perhaps both views hold merit, intertwined in the complexities of historical momentum. In contemporary times, the story of Columbus resonates differently depending on cultural, educational, and national perspectives. For those whose ancestors hailed from Europe, his voyages might be hailed as the dawn of a new chapter in global affairs, an invitation to expand horizons and share in cultural exchanges. For the descendants of indigenous peoples, it can symbolize the devastating onset of invasion and loss of sovereignty. And for countless African families, Columbus's breakthroughs in navigation would pave the way for a transatlantic slave trade, forcibly uprooting millions from their homelands to labour in plantations across the Americas. If we peel away the mythic layers, we find a man both guided and blinded by the convictions of his era. Columbus believed in a cosmology that insisted Earth's size was smaller than many experts claimed. He also adhered to the conviction that Christianity had a mission to spread to every corner of the globe, by force if persuasion failed. Even as a young boy, haunted by the brine-scented air of Genoa's docks, he likely never pictured how far-reaching the consequences of his ambitions would be. If anything, his early dream was to find a direct route to Asia's wealth, not to become the instigator of a massive reordering of human societies. His navigational prowess remains undeniable. Crossing the Atlantic in those small vessels demanded skill, courage, and an uncanny ability to rally terrified crews. He navigated with rudimentary tools under harsh conditions, forging routes that would later become standard passages for ships of exploration, trade, and conquest. Indeed, the staying power of his story rests partly on the maritime accomplishment itself, proving that a transoceanic crossing could be repeated and systematized. Yet the same willpower that made him persist in the face of skepticism also fueled his unwillingness to abandon his original assertion that he was in Asia. This insistence might appear almost comical, given our modern knowledge, but in his time, in the year 1325, a 21-year-old legal scholar from Tangier named Ibn Battuta mounted his horse to embark on the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca. What distinguished this particular journey was not its beginning but its end, or rather, the absence of one. When Ibn Battuta finally returned home nearly 3 decades later, he had traversed approximately 75,000 miles, visiting territories equivalent to roughly 44 modern countries. Yet perhaps the most remarkable aspect of his story is that travelling was never his passion or intention. Unlike Marco Polo, whose mercantile family had prepared him for journeys abroad, or Zheng He, who commanded massive Chinese treasure fleets with imperial backing, Ibn Battuta stumbled into exploration almost accidentally. His contemporaries would have considered him bookish and conventional, a devout adherent to the Maliki school of Islamic jurisprudence who had memorized the Quran and studied legal precedents. His earliest writings reveal a young man more concerned with proper prayer techniques than with adventures in distant lands. I set out alone, having neither fellow traveller in whose companionship I might find cheer nor caravan whose party I might join, he wrote of his departure. His statement was not the romanticised declaration of an intrepid explorer, but the lament of a somewhat anxious young man. The solitude was not by choice. He had missed the pilgrim caravan while attending his sister's funeral. Ibn Battuta's first transformative experience came not from natural wonders or architectural marvels, but through an unexpected fever that struck him outside the town of Tunis. Delirious and alone, he fell from his horse and was discovered by a passing traveller who nursed him back to health. This stranger, a Tunisian poet returning from Al-Andalus, shared stories of courts he had visited while Ibn Battuta recuperated. The young jurist's world expanded through these second-hand tales before he had even left North Africa. Upon reaching Alexandria, Ibn Battuta encountered another pivotal figure, a mystic named Burhan al-Din, who lived in isolation in the city's lighthouse. During their meeting, the holy man made an astonishing prediction. "You will visit my brother Farid in India, my brother Rukn al-Din in Sind, and my brother Burhan al-Din in China. Convey my greetings to them." Ibn Battuta would later claim this prophecy guided his extended travels, though historians note these destinations weren't uncommon for medieval Muslim travellers. His early journey revealed a complex tension in his character. While he craved the prestige of scholarly appointments, he repeatedly abandoned secure positions after brief tenures. In Damascus, he secured a respectable judgeship but departed after just days. The same pattern occurred in Delhi years later. This behavioural inconsistency puzzled his contemporaries and continues to challenge modern biographers. The geographic scope of Ibn Battuta's travels exceeded even the expansive Muslim world of his time, yet he maintained a peculiar form of provincialism throughout, often rejecting local customs despite his exposure to them. He travelled through societies with dramatically different norms, but remained committed to judging them by the standards of his Maghrebi upbringing. Unlike many travellers whose horizons broadened through exposure to different cultures, Ibn Battuta frequently hardened his positions when confronted with alternative perspectives. What truly distinguished him was not his openness to new experiences, but his remarkable adaptability within his own rigid framework. He could navigate foreign courts, establish temporary households in distant cities, and integrate himself into trading networks without fundamentally changing his worldview. This paradoxical quality, being simultaneously adaptable and inflexible, defined both his travels and his written account. By the time Ibn Battuta completed his first Hajj in 1326, something had fundamentally shifted in his approach to life. Though he had fulfilled his religious obligation, he chose not to return home, but instead headed north toward Iraq. His explanation was characteristically straightforward. I set out, not knowing to what land my journey would lead me. The reluctant traveller had discovered something unexpected, not a passion for exploration, but a curious restlessness that would propel him across continents for the next 24 years. The greatest misconception about Ibn Battuta's travels concerns the economics that supported his decades of movement across continents. Unlike state-sponsored explorers or wealthy merchants, he funded his extraordinary odyssey through a patchwork of what we might now call gig work, leveraging his credentials in a system that modern travellers would barely recognise. The medieval Islamic world operated on a sophisticated network of patronage that rewarded learned men who crossed borders. This system, known as the adab culture, valued the cross-pollination of ideas through travelling scholars. Ibn Battuta exploited this economy with remarkable skill, transforming his Maliki legal training into a portable career that functioned across cultural boundaries. In Cairo, he served briefly as an assistant qadi, judge, hearing minor cases relating to commercial disputes. In Damascus, he leveraged recommendations from previous hosts to secure temporary teaching appointments. These positions rarely lasted more than a few months, but they provided critical financial resources and enhanced his credentials for the next destination. When I arrived in any city, he noted, a particularly candid passage, the first places I visited were the mosques and madrasas, seeking out the renowned scholars of each town. These meetings were not merely scholarly exchanges, but calculated networking opportunities. A favourable impression might result in an invitation to dinner, temporary lodging, or, most valuable of all, a letter of introduction to influential figures in the next city on his route. His most lucrative opportunities came through the system of diplomatic gift exchange. When rulers dispatched envoys to foreign courts, they often included scholars in their delegations. Ibn Battuta secured these appointments multiple times. Most lucratively, when Sultan Muhammad bin Tughlaq of Delhi designated him as an envoy to the Yuan dynasty in China. Though the diplomatic mission ultimately failed, the appointment came with substantial compensation, including 13 bags of gold coins that financed his subsequent travels through Southeast Asia. Ibn Battuta's financial strategies occasionally bordered on exploitation. He became adept at what historians have termed credential inflation, gradually elevating his claimed expertise and authority as he moved farther from North Africa, where his actual qualifications might be verified. By the time he reached the Maldives, he presented himself as a chief legal authority despite having only modest training in his youth. His pattern of accumulating and abandoning wives reveals another dimension of his economic approach to travel. Throughout his journeys, he married at least 10 women across various regions, though some scholars suggest the actual number exceeded 15. These marriages offered him integration into local communities, household management during extended stays, and, crucially, access to dowries and matrimonial gifts. When departing a region, he typically divorced these women, sometimes leaving behind children as well. The material reality of long-distance travel in the 14th century imposed constraints that shaped Ibn Battuta's itinerary. He deliberately followed trade routes where caravanserais offered secure lodging, avoided territories without established Muslim communities, and timed his journeys to coincide with merchant caravans that provided safety in numbers. His account downplays the pragmatic considerations that determined his path, instead emphasizing religious motivations or pure wanderlust. Perhaps most remarkably, Ibn Battuta operated within an economic system that valued his very foreignness. As courts throughout the Islamic world sought to demonstrate their cosmopolitanism, hosting travellers from distant regions became a form of cultural capital. The Moroccan scholar could leverage his exotic background, increasingly embellished as he travelled, into opportunities that local scholars couldn't access. This created a self-reinforcing cycle. The farther he travelled, the more valuable his presence became to subsequent hosts. When resources failed, as they occasionally did, Ibn Battuta resorted to more desperate measures. In the steppes north of the Black Sea, he He was robbed of nearly all possessions and survived by attaching himself to a passing caravan as an informal religious advisor. In the mountains of Turkey, he worked briefly as a copyist, producing manuscripts for a local madrasa. These episodes of vulnerability rarely appear in his polished narrative, but emerge through inconsistencies in his timeline and oblique references. By the time Ibn Battuta returned to Morocco in 1349, he had mastered the economic architecture of medieval travel, transforming his modest legal credentials into a career that spanned continents and cultures. The conventional narrative of Ibn Battuta portrays him as a solitary male traveller moving through a world dominated by men. Yet his own account, when read against the grain, reveals dozens of women who profoundly influenced his experiences, provided critical assistance, and occasionally redirected his journey entirely. Their stories, often reduced to brief mentions in his text, illuminate aspects of medieval Islamic society typically obscured in historical accounts. In Damascus, Ibn Battuta encountered Zainab bint Ahmad, a scholar who held the prized ijaza, teaching license, for the collected works of hadith scholar al-Bukhari. Despite his own legal training, Ibn Battuta lacked this prestigious credential. He studied under her for several months, joining classes that included both male and female students, before receiving his own ijaza. That a male scholar from Morocco would seek instruction from a woman challenges simplified narratives about gender in medieval Islamic education. The most remarkable woman I met, Ibn Battuta wrote unexpectedly, was the Turkish princess Bayalun. This daughter of the Byzantine emperor had married the Mongol Khan Özbeg but maintained her Christian faith. When the Khan dispatched her to visit her father in Constantinople, Ibn Battuta secured permission to join her entourage, providing him rare access to Byzantine territories typically closed to Muslim travellers. Throughout this journey, Bayalun effectively served as his protector and guide, determining the itinerary and managing diplomatic interactions. In the Maldives, where Ibn Battuta served briefly as chief judge, he described a society with striking features of matriarchality, where husbands moved into the households of their wives and women maintained control over their residences even after divorce. He noted with evident discomfort, "No man would eat food except what has been prepared in his wife's house, and to eat in one's own house would bring great shame." His attempts to impose stricter gender segregation during his judgeship generated significant resistance from local women, ultimately contributing to his departure from the islands. His most consequential romance occurred in Bukhara with a merchant's daughter named Aisha. Though he mentions her only briefly, contextual evidence suggests she travelled with him for nearly 8 months, including through the dangerous mountain passes of Central Asia. When she fell ill in Samarkand, Ibn Battuta faced a pivotal choice: continue his journey or remain with her. He chose to proceed, a decision he later described with uncharacteristic regret. Of all the paths not taken, the road back to Isha remains most vivid in my memory. Ibn Battuta's account reveals a pattern in which female slaves frequently served as linguistic and cultural intermediaries. In Bengal, he purchased a slave girl who spoke both Persian and Bengali, relying on her translations during his 6-month stay. Similarly, in Constantinople, he employed a Greek-speaking slave who negotiated his access to various sites, including the Hagia Sophia. These women, unnamed in his text, performed critical functions that made his travel possible, yet received minimal acknowledgement. Perhaps most revealing is Ibn Battuta's interaction with Khadija, daughter of the ruler of Mali. During his West African travels, he committed a serious breach of protocol when addressing her father. Rather than having him punished, Khadija intervened, explaining to Ibn Battuta the proper court etiquette. She later granted him access to women's quarters of the palace, spaces entirely closed to most male visitors, where he observed and documented female political influence in the Mali Empire that would otherwise remain unrecorded. The pattern of Ibn Battuta's marriages reveals a calculated approach to intimacy. In regions where he planned extended stays, he typically married women from politically connected families, providing him with both domestic comfort and valuable social networks. When departing, he usually exercised the Islamic rite of unilateral divorce, though occasionally economic circumstances or family interventions complicated these separations. While his descriptions of women often reflect the prejudices of his time and background, they occasionally contain surprising insights. In describing female religious scholars in Damascus, he observed, Their knowledge often exceeds that of men, for they devote themselves entirely to study while men are distracted by worldly pursuits. This recognition of how gendered expectations might actually advantage female scholars in specific contexts demonstrates an analytical depth rarely credited to him. Through these fragmentary references, a different understanding of Ibn Battuta's journey emerges, not as the adventure of an independent male traveller, but as a complex social endeavour shaped by numerous women whose assistance, knowledge, and relationships made his unprecedented travels possible. In 1335, somewhere between the cities of Astrakhan and Sarai along the Volga River, Ibn Battuta experienced what modern psychologists would likely classify as a severe mental health crisis. Though he never names it as such, lacking the vocabulary or conceptual framework, his writing from this period reveals profound psychological distress that nearly terminated his travels entirely. The episode began with physical symptoms, insomnia that lasted weeks, followed by what he described as a heaviness of spirit that prevented even the simplest decisions. He abandoned his planned eastward journey 3 times, each time returning to Astrakhan after travelling just a few miles. Local merchants noted his erratic behaviour, particularly his sudden aversion to crowds and marketplaces that had previously been central to his daily routine. I found myself unable to recall the first lines of even the most familiar prayers, he wrote in a passage rarely highlighted by historians. Words I had known since childhood became foreign to me. This cognitive disruption coincided with an unusually harsh winter, during which Ibn Battuta remained largely confined to a small room provided by a sympathetic Iranian physician named Al-Tabari. Several factors likely contributed to this psychological collapse. Just months earlier, Ibn Battuta had received news of his father's death, delivered by a merchant from Tangier whom he encountered unexpectedly in Damascus. This loss coincided with the 10th anniversary of his departure from home, triggering what his writings suggest was an intense period of grief and regret over his absence during his father's final years. Compounding this emotional strain was a severe case of frostbite that damaged several toes on his right foot. The injury left him temporarily immobile and dependent on strangers for basic needs, a profound vulnerability for a man who had cultivated self-sufficiency throughout his travels. The physical pain, limited mobility, and forced dependence created conditions ripe for psychological distress. Ibn Battuta's recovery came through an unexpected source, a Sufi sheikh named Noman al-Khawarizmi who practiced an unconventional form of therapy. Rather than offering religious counsel, the sheikh prescribed daily immersion in hot springs outside the city, followed by structured conversations focusing not on spiritual matters but on concrete memories. Each day he asked me to describe a single street or building from my hometown with complete precision, Ibn Battuta noted. Through these recollections, my mind began to clear. The crisis transformed Ibn Battuta's approach to his travels. Before this episode, his writing displays an almost clinical detachment when describing various cultures. Afterward, his observations become more empathetic, particularly regarding individuals experiencing forms of suffering or displacement. He began seeking hospitals and charitable institutions in each city he visited, spaces he had previously ignored. During this period, he also abandoned a project he had carried for years, an ambitious legal treatise comparing judicial systems across different Islamic territories. His notes for this work, which he occasionally references in his later travelogue, were left with a scholar in Sarai. This abandonment of scholarly ambition suggests a fundamental re-evaluation of priorities following his psychological crisis. Most significantly, Ibn Battuta emerged from this period with an altered relationship to home. Before his breakdown, his writings reveal an assumption that he would eventually return to Morocco to occupy a prestigious judicial position. Afterward, he began conceptualizing himself as permanently transient, an identity shift that allowed him to engage more deeply with each location, rather than viewing it instrumentally as material for future scholarly work. The psychological vulnerability Ibn Battuta experienced contrasts sharply with the confident persona he cultivates through most of his narrative. This tension between public performance and private struggle characterized much of his journey. In Delhi, Constantinople, and later in Mali, he presented himself as a composed, authoritative figure while privately grappling with recurring episodes of what he called the darkness of spirit. Ibn Battuta's mental health crisis provides a rare window into the psychological dimension of medieval travel, the cognitive and emotional toll of sustained displacement, identity disruption, and cultural dissonance. His experience challenges romanticised notions of pre-modern exploration, revealing the profound personal cost that accompanied his geographic mobility. By spring 1336, Ibn Battuta had recovered sufficiently to resume his eastward journey. Yet the psychological patterns established during this crisis, including periodic withdrawals into isolation and recurring battles with what appears to be situational depression, would resurface throughout his subsequent travels, particularly during his difficult final years in Mali and Spain. Among Ibn Battuta's most valuable contributions to historical knowledge is his detailed account of Kilwa, a prosperous East African coastal sultanate that dominated Indian Ocean trade networks for centuries yet remains largely absent from Western historical awareness. His documentation provides one of the few contemporary descriptions of this sophisticated commercial power before its eventual disruption by Portuguese forces in the early 16th century. Ibn Battuta arrived in Kilwa, in modern Tanzania, in 1331, having travelled down the East African coast from Mogadishu. What he encountered defied his expectations and challenges persistent misconceptions about pre-colonial African states. "I have seen no more beautiful city in all my travels," he wrote with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. "Its buildings are constructed entirely of wood, expertly joined without nails or pegs, and roofed with panels of red mangrove that shine like polished metal under the sun." The Kilwa he described was the centre of a commercial network that stretched from the interior goldfields of Zimbabwe to the northern ports of India. Its harbour accommodated hundreds of vessels ranging from coastal dhows to deep-water merchant ships from Gujarat and China. Ibn Battuta noted with particular interest the standardised system of commercial documentation used in Kilwa's customs houses, a sophisticated predecessor to modern bills of lading that facilitated complex commercial arrangements across linguistic boundaries. The ruler Ibn Battuta encountered, Sultan al-Hassan ibn Sulaiman, represented the culmination of a dynastic tradition that traced its origins to Persian settlers who had intermarried with local Bantu populations. The resulting cultural synthesis had produced a distinctive Swahili civilization that Ibn Battuta recognized as neither purely African nor Middle Eastern, but something uniquely integrated. The Sultan himself maintained a court protocol that combined elements from Abbasid, Fatimid, and indigenous African traditions. Kilwa's economic foundation rested on its control of gold trade from the interior, particularly from what Ibn Battuta called the land of Yufi, likely the Zimbabwe Plateau. This gold travelled along protected trade routes maintained by the Sultanate through a series of inland administrative centres. Ibn Battuta observed one caravan's arrival, noting the elaborate security measures that protected the precious cargo and the sophisticated weighing and assay techniques used to verify the gold's purity. The religious life of Kilwa particularly impressed Ibn Battuta, who counted more than 40 substantial mosques within the city walls. The Grand Mosque, portions of which still stand today, featured innovative architectural elements including sailing-derived tensioning systems that allowed its dome to span a greater distance than typical Islamic structures of the period. Ibn Battuta specifically commented on the mosque's distinctive octagonal minaret, which incorporated acoustic enhancements that carried the muezzin's call across the entire harbour. Most remarkable was Kilwa's monetary system, which utilised standardised gold coins known as mitkal that circulated alongside copper tokens for smaller transactions. Ibn Battuta noted that these coins were accepted without question throughout the trading networks extending to India, a testament to Kilwa's reputation for commercial integrity. He recorded watching court metallurgists testing incoming gold shipments and striking new coins under the Sultan's direct supervision. The social structure of Kilwa revealed complex stratifications that defied Ibn Battuta's attempts at simple categorization. The urban population included indigenous Africans, Arab and Persian descendants, and mixed heritage individuals who occupied various social positions without rigid racial boundaries. He observed that key administrative positions were filled based on merit and familial connections rather than ethnic background, creating a meritocratic system that contrasted with more hereditary structures he had encountered elsewhere. Women in Kilwa occupied positions of significant economic independence, particularly in the textile sector. Ibn Battuta described workshops where women controlled the production of the finely woven cotton cloth that served as a major export. The mistresses of these establishments, he noted, maintain their own accounts and negotiate directly with foreign merchants, requiring no male intermediaries. This economic autonomy extended to property ownership, with Ibn Battuta recording his surprise at learning that nearly a third of Kilwa's urban real estate was held by women. When Ibn Battuta departed Kilwa after a 3-month stay, he carried with him documentation that would later prove invaluable to historians, precise observations of a sophisticated African urban centre that operated as an equal participant in Indian Ocean trade networks. His account contradicts persistent narratives that portray pre-colonial African societies as isolated or technologically primitive, instead revealing Kilwa as an innovative commercial power that combined multiple cultural traditions into a distinctive and successful synthesis. The final destination in Ibn Battuta's epic journey, China during the Yuan dynasty, represents his most controversial claim and his most significant failure. Unlike his detailed accounts of other regions, his description of China contains geographical inconsistencies, implausible timelines, and passages that appear borrowed from other travellers' reports. For centuries, historians have debated whether Ibn Battuta actually reached China or fabricated this portion of his narrative. Recent scholarship suggests a more nuanced possibility, that Ibn Battuta did indeed enter Yuan territory but experienced a series of setbacks that prevented him from accessing the cultural and political centres he had intended to visit. His subsequent account represents an attempt to salvage reputation from failure through a combination of borrowed details and strategic omissions. Ibn Battuta's China troubles began before he even reached its borders. In 1345, while in Calicut, modern Kerala, India, he boarded a Chinese treasure ship bound for Quanzhou with most of his accumulated possessions, including gifts intended for the Yuan emperor. When a storm forced the ship to anchor near Calicut overnight, Ibn Battuta went ashore to attend prayers. During his absence, the violent storm drove the ship out to sea. "All my possessions remained on board," he wrote, including the slave girls and gifts that the Sultan of Delhi had sent with me to the Emperor of China. This catastrophic loss left Ibn Battuta in a precarious position, expected to continue his diplomatic mission without the gifts that would secure proper reception. After several months attempting to rebuild his resources in southern India, he embarked again on a different vessel. This ship was attacked by pirates in the Strait of Malacca, and Ibn Battuta narrowly escaped with his life, losing what remained of his possessions. When he finally reached what appears to have been Fujian province in late 1346, Ibn Battuta encountered a political situation he was unprepared to navigate. The Yuan dynasty, established by Mongol conquerors, maintained a rigid classification system that placed foreign Muslims in specific administrative categories with limited privileges. Without proper diplomatic credentials and gifts, Ibn Battuta could not secure the status necessary to access the imperial court or major cultural centres. His writings suggest he spent approximately 4 months in Chinese territory, primarily in coastal regions with established Muslim merchant communities. These enclaves, while technically within China, functioned as cultural islands where Arabic and Persian were commonly spoken and Islamic customs maintained. From these limited vantage points, Ibn Battuta glimpsed Chinese society but never experienced the immersive engagement that characterized his travels elsewhere. The Yuan China section of his narrative contains telling gaps. Unlike his accounts of India or Mali, where he names specific individuals who hosted him, his Chinese interactions remain strikingly anonymous. He describes no extended conversations with Chinese scholars or officials, suggesting very limited contact beyond merchant intermediaries. His observations focus predominantly on material culture, ceramics, paper currency, shipbuilding techniques, rather than social or political systems he could only have understood through sustained interaction. Most revealing is Ibn Battuta's omission of any mention of the Grand Canal, China's most impressive infrastructure project that connected Beijing to Hangzhou. This absence is particularly striking given his pattern of documenting major engineering works throughout his travels. Similarly, he fails to mention the distinctive Chinese examination system for civil service, a unique administrative innovation that would have fascinated a trained jurist. These gaps strongly suggest limited access to China's interior regions and administrative centres. What Ibn Battuta experienced, essentially, was maritime China, the coastal interface where foreign merchants conducted heavily regulated trade under Yuan supervision. When he realised he could not penetrate beyond this periphery without proper credentials, He appears to have supplemented his limited first-hand observations with accounts from Persian and Arab merchants who had better access. This experience of failure was not unique to China in Ibn Battuta's travels. Throughout his nearly 3 decades of journeying, he experienced numerous setbacks, redirections, and outright disasters. What distinguishes the China episode is his unwillingness to acknowledge these limitations in his subsequent account, likely because China represented the easternmost extent of his travels and therefore held symbolic importance to his overall narrative. Ibn Battuta's partially invented China becomes a fascinating case study in travel literature's complex relationship with truth. Rather than viewing his account as either factual or fraudulent, we might understand it as a negotiation between experience, expectation, and reputation management. His China narrative reveals how medieval travellers constructed authoritative accounts, even when their actual experiences fell short of their ambitions. By early 1347, Ibn Battuta had abandoned his Chinese aspirations and begun the long journey that would eventually return him to Morocco. The China episode, with its blend of limited observation and borrowed detail, represents not just geographic terrain, but the boundaries of Ibn Battuta's remarkable adaptability as a traveller. The conventional narrative of Ibn Battuta concludes with his return to Morocco in 1349 and the subsequent dictation of his travels to Ibn Juzay, who compiled the famous Railroad Journey that secured Ibn Battuta's historical legacy. Yet this account omits a significant final chapter, his journey through Muslim Spain and the North African interior, that occupied the last decade of his life and revealed a man transformed by his earlier travels in 1350. Just months after completing the initial dictation of his epic travelogue, Ibn Battuta embarked on a journey to the Kingdom of Granada, the last remaining Muslim state in Iberia. His motivations for this trip differed markedly from his earlier travels. Rather than seeking adventure or career advancement, he travelled as a cultural ambassador, concerned with the erosion of Islamic governance in territories being steadily reconquered by Christian kingdoms. "I found in Granada a people clinging to traditions they scarcely remembered," he wrote in passages excluded from the standard Richtler. "They maintain the forms of Muslim practice while forgetting their substance." This critical perspective reflects Ibn Battuta's evolution from an observer of cultural differences to an active advocate for religious authenticity as he defined it. The Granada journey initiated a period of what Ibn Battuta called purposeful travel, journeys undertaken not for exploration, but for specific cultural interventions. Between 1352 and 1355, he traversed the Middle Atlas Mountains of Morocco, visiting remote Berber communities where Islamic practices had blended with indigenous traditions. Unlike his earlier descriptive approach to cultural difference, these accounts reveal active efforts to modify local practices he deemed inconsistent with Orthodox Islam. This late-life transformation from traveller to reformer culminated in his most overlooked journey, an expedition to the Mali Empire in 1352. This West African kingdom had already embraced Islam, but Ibn Battuta approached it with missionary zeal nonetheless. His account of Mali differs strikingly from his earlier writings, focusing almost exclusively on religious practices, rather than the commercial and political systems that had previously captured his attention. In Mali, Ibn Battuta experienced his most significant rejection. After attempting to implement stricter religious interpretations at the court of Mansa Suleiman, he was effectively sidelined, assigned comfortable but inconsequential duties that limited his influence. After 6 months of frustration, he departed northward, leaving behind a rare written record of his failure. "I found myself unable to bend this kingdom toward the practices I had witnessed in Mecca, for their Islam has taken root in forms adapted to their circumstances." The final years of Ibn Battuta's life reveal a pattern common to many long-term travellers: the complicated experience of returning home after transformative journeys. Following his Mali expedition, he accepted a modest judicial position in Fez, where colleagues regarded him with a mixture of respect for his travels and suspicion of the foreign influences he had absorbed. Court records from this period show him frequently being overruled in his legal opinions, especially when he referenced practices from distant Islamic territories. Ibn Battuta's last recorded journey came in 1359, when he travelled to Taflal in southeastern Morocco, a remote oasis region experiencing religious revival movements. His written observations from this period reveal a man attempting to reconcile his global experiences with local realities, seeking to apply lessons from distant Islamic societies to his home region. This final journey produced no spectacular discoveries but represented his mature integration of decades of cross-cultural experience. When Ibn Battuta died around 1368, the exact date remains uncertain, he had come full circle, from a young man embarking on a standard pilgrimage to a seasoned cultural intermediary attempting to connect disparate parts of the Islamic world he had experienced firsthand. Contemporary accounts of his funeral mention only a modest attendance, suggesting that despite his extraordinary travels, his immediate impact on Moroccan society remained limited. The enduring paradox of Ibn Battuta is that his most significant legacy came not through his intended religious and legal contributions, but through the travelogue he initially considered secondary. While his attempts at cultural reform faded quickly after his death, his geographic and ethnographic observations preserved in the Rihla provided invaluable documentation of societies across Africa and Asia during a pivotal historical period. In the centuries following his death, Ibn Battuta's accounts circulated primarily among scholars in North Africa, never achieving the wider recognition in the medieval period that it deserved. Only in the mid-19th century, when French colonial officials discovered manuscripts of the Rihla, did his extraordinary journey begin receiving global acknowledgement. The traveller, who once sought to change the world through religious reform, instead left his... When France fell to Nazi Germany in June 1940, the world seemed to hold its breath. The swift defeat of one of Europe's greatest powers sent shockwaves across the globe. The German Blitzkrieg, or Lightning War, had overwhelmed French defences with a speed and ferocity that few could have imagined. By the time the armistice was signed, the country lay divided, its northern regions under direct German occupation, and its southern territories governed by the puppet Vichy regime. For many, it was a moment of despair. For others, it marked the beginning of a quiet, determined defiance. The seeds of resistance were sown, even as German soldiers marched through the streets of Paris. Small, scattered groups of patriots, appalled by the collaborationist policies of the Vichy government, began organising in secret. These early resistors were a diverse group: students, farmers, factory workers, teachers, and veterans, united by a shared refusal to accept the occupation as final. At great personal risk, they began to circulate underground newspapers, condemning the collaboration and calling for active opposition. One of the first voices of resistance came from outside France itself. General Charles de Gaulle, a relatively unknown military officer, broadcast an impassioned appeal from London on June 18, 1940. He urged the French people to continue the fight, declaring, "France has lost a battle, but France has not lost the war." Though his words initially reached only a handful of listeners, they planted the idea that resistance was not only possible, but necessary. In those early days, the French resistance was fragmented, consisting of isolated networks with limited coordination. Despite the lack of central leadership, they began to take action, sabotaging German supply lines, smuggling downed Allied pilots out of the country, and gathering intelligence on enemy movements. These acts, while small in scale, were fraught with danger. The Gestapo, Germany's secret police, operated with ruthless efficiency, and collaborationists within France were quick to report suspected resistors. Yet, for all the danger, the resistance grew. Every arrest and every act of betrayal seemed only to strengthen the resolve of those who remained. The evolution of resistance networks and the role of women. As the war progressed, the French resistance began to transform from loosely connected groups into a more coordinated and organised movement. The stakes were higher, the risks more severe, yet the determination of the resistors only deepened. This period saw the emergence of structured networks and specialised roles, as well as the crucial involvement of women, who defied societal norms to play pivotal roles in the fight against oppression. Initially, resistance activities were carried out by independent groups acting in isolation. However, the need for greater coordination became apparent as the war intensified. Networks like the Free French Forces, led by General de Gaulle, and the communist-affiliated Francs-Tireurs et Partisans began to emerge. These groups provided essential structure and resources, uniting disparate efforts under shared goals of sabotage, intelligence gathering, and the eventual liberation of France. The British Special Operations Executive (SOE) also played a significant role, training and equipping French resistors for covert missions. Within these networks, women found opportunities to contribute in ways that defied traditional gender roles. Women like Lucy Aubrac, who coordinated daring rescue missions, and Nancy Wake, known as the White Mouse, for her ability to evade capture, became legendary figures in the resistance. Others served as couriers, intelligence operatives, and saboteurs, often using societal underestimation of women to their advantage. They smuggled weapons and shopping baskets, carried messages sewn into their clothing, and gathered critical information under the guise of domestic errands. Despite their invaluable contributions, women faced unique challenges. They were often overlooked or undervalued by male counterparts, and their roles were frequently downplayed in official records. Yet their bravery and ingenuity were undeniable. Odette Sansom, one of the most famous female SOE agents, endured imprisonment and torture without betraying her comrades. Her story, like so many others, stands as a testament to the strength and resilience of the women who fought in the shadows. The evolution of the resistance networks brought about more sophisticated operations. Sabotage became a key strategy, with resistors targeting railways, bridges, and factories essential to the German war effort. In one notable operation, the resistance managed to derail a train, the turning tide, the role of the resistance in Allied operations. As the tide of World War II began to shift in favour of the Allies, the French resistance played an increasingly significant role in the broader strategy to liberate France from German occupation. The resistors, once fragmented and acting in isolation, became vital partners in the planning and execution of Allied operations. Their efforts in the intelligence gathering, sabotage, and direct combat proved instrumental, highlighting their importance in the eventual success of the liberation. One of the most critical contributions of the French resistance during this time was their role in gathering and transmitting intelligence. With their intimate knowledge of the local terrain, the resistors provided detailed reports on German troop movements, supply routes, and fortifications. This intelligence was shared with the Allies through clandestine radio transmissions and courier networks, enabling precision strikes and coordinated attacks. In the weeks leading up to D-Day, the resistance played a crucial role in mapping German defences along the coast, information that would prove invaluable to the success of the invasion. Sabotage became another key element of resistance activity during this period. On the eve of the D-Day invasion, resistors carried out coordinated attacks on railways, communication lines, and supply depots, disrupting German logistics and delaying their ability to respond effectively to the Allied landings. Known as the Plan Vert, these sabotage efforts targeted key railway lines, preventing the movement of reinforcements to the front. The resistors risked everything to execute these missions, knowing that failure could mean torture and execution at the hands of the Gestapo. Perhaps one of the most dramatic examples of resistance collaboration with the Allies occurred during Operation Jedburgh. Teams of Allied operatives, often parachuted into occupied France, worked directly with resistance groups to organise sabotage missions and train local fighters. These operations fostered a deeper sense of unity and trust between the resistance and the Allied forces. One such mission involved the destruction of a key bridge in the Loire Valley, delaying German reinforcements and contributing to the success of the Normandy campaign. As the Allied forces advanced following D-Day, the resistance stepped up its efforts, engaging in direct combat with retreating German forces. The liberation of Paris in August 1944 marked a climactic moment for the resistance. Members of the French Forces of the Interior, FFI, a unified organisation of resistance groups, launched an uprising in the city, engaging in street battles with German troops and paving the way for the arrival of Allied forces. Their actions not only hastened the liberation, but also underscored the critical role of the resistance in reclaiming their homeland. Through their bravery and sacrifice, the French resistance helped to turn the tide of the war, proving that even in the darkest of times, ordinary people could rise to extraordinary challenges. Imagine the unity and determination it took to carry out these acts of defiance, the quiet courage of individuals who worked tirelessly, often anonymously, for the greater good. Let these thoughts guide you into a state of calm reflection, where the resilience of the human spirit inspires peace and serenity. Betrayal, sacrifice, and the cost of resistance. The story of the French resistance is one of courage and triumph, but it is also marked by profound betrayal and sacrifice. For every act of defiance that succeeded, there were those that ended in tragedy. For every victory, there were heavy losses. The resistance was a dangerous endeavour, and the constant threat of discovery and betrayal loomed large over its members. The Gestapo, Nazi Germany's feared secret police, was relentless in its efforts to dismantle the resistance. They infiltrated networks, used informants, and employed brutal interrogation techniques to extract information. The occupation forces offered rewards for information about resistors, creating a climate of suspicion and fear. Families, neighbours, and even close friends were sometimes coerced or tempted into betraying those they knew were involved. One of the most heartbreaking aspects of the resistance was the sacrifice of those who were captured. Many resistors were arrested, tortured, and executed without trial. The story of Jean Moulin, a prominent resistance leader, exemplifies the high cost of defiance. Moulin was betrayed by an informant, captured by the Gestapo, and tortured to death, yet he refused to reveal the names of his comrades. His bravery inspired others, but his loss was deeply felt throughout the movement. Despite the ever-present danger, the resistance continued to grow. Acts of betrayal, while devastating, often strengthened the resolve of those who remained. Networks adapted by increasing their secrecy, limiting contact between members, and employing elaborate codes and disguises. Still, the human toll was immense. Entire families were torn apart, villages were razed in retaliation for resistance activities, and countless lives were lost in the struggle for freedom. The resistors' sacrifices were not limited to physical danger. Many endured profound emotional and psychological burdens, living double lives and bearing the constant weight of secrecy. They risked not only their own lives, but also those of their loved ones. Imagine the strain of maintaining a facade of normalcy while working tirelessly in the shadows, knowing that one misstep could mean disaster. Yet, through it all, the resistors found strength in their shared purpose. They formed deep bonds with their comrades, united by a common goal and a belief in a better future. They found ways to celebrate small victories, to find joy and hope amidst the hardship. The sacrifices they made were immense, but they were not in vain. Their courage and resilience laid the groundwork for liberation and inspired countless others to join the cause. As you reflect on the sacrifices of these brave individuals, let their strength and determination inspire a sense of peace and gratitude. Picture the quiet moments of triumph, the relief of a successful mission, and the hope that sustained them through the darkest times. Let these thoughts guide you into a deeper state of relaxation as we prepare to explore the next chapter of their incredible story. Traditional foods, prayers, and festivities in early January. Each culture adds its unique flavour to the holiday, creating a mosaic of traditions that reflect the universal human spirit. Liberation and the legacy of the resistance. As the Allied forces began to liberate France, the efforts of the French resistance reached their zenith. Their years of covert operations, sabotage, and intelligence gathering culminated in a direct contribution to the Allied advance, proving that their sacrifices were not in vain. The liberation of France was not just a military victory, it was a triumph of unity, courage, and the indomitable spirit of a people who refused to surrender. The role of the resistance in the liberation effort was both strategic and symbolic. As Allied troops pushed inland from the beaches of Normandy, resistance groups rose up across the country, launching coordinated attacks on German forces and infrastructure. They cut communication lines, destroyed railways, and engaged in guerrilla warfare, creating chaos behind enemy lines and forcing the Germans to divert resources away from the front. One of the most significant moments came during the liberation of Paris in August 1944. The French Forces of the Interior, FFI, a coalition of resistance groups, launched an insurrection in the city. They erected barricades, seized key buildings, and engaged in fierce street battles with German troops. When the Allies arrived, they found a city already in the process of liberating itself, a testament to the determination and bravery of the resistance fighters. The liberation was not without its challenges. In the aftermath, France faced the difficult task of rebuilding, both physically and psychologically. The resistance movement, once united by a common enemy, had to navigate the complexities of post-war politics and the reintegration of its members into society. Many resistors struggled to return to normal life, haunted by the trauma of their experiences and the losses they had endured. Despite these challenges, the legacy of the resistance endured. Their efforts were instrumental in securing France's freedom, and their stories of courage and sacrifice inspired generations to come. Monuments and memorials across France honour their memory, ensuring that their contributions are never forgotten. The resistance also played a key role in shaping the post-war world, contributing to the formation of a more unified and democratic Europe. Reflecting on the legacy of the resistance, one cannot help but be moved by their unwavering commitment to their country and their fellow citizens. Imagine the joy and relief of liberation, the sense of pride and accomplishment that came with knowing their efforts had made a difference. Picture the celebrations in the streets, the embrace of loved ones reunited, and the quiet moments of reflection as they looked toward a brighter future. The joy of giving. Though the city of Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, the spirit of its ancient civilization would never be fully extinguished. The echoes of its grandeur, its wisdom, and its role as the crossroads of empires resonated through time. The Byzantines, though defeated, had left an indelible mark on the world. The artifacts, the knowledge, and the stories of their culture continued to influence not only the Ottomans, but the entire world for generations. Even the name Constantinople itself would live on in the hearts of those who revered its history. For the Ottomans, the transformation of the city into Istanbul was more than a conquest. It was a blending of two worlds. The Greek Orthodox and Christian heritage of Constantinople mixed with the Islamic Ottoman culture, creating a rich and diverse society that would flourish for centuries. The city's iconic Hagia Sophia, once a Christian church, stood as a testament to this blending, a symbol of the city's enduring beauty and the confluence of different faiths, traditions and ideas. Over time, Istanbul would become a global hub for art, science and trade, fostering an environment where diverse cultures and ideas could meet. Scholars, artists and merchants from all corners of the world passed through the city, contributing to its ongoing legacy as a place of knowledge and exchange. As you reflect on the lasting impact of Constantinople, imagine how the quiet passage of time can allow a city's legacy to endure long after its walls have crumbled. The stories of Constantinople's rise, its cultural riches, and its eventual fall are woven into the fabric of history. And just as the city evolved, so did the stories of the people who lived there, stories that still inspire awe and contemplation today. Now, as the quiet night settles in, let yourself be carried away by the soft waves of time. The distant sounds of the past are now mere whispers in the night, fading into a calm silence. The story of Constantinople, its rise and fall, and its everlasting influence now rests softly in the back of your mind. Allow this story to guide you into a deep and peaceful rest, where the weight of history lifts and only the soothing silence remains.